Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 51, The Howling Serpent. Erza felt her pain begin to fade, relief washing over her as Orium's orange light covered her, restoring her injuries. The process would take no more than a few minutes, Erza knew, but they had no time to waste. Even so, she was in no shape to fight even an academy student at the moment. They had found her sitting by the roadside, leaned against a tree trunk, where she had collapsed out of exhaustion. "Are you okay?" she asked. Orium's skin had reddened, like it had just had a sunburn, and although her compatriots were fully restored, the torn and shaggy nature of their clothes pointed to a very real and hard-fought battle. Orium said, her brows furrowed, very much concentrated on restoring her foster mother just as she had healed her friends. "It was Hachugaya Taoshiro," Listener commented, letting out a short sigh. "He really did a number on them, but then again, they gave almost as good as they got." "Hachugaya?" Erza's eyes widened. "Orium, you fought a captain." "That's insane dash. She did great." Momo blurted out, cutting off Erza before she could launch into a motherly tirade. "She was braver than all of us." "I didn't really do that much," Orium said dismissively. "It was your magic that did all that damage. At the end of the day, all four of us couldn't do a thing against a captain." "I couldn't have done it without you," Momo insisted, almost zealously. "My will faltered. I almost gave up, but she, a human girl with no experience and little power, still refused to give in. She is your daughter through and through, Erza, blood or no blood." It was." Orium mumbled, a little overwhelmed by the praise. Even through her reddish skin tone, Erza thought she could detect a blush. "It is true," Uriah said levelly, giving her a nod. "When we were confronted, she held the team together. It may well be that each one of us individually are chanceless against a captain, but together, working in tandem, we forced him to give it his all. Even after using Bankai, we stood up to him, and Orium held us all together." "He went into Bankai," Erza said, gaping. "So he did," Chad said. "It was a great and terrifying power." "Damn right, it is," Erza said, torn between concern for Orium and reluctant pride. "You really? I mean, you beat him." "Technically, that was me," Listener said. She grimaced. "I stabbed him in the back and electrocuted him when he was all but spent. Not a great and glorious victory, Biryut." "You do what you have to," Erza said, nodding approvingly. She, too, disliked the necessity of cowardly action, but without it she would still be collapsed by the roadside, and all their hard work undone. "He's a good kid," Listener said, and shook her head. "I didn't like it, but we do what we have to," Erza reassured her. "Good work, every one of you. I know it would have been especially difficult for you, Momo." Momo, who had been quiet since her earlier outburst, blushed a little. A look of pride briefly passed her face, before turning into a mask of unease and concern. We tied him down. He's hurt, but he'll be fine." Erza gave her a reassuring nod, and turned back to Orium. "So, heart of the team, huh?" "It really wasn't like that," Orium said evasively. "Just keep still while I heal you, okay?" "It was, though," Tatsuki cut in. I just did what I thought you would have done, okay?" Orium muttered. "You wouldn't have given up, no matter what. We have to save Rukia, and we can't stop trying until we're out of options." Erza looked at her with admiration. Orium, once the meek little bullied girl she had seen all those years ago, had turned into something else. Steel disguised as silk, an iron will worthy of fairy tale. "Stop looking at me like that," Orium said. "It was just what we all should be doing, anyway. I'm not the strongest, but I had to do something." "It's not about strength, but about giving it your all," Erza said, and smiled. "I'm proud of you. I'm proud of all of you. You've squared down with the best of the best, and you've come out on top. Don't ever think I was just lucky, or I wasn't strong enough. Luck is just as much part of a fight as anything else." The browbeaten teenagers looked up, and it looked like her words had hit home. Chad was as stoic as always, but Tatsuki grinned and made a fist, whereas Uriah nodded and adjusted his spectacles. Small gestures, all speaking to a fighting spirit bruised but not broken. And that should be it, Orium said, finally finishing her treatment. The orange shimmer receded. Try standing up now, okay? Erza clenched her fist, undid it and stretched her fingers out, before making a fist again. Where she had before suffered broken bones, cuts, and bruises, she was now as fit as ever. Carefully, she stood up, feeling not a single jab of pain. The power her adoptive daughter possessed truly was miraculous, the only difference was that she still lacked the Ryotsu she had expended fighting Komamura. Regardless, she had more than enough left to give it a good fight, and then some. I could fix your clothes, too, Orium said, gesturing to Erza's torn and ripped Chiakusho, damaged from the battle with the dog-like captain. We've taken too long already, Erza said dismissively. Turning to the rest of the group, she raised her voice and proclaimed, all right, listen up. We're heading for the top of the hill, where we will assist with whatever help we can offer to our friends already fighting there. If the objective is already accomplished, we'll do our best to get our own out and run like hell. Understood. There was an affirmative chorus of yes from her friends, and Erza turned around, breaking into a sprint. Behind her, her companions fell in line. As they made their way toward the hill in a steady lope, Momo levelled with Erza, struggling a little to keep pace. Sensing her intentions, Erza said, I'm not sure now is the best time for a heart-to-heart, you know. I can run and I can talk, Momo said stubbornly. All right, Erza said with a shrug. They had a couple of minutes to spare, anyhow. With Shunpo, they would make it more quickly, but that would leave some of them behind, and dividing the group was the last thing they wanted. You really made quite a life for yourself when you were away, huh? Momo said. It was an innocent enough comment, but Erza had a suspicion of where it might head. I never forgot any of you, she said simply, and it hurt me every day, thinking of you all. But you have to keep going, always. So, yes, I made a life for myself in the world of the living. A good one, too. That's good, Momo said hesitantly. And you even got a daughter. Adopted, yes. Yes, they told me. You did great, Erza, even without us all. Just as I should have expected. I was always going to come back. Rukia's execution forced my hand, but I was never going to stay away forever. For you, for everyone else, and for Aizen. I just... Momo said, and hesitated. I just want you to know that no matter what happens, I'm coming with you. If you stay here after all this, or if you have to go on the run again, I'm not leaving your side again. Even with all your hard work here. I became strong for your sake, not for the Godii, Momo said, and there was a quiet stubbornness to her tone that told Erza not to question that. All my hard work was so that we could see each other again. It's not fair that you should have to give up everything all alone. I knew you'd come back one day, and you did. I knew you were innocent, and you were. I don't care who believes it. I made my mind up. There was a finality to her words. Part of Erza wondered why Momo would throw everything away just to go on the run, to become a criminal like her, but another, much larger part was more moved than she cared to show. To be believed in, it touched the very core of what she had always wanted ever since her involuntary exile. Let's not count our chickens before they've hatched, okay? She said quietly. We still have to live through the rest of this. Make plans for the future when it's a bit more secure. Momo nodded, but Erza knew this wouldn't be the last she heard of this. Out of my way, peasant, Byakuya said. His voice was still level, even, but he was struggling to control it. He was desperately aware of how Rukia was being carried further and further away, taken from him, taken from justice. 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 In his mind, Renji's furious, passionate words echoed with the deafening resonance of a monastic bell. Unjust and illegal. Over and over, the words had rooted themselves in his mind, ringing in his head, refusing to leave or let go. It was folly, he had immediately told himself. He was letting himself grab onto the possibility that maybe Rukia could live after all, that maybe there was no need for her to die, that maybe he needn't stain his honor after all. That was vain, stupid, and false. It was to seek personal gain where one should seek selfless service of something greater than oneself. One didn't choose when to obey or disobey an order. The Central 46 were wiser than he could ever hope to be, and even if they were wrong, one still obeyed. Loyalty was all. Even if a mistake was made, one's life was still theirs to forfeit if they so chose. That was the nature of the society they had built, the world he had grown up in, the order he was sworn and dedicated to serve. Unjust and illegal. It took every ounce of his willpower not to show his weakness, not to tremble. "Not gonna happen," replied the insolent Ryoka. He stood proud and defiant, and inside Byakuya, a great anger welled up. He dared. He dared to stand in the way of justice. He dared defy Kukaki Byakuya, lord of his clan and captain of the Godai 13. Harnessing his anger, he started to gain a bit more focus. So be it, then. He would punish this Ryoka, and when he lay dead on the ground, Byakuya would find Rukia and bring her back. At the edge of his mind, the ringing of Renji's words still lingered, and Byakuya wasn't sure he'd have the strength to follow through with his conviction. Pushing these doubts aside, he focused on his hated enemy, and in one smooth movement, he drew his Senbonzakura. "You will not be warned any further," he said dispassionately, but behind his words, he longed for the defiant little whelp to try his luck. "I'm well past warning, asshat," the Ryoka spat. "I'm here doing what you should be doing, looking after my own. If you had any sense in you, it'd be you carrying Rukia." "Silence," Byakuya said, the words almost a snap. "You know nothing of the Godai or nobility, you plebeian ignoramus. Dignity and pride, these concepts are beneath rabble such as you. If dignity means watching your sister die for nothing, I don't want it," the Ryoka spat. "Be gone. Bring it." His heart quietly singing with righteously wrathful joy, Byakuya surged forward with flawless precision, launching into a quick set of cuts, not a single movement anything less than perfectly executed. It was to his dismay, then, that the whelp not only met his blade each time, parrying what would surely have been fatal injuries again and again, but did so with ease and confidence. Byakuya redoubled his efforts, his blade moving in a blur, faster than he could even think, but the Ryoka matched it. This was unthinkable. With a quick shove, he pushed back the Ryoka, putting a bit of space between them. Somehow, he was being matched by a mere human. "You think you can beat me like this?" His eyes narrowing, Byakuya held up his Zanpakuto. "Scatter, Senbonzakura." Heeding his command, the blade shattered into 1,000 pieces, each a razor, and surged toward his enemy. "That's more like it," the Ryoka cried. "Cut the heavens, Zanjitsu." His Zanpakuto, already a distastefully oversized piece, grew even further in size. Elongating and widening, it took the shape of a long, black knife, thick and unseemly. What it could do, Byakuya wasn't sure. It hadn't impressed him back at the bridge, and it didn't impress him now. Following the command of his very thoughts, every piece of Senbonzakura flew forward, intent on cutting the insolent Ryoka to ribbons. The Ryoka dashed to the side, however, neatly evading the swarm of deadly blades, and charged Byakuya directly. The blades followed suit immediately, hot on the Ryoka's tail, but he was closing in more quickly still. Irritably, Byakuya skipped back, evading a fierce horizontal slash by less than an inch. Senbonzakura's petals hit the Ryoka the moment after, and only a very adept Shunpo saved the peasant from having more than his robe cut. Confident that he was directing the pace of the battle, Byakuya mentally commanded the razor blades to hunt the criminal scum relentlessly, pursuing him without mercy. What hope could he possibly have, with such a simple shikai? Against the elegant supremacy of Byakuya's Senbonzakura? The Ryoka skipped and jumped, dashing from one side to another, and irritatingly enough, he was well faster than the pedals. Byakuya could direct them with his hands if he so wanted, but resented the idea of having to do so. This cur was beneath him, and true effort was more than he deserved. Predicting the criminal's flight pattern, he set up a trap, sending some of his blades to the side, anticipating where his enemy would be in a few seconds. Unaware, the criminal ran away from the bulk of his swarm of pink death. Then, just as Byakuya had planned, he was surrounded, enveloped by the 1,000 blades. The Ryoka swore, and Byakuya felt a small measure of satisfaction. Now, Senbonzakura would taste the Ryoka's blood. Getchuga Tenshou. There was a sudden discharge of energy, blowing aside the light. Rapid petals and a crescent moon-shaped disk of energy surged toward Byakuya at incredible speed. Quickly, the noble brought a hand up, and cried, "Bakudo 39, Inkuan." As he spoke the words, the Kido barrier formed, blocking the projectile at the last second. The disc exploded, negating the spell as it hit. The impact rocked Byakuya, and he nearly lost his balance. As he took a step back, he saw the Ryoka already charging at him. This was unbelievable. Not only had the Ryoka reacted in time to the trap he had set up, not only had he negated the attack, but he had at the same time counter-attacked. In one simple stroke, he had turned the table where he by all rights should have taken a fatal injury. With desperate urgency, Byakuya raised his arms, commanding the petals directly. Reacting more quickly to the direct stimuli, the 1,000 blades responded to their master's call, but the Ryoka was already close. Inwardly cursing, Byakuya was forced to jump back, to dodge and evade, and had been driven back 3 steps before the petals caught up, at last catching the criminal's blade in a barrier of pink. Frowning, Byakuya examined his enemy. This was strength and skill of a kind markedly different from the clumsiness he had seen but a few days ago. He had assumed the boy had somehow gained his powers second-hand, or perhaps that it was some residue from Rukia's own power, but this was far too strong and far too well handled. "You have changed," he stated dispassionately. "Damn straight," the Ryoka said, staring him down. "I'm Kurosaki Ichigo, son of Shiba Ishine, and if you think you're going to push me around like some peasant, then you're in for a hell of a surprise." Byakuya blinked. That explained a lot. The Shiba, that disgraced and fallen clan, nevertheless possessed a strong lineage. They had always bred strong, hardy warriors. The son of a dead captain, however that was possible, it was undeniable after all. Now that he thought about it, the boy was the very picture of the late Shiba Kyan. A scion of the Shiba. "I see," he said, and the calm in his voice was not faked this time. He took a step back, and the boy followed suit, keeping his guard up. In the air, Senbonzakura's petals hovered, ready to obey the command of its user at will. The Shiba. "I can see it now, fool boy. As much as it pains me to admit it, I can no longer hold myself back. The spawn of a nobleman turned traitor is an insult to all the Godei stands for. I will crush you with all my might." "Going all out at last, huh?" the boy said cockily. "Figures. You weren't making much headway like this anyway, oh great and mighty captain." The calm which clarity had brought threatened to vanish as a spike of anger rose within Byakuya. The insolence was reason enough. He held out his arm, Senbonzakura reshaping as a normal sword in his hand. Slowly, he turned the blade 180 degrees, until its tip pointed directly toward the ground. Then, he let go of the hilt, the blade falling to the ground. "That's your idea of going all out?" the boy said mockingly. "Letting go of your weapon." Suppressing an urge to smile, Byakuya kept his voice level as he said, "Bankai, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi." The blade sunk smoothly into the ground as if into still water, creating a set of ripples. Around the two of them, in 2 rows 500 strong, rose a legion of blades. They towered over the both of them, each over 4 meters high. Feeling a sense of triumph, Byakuya gave his enemy a look. "Shatter," he commanded, and at his will, the 1,000 gigantic blades broke into tiny razors, numbering in the billions. The very air around them looked pink, and he knew it was over now. His enemy was surrounded from every angle by a sea of death, an inescapable death trap. This was power, true power, what separated the head of the Kukaki clan from upstart rabble like this Shiba whelp. Extending a hand, he pointed at the boy, and made a fist. Following his command at once, the blades surged toward the boy from every angle. To his credit, the whelp reacted quickly, putting as much space between himself and the pink tide of death as he could, but it couldn't possibly be enough. Thousands of blades raked against his skin, cutting him, shredding through most of his shiakusho, and he was thrown back a good 30 yards. He stood up, writhing in pain, his chest a bloody mess. Half of his shirt had been torn asunder, one sleeve hanging by as little more than shredded cloth. Confidently, Byakuya strode forward, arms hanging by his sides. He wouldn't even need them to guide the blades. At his command, the immense cloud of pink surged forward again, forming long, deadly tendrils, reaching out to strike the treasonous swine that had so brazenly defied the authority of the Godai. Reacting just barely in time, the boy jumped back, his eyes widening with panic as he only barely avoided 1, 2, 3 huge waves of petals. He was on the run now, Byakuya knew it. A wave of blades hit home, and although the boy managed to avoid being cut, expelling enough force with a well-timed slash to disrupt the blades, he was still knocked over, sent tumbling across the ground. Letting his sea of blades pause for a moment, Byakuya walked forward, his gait dignified and calm. It was a shame it would be over so quickly. Standing face to face with an enemy he was bent on destroying was simple, free of doubts or hesitation, and he almost wished it could go on further. The boy leaned on his blade like a cane, standing up. With some effort, he assumed a stance, holding out his blade, but Byakuya could tell he was badly hurt. What hope did he have against such magnificent and overwhelming power? That was pretty dumb, said the boy, and let out a wheezing chuckle. Hell, it's arrogant, thinking I could handle a Bankai just with my Shikai. Your self-realization comes too late, Cur, Byakuya said, and made ready to rain down hell upon him, to cut him into minced meat, down to the very bone. He would destroy him, break him down to his basest parts, and he would do so without hesitation. Such was ever the fate of the enemies of the Godai. I should have busted out my own right away, said the boy. Byakuya's eyes narrowed. Was he delusional? Surely you do not suggest that the likes of you possess Bankai. That's exactly what I'm suggesting, you pampered dandy man, said the boy, and suddenly, his Ryotsu flared, rising to greater heights than ever before. Byakuya watched with a strange fascination, refraining from attacking. Let him try his hardest, let none say Kukaki. Byakuya was not chivalrous enough to give his enemy a chance to fight back. Ban! Kai! The boy cried out, and there was an explosion of spiritual energy, rustling the billions of blades still hovering around Byakuya. There was a massive spike of power, before it quieted down, focusing inward onto its source, onto its owner. Just like when a captain released his. No. That was surely impossible. It was simply not possible that the clumsy, unskilled fool he had faced but a few days prior could have earned the very culmination of Shinigami power, the one that demanded at least 20 years of intense training and harmony, and another 20 to master it. It could not be. The dust cleared, and the boy stood there still, tall, defiant, and proud. Where his torn Shiakusho had been, there was a black greatcoat, its ends frayed and torn. His midsection was wrapped in white cloth, the coat neatly held together with just the one button. More to note was the blade, which had gone from an unseemly, oversized piece unfit for a noble warrior to a long, sleek, black thing, its hilt wrappings red and black, its guard taking the form of a manji. Tensa Zanjutsu, said the boy, his voice firm with a mature confidence Byakuya had not sensed before. That is not a Bankai, Byakuya said firmly, in complete disbelief. What audacity was this? I don't care what you believe, the boy said flatly, holding his sword in a downward stance, blade held to his right. You'll see what it is when I shove this sword down your throat, Kukaki. Byakuya. Kyujo? Kyujo, come in. I repeat, come in. Rod's voice was sharp and controlled, only a little strained from the brisk pace he and Renji kept as they ran down the hill, moving as quickly as the terrain let them. The duty of carrying Rukia had been left to Renji as Rod had pulled out a hell butterfly, to contact Nozomi at 12th. EADU, Vice Captain Nozomi's voice came in, followed by a brief spike of static buzzing. Damn it, Rod muttered. Repeat, Kyujo. You're breaking up. Can hear you loud and clear, Nozomi's voice came again, still riddled with static, but clearly audible this time. Can you hear me? Over. Roger that, hearing you loud and clear, Rod repeated, breathing a sigh of relief. Is the Senkaimon ready? As ready as it can be, but I can't keep it open and waiting for you without somebody noticing. Damn it. So much for a lucky break, Rod muttered. How fast can you get it going when we approach your position? 5 minutes at the most. EDA. EDA, 10 minutes plus minus 5, Rod shot back. It was a simple plan, which was how he liked it. Once the objective Kukaki Rukia had been seized, she would be rushed to a Senkaimon, designated for the world of the living, preferably Karakura. From there on, she could be hidden and kept safe. They had a contact there, apparently, although who exactly that was, Rod wasn't clear on. "Do you have a course plotted?" he said, just to make sure. Kyujo Nozomi was a capable enough officer, but Rod had learned to check and check again. It was the best way to avoid mistakes. "I can get you within at least 10 miles of Karakura, like you asked." "Will they be able to trace it?" "I should be able to erase the log history of the gate dash." "Can you guarantee that?" Rod snapped. Yes. Nozomi said hesitantly. "Good. We got company, on our 6. Renji shouted, and Rod stuffed the hell butterfly into his sleeve with practiced ease, immediately focusing his attention on the here and now. Turning his head briefly, he saw a flash of black and white, and a top of white hair. Sensing the riotsu, there was no mistaking it, Sasakaibe Chujiro, veteran officer and second to Yamamoto himself. "Halt, right now," Rod said sharply, sliding to a halt. Somewhat confusedly, Renji did the same. In 2 seconds' time, Sasakaibe caught up with them, facing off some 4 yards off. His face was a mask of restrained anger and contempt, staring at them with his hand at his blade. Renji gently set down Rukia and took a stance. "Together, right?" he said, glancing at Rod. "If it's the 2 of us, we can totally handle him. I'm strong enough to make sure of it dash." "Negative," Rod said dismissively, sizing up their pursuer. Sasakaibe Chujiro, being the captain commander's equerry, was not often seen in military action. But even so, his strength and skill was widely respected. He was the chosen subordinate of a living legend, older than most captains, and only a fool would underestimate him. To dismiss him as a mere vice-captain would be nonsense. "What?" Renji said. "You know our objective. We can't afford delays. I'm a better runner than you and I know the Godei better, so you're staying behind." "I care not which of you treasonous swine see fit to face me," Sasakaibe said coldly as he drew his sword, "but do not expect me to give you time to scheme in peace." "Renji, no!" Rukia exclaimed. "Bit late for that," Rod said, and casually walked over to her. "Be a good objective and keep quiet, yes." Unceremoniously, he grabbed her by the wrist, pulled her up, and slung her over his shoulder. Rukia grumbled, but kept quiet. Rod shot Renji a look. He wasn't one for inspirational words. "Break a leg, Abarai," he said, and turned around, making ready to sprint away. Preferably, his. "Damn it!" Renji muttered. "All right, go." But Rod was already gone, skipping down the hill toward the urban area of the Godei's divisions. "Friggin'!" Renji grumbled, and drew his sword. Turning to face Sasakaibe, he said, "What? No, I won't let you escape, bragging and such." Sasakaibe shook his head. He, too, will face justice in his time. "I know my limits, and I do not expect to pass you by so easily." Thanks." "Do not thank me, traitor." Sasakaibe sneered. Respecting an opponent's strength is not the same as respecting his character. You have turned against the organization that raised you, made you what you are, and for that you will die. "Let's just get on with it," Renji said, eyeing his opponent carefully. "I'm all out of cool, defiant statements." "So be it, then," said Sasakaibe, and keeping his blade low, he charged. The world became a nigh incomprehensible mess of muscle memory and near-instant reaction as battle ensued, the old man unleashing a flurry of blows, Renji just managing to keep up. It wasn't the titanic, overwhelming power of a captain, but Renji still felt uneasy, intimidated, as he parried for his life. A Shinigami grew in strength as he got older, and few were older than Sasakaibe Chujiro, who appeared none the worse for his old age, every strike lightning fast and perfectly timed. Renji skipped back a step, evading a horizontal slash that would surely have disemboweled him. Batting aside the next slash, Renji lunged forward, aiming to knock the air out of the old retainer's lungs with the pommel of his sword. Anticipating his movements with ease, Sasakaibe took a step back, deflecting and redirecting the force of Renji's thrust. Renji was sent tumbling forward, almost losing his balance, and cursed inwardly, feeling grateful they were alone. The old man was making him look like a first-year student. Quickly recovering, Renji spun around to parry a thrust aimed for his neck, quickly catching the next cut against Zabumaru's guard. "You've grown well, traitor," Sasuke remarked, staring Renji in the eye. "You have no idea," Renji shot back, and pushed the old man back, putting some space between the two of them. "You're older than me, but not slower," Renji said slowly, thinking carefully, "and way more experienced. I'm surprised I'm keeping up at all." "As am I," Sasuke commented from under the sternest of frowns. 10 years ago, I would not have placed you far up the ladder." "A man can go a few extra miles if he has a good reason," Renji said, cautiously spinning his blade around, feeling its weight in his arm. As expected from the captain commander's equerry and chosen second in command, Sasuke was more than just a stern, dignified appearance. And this was only scratching the surface. "Don't see a point in holding back," he said, and ran his hand along the dull side of his blade. "Howl, Zabumaru." Singing with approval, Zabumaru changed its form to the long, bulky, spiked whip he was so well familiarized with, and felt right. As messed up as the situation was, a scrap like this was what he understood best. "Agreed," Sasuke said, and held his Zanpakuto pointed up. "Pierce, Gonryumaru." Little changed visibly, other than the blade straightening a little, appearing to become thinner, its guard becoming a strange, rounded shape extending down over the old man's hand. Renji was on his guard, however. Whatever it was bound to be powerful. Deciding to test the waters, he swung his blade whip around, the wiry cords extending at his will. Having gained a bit of momentum, the whip surged out, intent on taking Sasuke's head. With flawless precision, the old man batted aside the whip's head, the whip segment clattering harmlessly to the ground. "I ain't done," Renji shouted, and swung his whip about through the air at tremendous speed, whipping up a whirlwind of spiked, furious death. At his will, following the motions of his arm, the whip struck again and again, one spike after another cutting at the old retainer with furious speed. One attack would strike his head, then a split second later his arm, his leg, his ankle, his back. But as the storm of blades descended, Sasuke parried each hit, his arm moving at a speed as absurd as that of Renji's Shikai. His defense was like an impenetrable wall, and no matter how Renji tried, his whip could not find an opening that the old man could not close. Frustratedly, Renji retracted the whip, his weapon once more taking the form of a bulky blade. It was a bit more unwieldy than its sealed form, but it could still hurt plenty in close combat. Letting out a loud cry, he charged in, holding Zabumaru in both hands. Swinging with brutal strength, calculated as only the owner of an ensouled weapon could, he struck at Sasuke over and over. Calmly having assumed a stance, the old retainer met his charge head-on, catching each of his strikes with contemptuous ease. The sheer force behind Renji's furious charge rocked him, but like a ship in a storm, Sasuke swayed but stayed afloat, not even a rip in his coat to show for the violence Renji was throwing at him. Then, suddenly, as Renji committed just a little too much energy into one strike, Sasuke redirected his slash. Zabumaru struck into the ground, and the split second was all Sasuke needed. Thrusting forward, the point of his blade sunk into Renji's shoulder, the sword running him halfway through. With the elegance of a master, Sasuke kicked him in the midsection before he could recover, and followed up with a thrust toward Renji's neck. Renji staggered back, trying to evade, but the tip raked against it, and Renji felt a sinking feeling, another millimeter and he would have been opened up like a butchered pig. Letting out a grunt of pain, Renji recovered. He wanted to clutch his shoulder, blood pouring gratuitously from the cut, but taking even one hand off his sword, he knew, could be disastrous. "You seem surprised, traitor," Sasuke said. His voice was calm, well controlled, but there was a hint of triumph in it, too. "This is the power of Gonryumaru, immaculate perception. Nothing escapes my eyes when I use this blade. No fighting style or weapon may take me by surprise. I can not only predict your every move, but learn how to counter it to perfection." "Damn," Renji muttered. "Hell of a Shikai." Just like I'd expect of the vice captain of first. Does it make you faster, too? No, Sasakib said, shaking his head. My own strength and speed is more than enough. All right, then, Renji said, taking a breath and shrugging off the pain. I just have to beat you at your own game, then, don't I? You will try, Sasakib shot back. Taking the initiative, he lunged forward, one arm tucked behind his back as he launched into a set of lightning-fast thrusts. He was close, well within Renji's guard, and the rebel, whose Shikai was not suited for close-quarters combat, much less fencing, was hard-pressed to do more than parry or evade. Within seconds, he had been forced several steps back, Sasakib coming dangerously close to hurting him a dozen times within that short time. Renji felt the burn as the rapier missed an artery in his neck by an inch, scoring a shallow cut. He jumped back, keen to put some distance between them, but the old retainer was relentless, refusing to let go of his advantage. Renji struck out toward him in a fierce, double-handed blow, hoping to drive him back, but the old man dodged under the slash with ease and the next moment thrust forward his rapier, running Renji through. Going almost down to the hilt, the blade pierced his chest, and Renji let out a gasp, blood seeping from his mouth. Sasakib pulled out Gonryumaru in a single, merciless motion and flicked the blood off the blade, before assuming a stance again. Sonofa bitch. Renji murmured, just barely keeping up with the next assault. There is no choice. You know it. Zabumaru's voice rang through his mind at this most unwelcome time. Through the pain and having to match a veteran of Sasakib's caliber, he really didn't have time for his Zanpakuto's advice. But even so, it wasn't wrong. The veteran's form was all but flawless, and now enhanced with his Shikai against Renji's relatively clumsy blade, and immune to the ranged attacks that were Renji's strength. If it kept going, it would only mean that eventually the old man would find an opening, again and again, and whether in a few decisive blows or through 1,000 cuts, Renji would be cut down, slain or taken captive. His Shikai was useless here, and he could not hope to match the old man's superior skill. Lamely blocking yet another ultra-rapid thrust, Renji made an effort to pin down his opponent's blade. Seeing through the move with ease, Sasakib pulled back his weapon, readying for another stab. Just as the blade came in, Renji held up his hand, the thin, sharp point of Gonryumaru running through the palm. It hurt like a bastard, but Renji could handle worse. Twisting his hand down, he raised his blade, readying to strike. He brought Zabumaru down, and Sasakib, surprised by this self-destructive tactic, jumped back, putting some space between the two of them. You are getting desperate, boy, the old man said, scolding him. Yep, sort of. Renji said, drawing in a hissed breath as he shook his bloodied hand. No bones appeared to be broken, which was a small mercy, but it still hurt. Screw me. You did that the moment you chose to betray the Godai. Well, nothing for it, Renji said, shaking off the pain and shrugging. I guess I gotta go all out. All out. Sasakib said, his eyes narrowing. Surely, you do not mean. Renji let his Ryotsu surge, raw power emanating off his frame in waves. This was the first time he would ever do it outside of training, and it was still brand new. Lots of kinks to work out, but there was, like Zabumaru had said, no choice. Bankai. He rumbled, holding up his blade. The weapon came aglow, its shape morphing, shifting, growing to immense proportions. Like an enormous serpent of legend it towered over Sasakib, its coils looking like bamboo, protectively wrapped around Renji. An enormous, bone-white serpent skull formed its head, a huge red mane flowing from the base of its skull. The beast was tremendous in size, its raised head some 20 yards over Sasakib's. Coils and all, it looked to be well over 100 yards long. Hiyo Zabumaru, Renji said, breathing the words out in a fierce, husky tone as the coils opened to reveal the rebellious vice-captain standing tall. A short coat of thick, pinkish fur hung over his shoulders, extending down fully over his sword arm, where he held the base of the beast's tail in his hand like a club. The serpent let out a shriek, its cry rumbling across the forested hillside. Bankai. Sasakib said, sounding if not awed, then at least surprised. To think that you were able to achieve that after all. I had help. I always knew you had potential, boy. It is a crying shame to see it go to waste like so. Pfeh, Renji sneered. I ain't here to go for verbal sparring, old man. We had enough of that already. I'm here to win. His brows furrowing, he lashed out with the tailbone in his hand. Heeding its master's command, the serpentine monster surged forward, its jaws snapping at the old veteran. Sasuke jumped out of the way, nimbly dodging the beast's attack, but nearly lost his balance. The sheer impact as the beast's head hit where he had stood not a second ago was tremendous. There was power here, just as one should expect from a Bankai. Dashing forward, Sasuke anticipated the next attack and moved before it had time to recover. His blade raked against one of the bamboo-like segments as he dashed past and forward, but to no avail. His Shikai couldn't so much as scratch it. Oi, oi, oi. Renji cried boisterously, raising his arm again as he commanded the Bankai. Yeah, sure, yeah, wanna come in close? Positive. Sasuke shot back. The serpent's coils writhed and moved as the beast's head reared, its body convulsing wherever the old man came close, but he dodged each blunt strike, nimbly jumping over and under the coils, aiming directly for Renji. The creature was large and terrifying, that was true, but size wasn't always an advantage. If he got in close, it would be difficult for it to move in accordance to defend its master. Mobility was on his side. Rolling under a thrashing segment, directed his way by Renji, Sasuke jumped forward, dashed against the side of the Bankai's coils, and thrust his sword forward, aiming to run his opponent through from the back. Not terribly honorable, but there was no time, he had to move quickly and confuse him. But then the air was knocked out of his lungs as Renji's foot connected with Sasuke's chest, the younger man having followed his movements, and the old veteran was sent flying back, colliding with one of the rock-hard bamboo segments. You ain't the only one what can see something coming, old man, Renji said triumphantly. He moved his arm, and the next moment, the Bankai's coils crushed Sasuke into the ground with a thunderous blow. True to his rank and form, Sasuke sprung to his feet the moment the segment lifted from the ground, but on Renji's command, the Bankai slammed into the old man again, sending him flying with little more than a shrug. Sent some 40 yards through the air, Sasuke finally had his flight broken by the thick trunk of a tree. A large crack was left in it as he tumbled to the ground, groaning with pain. I gotta give you credit, Pops, Renji said loudly, advancing slowly on the downed vice captain. I ain't never seen form like that. I don't think I could beat you one-on-one. But you can't outfence a monster, can you? Grrrrnnn. Sasuke muttered, slowly forcing himself to his feet, blade still held firmly in his hand. As one should expect from a true Bankai. I was a fool to take it on directly. Ain't exactly fair, Renji said, and as he flicked his wrist, Hyozabamaru reared its head, rising up to a striking position, but then again, that's combat. That's life. Standing up, Sasuke swayed a little. Blood was seeping from his mouth, from a few scrapes on his face, and it was clear that the tumble he had taken hadn't left him unaffected. Damn it! The old man muttered, assuming a stance. Traitor, do you have enough honor left in you to let me do the same? You what? Renji said, his Bankai remaining on standby. You heard me. You are not alone in achieving greatness, scum. Huh, Renji said, looking puzzled. Sure. Go ahead, then. Part of Renji knew that it was not the wisest move, knew that pressing his advantage would have been more pragmatic, but Renji was not ruthless at heart. In a battle between men, both should be able to give it their all. It wasn't the most thought-through of philosophies, he knew, but it was as good a code as any. Very well, Sasuke said, holding his Shikai over his head, with visible effort. His Ryutsu, like Renji's before him, began to surge. A bolt of lightning extended from the tip of his rapier, as his energy peaked, and there was an explosion of electric energy, at first formless but then taking the shape of a dome over Sasuke's head, hovering some 10 yards over his head, crackling with raw, barely contained power. A number of pillars formed by raw electric energy fastened it to the ground, one larger pillar extending well up into the sky. Lightning! Renji exclaimed. The hell does that have to do with fencing? What do you think gives me those reflexes? Sasuke said snidely. Gonryu Rikyu. Above them,
the sky darkened, clouds gathering. Where the glade had been bathed in sunlight a minute ago, an ominous gloom descended over the hillside for as far as Renji could see. The sky crackled and rumbled, Sasakib's Bankai looking like the heart of a thunderstorm, ready to bear down on his enemy. Renji was all too glad to know that the bone-like structure of his Bankai wouldn't conduct electricity, or he would have been finished immediately. Sasaki pointed his sword at Renji, and the dome of lightning crackled with energy. Sensing the incoming attack, Renji cried, "Hiyo Zabumaru!" Following its master's command, the serpent wrapped around him, forming a protective barrier around him. But before it had even finished moving, the assault began. Rapidly, the lightning dome of Sasakib's Bankai began to fire, one bolt of lightning lashing out after another, dozens of strikes landing within seconds. Most were absorbed by Hiyo Zabumaru's sturdy body, but several sailed past its defenses, and the ground around Renji stunk of ozone as one bolt after another discharged. With a sensation like the kick of a mule, one bolt impacted with his chest, sending him stumbling back. Still absorbing dozens of bolts faithfully, enduring the assault with staunch defiance, his Bankai's defense was far from perfect. Another bolt struck, then another, and Renji felt the hairs on his back standing up. His body burned, his clothes smoking, as the lightning reaped its toll. To his astonishment, he was not only conscious but still standing when the attack finally stopped. He blinked, his vision having gone blurry from the sheer shock of it, and struggled not to fall over. His Bankai, lacking direction, moved about uneasily. "You are made of sturdy stock, traitor," Sasaki commented, sounding far more sure of himself now. "Then again, what use is a Bankai if you cannot endure the use of another?" "Hell, old man," Renji wheezed, his voice a croak. "You had all this power, all this time." His throat was dry, and he felt like he had caught fire. He had no desire to look, but he was sure he had several nasty burn injuries on his body, and more than likely a few broken ribs. "I know what they think," the old man said dismissively. "They say, old Sasaki is just a servant to the captain commander. He's kept around out of sentimentality. He's not all that. It has never bothered me. I know the truth, and so does my liege lord. And now, so do you." "Fuck me, I do," Renji said, grimacing. Another assault like that would be hard to endure, even if he could arrange Hiyo Zabumaru's defense perfectly. The fact that his Bankai was still new really showed, it didn't respond very quickly to his commands, not the way it should with proper training. And even if he defended, then what? Sit back and hope the old man tired himself out? For all Renji knew, he could keep going for hours. And even if he tired, this was sure to attract attention. No, defense was a losing strategy. Deciding to preempt his opponent, Renji moved the hilt of his Bankai, and let out a loud battle cry. The serpent moved to his will, surging forward, its enormous head smashing through the dome of lightning. If Renji had hoped to damage it, he would be sorely disappointed. Although undamaged, Hiyo Zabumaru passed right through it, the cage of energy parting like water, before reshaping itself almost immediately. The serpent's head still came down, aiming to bite Sasaki in half, but the veteran simply jumped back, the dome of lightning smoothly following his movements. "You've slowed, traitor!" he cried, pointing his arm, sending a flurry of lightning bolts toward Renji. "I ain't done by a long shot." Renji roared back, his snake-like Bankai pursuing Sasaki, snapping and striking at it. The vice-captain was evading the attacks with comparative ease, but the lightning he sent toward Renji was neither as accurate nor as copious as before. Shrugging off a glancing lightning hit, Renji redoubled his efforts. It was working. Letting the old man seize the initiative had been foolish. He could not endure more lightning storms like those, but if he kept his opponent running, he wouldn't have to. Chujiro leaped quickly, dashing in between the trees, using Shunpo when he had to. His Bankai followed after him, waddling through the air like some sort of bizarre jellyfish. Though not impossibly fast, that serpentine Bankai was quicker than its size would suggest, and it exerted tremendous force. That one single instance, where he had been hit twice, had broken 4 of his ribs and fractured his left arm, and he feared what it might do if it struck him again. A direct hit could be disastrous. Fortunately, it seemed unable to keep up with his movements. Trees were uprooted or snapped in half like twigs where it surged forward, and the landscape around them was quickly being turned into a scene of chaos. It had been a long time since Chujuru had fought such a battle, and the young trader was more than a threat here with such power. He equaled the veteran's own Bankai. As he ran, Chujuru evaluated the situation. It seemed clear this was a new Bankai, young and poorly mastered, which was a factor well in his favor. It was clear also that the lightning barrage, when it had hit, had done more than enough damage to potentially end the trader. Hiding was not an option. His Bankai hovering over him was the most obvious marker imaginable, and he disdained the thought of doing so in any case. Though not obsessively focused on the concept, Chujuru valued his honor and resented the idea of a cowardly strategy. He had tried that once already, and as if by karma, had been struck down for it. The first thing he had to do was stop running. His Bankai, although incapable of being hurt by the gargantuan creature, also could not stop it from striking. Its properties were offense, extreme offense, but when he did not direct it personally, it was little more than a large blob of extremely draining energy. No, he had to find a way through, go in closer, and strike. If there was no option for an outright lightning storm, then he would personally strike his enemy, one bolt after another, taking all the time he needed to find an opening. Renji's attack overshot, smashing through a magnificent oak as though it were a toothpick, and as it struck, Sasaki launched himself onto the Bankai's body, using it as a springboard, rapidly running toward Renji. Hey, it won't be that easy. Renji snarled, and with emotion, he separated the segments from one another. Undeterred, the old man jumped off the last segment he could gain footing on, landed nimbly on the ground, and dashed toward Renji in a zigzag. He launched one bolt of lightning after another, each one carefully aimed, and Renji found himself jumping, jerking to the side, trying to dodge. He pulled back Hyaozabameru, the head turning back inward to strike at the old veteran, but it was already too late. Well inside the Bankai's guard, some 20 yards away, Sasaki halted for a second, his lightning Bankai stabilizing behind him, and he aimed his sword. A set of lightning bolts, fired in rapid succession, came at Renji, and two of them struck home, kicking like a mule each time. Sonofa bitch. Renji snapped, hastily jerking at his Bankai's hilt. The serpent's body writhed and struck where Sasaki had stood a second ago, already sailing through the air in a graceful somersault. Pausing for another second, he lashed out again. Ready this time, Renji managed to raise a bamboo segment to block the attack, but still felt the sting of a lightning bolt hitting his leg. The old man was already in motion, and Renji started to feel frustration. That old bastard had already seen through his Bankai, already formed a strategy, and what was worse, he wasn't sure how he'd counter it. Renji hadn't expected Bankai out of this guy, and when he had first released his own, he had been sure victory was his. When he had hit Sasaki that first time, he had hoped that would be it, because as righteous as he felt, killing a former comrade felt wrong. Now he was being outmaneuvered and, knowing how stern the old bastard was, he wasn't sure he could expect the same mercy from him. Assuming the worst, which was what made the most sense to a soldier, he was now fighting for his life. It was do or die. Defense was a losing strategy. That much he held firm to, and feverishly, he moved his arm, commanding his Bankai each time. It was difficult. Hyaozabameru was huge and Sasaki was a small target, and this close, it was more than a little challenging to make his Bankai move without it colliding with itself. It wasn't all against him, though. Sasaki, for his part, had to constantly dodge, evade, and jump. But even so, he kept finding an opening, kept finding the time to stop, strike, then move again. Renji was struck, over and over, and no matter how hard he tried, no matter how far he pushed his opponent, his defense was penetrable. It was the mark of a veteran, a patient and cautious soldier having lived to old age through skill and talent. Struck for what felt like the umpteenth time, Renji was breathing heavily, his Bankai's movements slowing. His arms felt heavy, his body hot like it were on fire, and he wasn't sure for how much longer he could keep going. Sasaki landed, a bit further out, his Bankai stabilizing above him once more. A commendable effort, he commented. His brows furrowed, and he stared at Renji coldly. However, it ends here, traitor. This is the fate of all who turn their back on the Godai. Ain't done yet. Renji growled defiantly, knowing fully well that his time would soon be up. Yes, you are, the old veteran said, raising his sword. The pillar of lightning reaching up to the sky glowed brightly, power beginning to charge. He was readying for another strike, and Renji wasn't sure he would be able to stop him this time. But then it came to him. There was one thing he could do, a long shot perhaps, but, one thing. His Ryotsu surged as he drew on what remaining fighting spirit he had, a red glow emanating from his form. It spread to his Bankai, each segment beginning to glow red. Power coursed through him, running from his body, through his arm and into his Bankai. He raised his arm, even though his Bankai felt heavy, like the weight of a mountain, and slowly, he whipped the hilt around. Following his command, the serpent writhed and slithered through the air, power running from the end of its tail and through its body. You expect to kill me with that, young fool? Sasaki cried. I will not be struck by it. You know this. Ain't done. Renji insisted, too tired to think of anything better to say. So be it. Be gone from this world, traitor scum. Face the judgment of the heavens. Lightning crackled from the source of Sasaki's dome of electricity, and Renji knew he only had seconds. Hikotsu how? He roared, as the power surging through his Bankai released. The snake opened its mouth as a red ball of raw, tremendous energy formed there. A second later, it discharged, the ball turning into a smooth, thick ray of red destruction. Fool! The old veteran cried. You know I'll dash. But the attack was not aimed for Sasaki. Striking with the force of heavy artillery, the attack impacted Sasaki's Bankai. There was a massive explosion, and Renji was nearly thrown off his feet. There was a storm of dust, and for a few seconds, he couldn't see anything. He knew it had worked at least to some extent. No lightning storm was discharging. If it were, he'd already be done for. The dust began to clear, and from out of it the old veteran stumbled, his rapier snapped in half, his pristine uniform sullied with dirt and dust. He had been knocked off his feet, judging by the look of things, before he had gotten up again. All around him were traces of electricity, sparks of lightning saturating the air. The Bankai wasn't gone, it seemed, but it had yet to form. My Bankai, the old veteran gasped, coughing, trying to breathe. You did. There was a spark in the sky above Sasaki's head, and Renji knew he'd only have this opportunity. Letting out a loud cry, he moved his arm one final time, and like a very large club, the broadside of Hyozabumaru slammed into Sasaki, sending him flying. He didn't go far, but he didn't recover, his body tumbling across the ground before slamming against a half-broken tree trunk. He lay quite still, and forcing himself to stay upright, Renji sensed for his energy. He had never been an expert, but there was no mistaking the power of a Bankai. He lay still there, all signs of raw power gone, his Ryotsu signature low and all but impossible to sense. Checking again, then another time just to be sure, Renji took a few long, deep breaths before finally dismissing his Bankai, sealing the sword fully. Cautiously, he made his way to where the beaten old man lay. He was on his side, his right arm looking twisted and broken, but he was alive. Renji held onto his sword, and leaned over him, rolling him over to his back with his free hand. Sasaki groaned, and opened his eyes, staring up at Renji with a look of contempt. Stay down, all right. Renji muttered, breathing deeply. As the adrenaline of the fight was beginning to leave him, he started to fully feel the pain of his broken limbs and his burns. Even moving was going to be a hell of a pain. I ain't one to kick an enemy when they're already beaten. Just, stay down and don't do anything stupid. How, did you? Said the old man, stopping to breathe in short, quick huffs. You was right that I couldn't hit you, Renji conceded with a nod, but your Bankai wasn't that fast, was it? It was a gamble, but I figured, if it's made of energy, then let's see what happens when you toss a great, big ball of other energy at it. Seems it worked. Luck, instinct, and gambling, the old man said with distaste. How very typical of you, brute. It worked, Renji said, and shrugged. Well, don't die, old man. I'd look after you, but I got places to be and people counting on me. See you around. Sasuke made a fist, and bit back a curse, before closing his eyes again, embracing the mercy of unconsciousness. Renji turned around, sheathed his blade, and slowly made his way down the hill. Hell, the old man had a lot of fight in him, and Renji himself had a long way to go. For now, the plan. At least Rukia was safe. Isane felt the familiar thrum of power as she muttered the incantation, neat, square lines manifesting on her arms as she made ready to broadcast to the entirety of the Godai. She stood a ways off from where the sages lay dead, in their now silent chamber, her captain depending on her to relay the truth. Her heart was racing, this situation was outrageous. The Central 46, their pillar of wisdom and center of government, was slain, their stink invading her nostrils. Some unseen hand had manipulated them all this time. The thought was staggering. But, like so many times before, a focused calm descended upon her as she wove her spell. Handling stress was an essential skill for a doctor, and her ability to do so was what had allowed her to rise through the ranks of the 4th Division in the first place. Kotetsu Isane appeared timid to the world, but when push came to shove, she knew what to do and how to do it. That is why it was so extraordinary that, when she heard the voice, she let out an undignified yelp, her concentration breaking and the spell sizzling out into nothing. "Good day, Captain Anohana, Vice Captain Kotetsu." That voice. Deep, calm, inviting the listener to trust and believe, to calm and to listen, was all too familiar. Isane jerked around to where it had come from, toward the doorway of the chambers. Defying all reason, Aizen Saushik stood there, looking quite alive and healthy. He had lost his glasses, it seemed, and a quiet look of satisfaction was on his face. "I must congratulate you, Anohana Retsu," he said, slowly stepping toward them. "I had not expected anybody would find out the truth until I decided it be so." "Isane," Anohana said in a firm, authoritative tone, one Isane had only ever heard her use on the battlefield before, "stay still. Make no sudden movements." Aizen smiled, and it was shocking how different he looked to Isane. The kindly, benevolent figure was replaced by a cold, superior visage, assured of its supremacy and utterly confident. "Rest assured, Senpai, I am not come to visit harm or death on either of your persons," he said, stopping some 3 yards away. "Rather, as I already said, I am here to congratulate you." "What is your game?" Anohana said. Her voice was quiet, polite, but there was an edge underneath it, one that the entire Godai knew to respect. Aizen seemed unimpressed, however. "Soon, the whole of the Godai shall know. The whole of the Soul Society. Within no more than an hour, in fact. What I must know is, what led you here? Mere chance? Luck? Or did you somehow see past my illusions?" "That corpse I examined in the morgue," Anohana said, carefully placing one hand on the hilt of her Zanpakuto, something that prompted Aizen to smile amusedly. It was very convincing. Too convincing. So convincing, in fact, that when I found a small oddity in its genetic structure, I felt myself insisting very, very strongly that nothing was wrong. I would examine its molecules under a microscope, decide something was odd, then look back at the corpse and feel very strongly that I was being foolish. It took more than a few instances of this before I realized that it was rather like the work of an enemy Zanpakuto. Aizen nodded to himself, thoughtfully. I see. The illusion itself held up, but through deduction, you realized something was not right. Then, you became suspicious. After all, the Central had been behaving strangely for some time. Just so, Anohana said, and nodded. I am glad, Aizen said, and Isane thought she heard a little relief in his voice. After all this, it was chance, not some failure. The world is too complicated to possibly account for all imaginable opportunities, after all. Kyoka Suijutsu is flawless. Wait, what? Isane blurted out, something inside her bursting. This was insane. An assuredly dead man was standing there, talking to her captain like he was pulling every string in the world, and her captain was looking at him like he was a criminal, a threat. Kyoka Suijutsu is a water-type Zanpakuto that uses reflection from the water it creates to confuse its enemy. You demonstrated this where everyone could see it. She trailed off. So I did, Aizen said, the smirk simply not leaving his face. So I did, and everyone has seen it. You said it was flawless. You mentioned illusion. Was this how you hid this? Anohana said, gesturing toward the dead. Oh, them, Aizen said dismissively. No, I made sure they saw what was coming to them. They represent the worst of our society's hideous bourgeoisie ruling class, arrogant, prideful old men and women who claim to know what is best for the people, yet rule them without the smallest concern for their lives. It was quite useful in masquerading their deaths, though. What do you hope to accomplish? Anohana insisted. Like I said, Aizen repeated calmly, within the hour, you and everyone else will know. Suffice to say that I will revolutionize the Godii 13 itself. The old order will wash away like filth under a tidal wave, and in its place, there will be a new order. My order. Anohana pulled out her blade, but Aizen simply chuckled. Please, senpai, do you think I would be telling you any of this if I thought you had the smallest chance of hurting me? I am not some B-rate movie villain. What I have planned is already in motion. It cannot be stopped. Have your little underling broadcast the truth already. By the time your message reaches everyone, I will already have what I want. Anohana's eyes narrowed. Aizen ignored her, turning his back on her, and began to walk out. Oh, and one more thing, he said, turning back to look at her one last time, I would get to the top of the Sokioka Hill if I were you. There will be many in need of a good healer. With that, he walked out. If Anohana had intended to pursue, she gave no sign of it. She marched up to the doorway, looked outside of it, then turned back in. Gone, she muttered, her emotions indecipherable to Aizen. Captain Desh Aizen started. Aizen, establish a connection with your Kido immediately, Anohana said sharply. Everyone must know the truth. Now. There was a sharp edge to her voice, direct and almost aggressive, that Aizen wasn't used to. It stunned her for a second, before her usual calm kicked back in. Almost feverishly, she began crafting the spell again. Aizen Saushik. Aizen Saushik, traitor and engineer of all this chaos. She almost lost her concentration again, muttering out the spell. As it finished, she checked the connection once, checked that each point was established, that everyone in the Godii would hear it. Everyone, listen. She cried, her voice echoing across the entirety of the Godii 13. Urgent message going out, Priority 1. Chapter 52, A Ballet of Murder. When it had happened, Byakuya had no idea. One moment, the insolent, bastard Shiba spawn had stood in one spot, ready to strike, the next, Byakuya could feel a long, black blade push against his throat, its tip poking the underside of the jaw. A single, quick thrust would send the blade up through his skull, and no amount of resilience would save him then. His eyes widened as he realized what had just happened. In an instant, the arrogant pup had moved quickly, too quickly for even Byakuya to follow, and had appeared as if carried by magic in front of him, well inside his guard. Was it some special ability granted by the boy's Bankai? No. As he went through it in his mind, tracing the movements, the parts of it he had seen, at least he realized it had to be speed. By compressing its power into a smaller, more agile form, the Bankai had somehow transformed its user's raw power into absurd speed, as powerful an ability as a warrior could ask for. The thrust, Byakuya realized as the seconds went on, wasn't coming. Content to have him at his mercy, the Ryoka stared him down. Out of all things that plagued Byakuya's mind, fear of death was not one of them, and he would not be toyed with. What are you waiting for, coward? He demanded, his tone low and calm. If this was the way he died, then so be it. But to Byakuya's surprise and relief, oddly enough the point of the blade retracted, and the bastard pup took a few steps back. Byakuya's eyes narrowed. What arrogance! I ain't gonna jump you, said the pup stubbornly, holding his blade out at the ready. You cut down my mother before my eyes, and you'd see your own sister dead for no reason at all. I'm gonna beat you with my own two hands, and when you're down in the dirt, you're going to know who beat you, sister killer. Unjust and illegal. Involuntarily, one of Byakuya's eyebrows twitched at the mention of Rukia, and he fought the urge to lash out at the insolent cur. You will regret not cutting my throat there and then, half-breed, he said coldly. At his will, the billion pink blades surged forward like a tidal wave of razors, aiming to cut down the boy who had dared defy the law of the goatee eye. But the moment the billion blades came close, the bastard child moved out of the way, and even anticipating his speed, Byakuya's eyes could not follow it. Just in case, he let a portion of his blades wander close to his body in a defensive pattern, but the Ryoka seemed to have no interest in attacking just yet. With spiteful ease, he moved out of every strike Byakuya sent his way, the tide unable to follow. Byakuya frowned. Lesser men might have felt frustrated, but Byakuya only saw a reason to try harder. Holding an arm up, he guided the blades directly, increasing their reaction speed. Surging out in wave after wave, his Bankai struck at the Ryoka. Although pressed more harshly, there was still no progress. Each time Byakuya had an angle to strike, each time he could almost feel the blades sinking into the arrogant cur's body and cutting him to ribbons, the little bastard would simply move out of the way. Feeling his choler rise, Byakuya forced himself calm, focusing to the best of his ability. It had been a long time, he had to admit, since he was forced to go this far. The goatee eye had few enemies that dared challenge the might of its captains directly. "Is that all, Kukaki Byakuya?" the Ryoka exclaimed, an insufferable tone of self-assuredness in his voice. Byakuya felt distaste as the bastard sped up, his very movements turning him into a blur of black, circling around the pink Bankai, its petals at a loss to catch its foe. This was the behavior of a child, drunk with power, showing off an ability just because he could, not because it served a purpose. It was as unworthy of nobility as could be expected from a half-breed from that failure of a clan, the Shiba. "I can go faster, still," the Ryoka insisted, and his speed increased. Despite himself, Byakuya felt, if not impressed, then at least concerned with the sheer speed and power of his opponent. The boy was a black streak, circling around his enemy with contemptuous ease. But Byakuya knew what to expect. Simply running around forever would just be a drain on his strength, and only an utter fool would be so wasteful, with a power so new and untested. Simply chasing around like so to show off wouldn't last. No, he'd use it to attack. And when he did, Byakuya caught the movement, a flicker in his eyes, and reacted on instinct within the blink of an eye, well before his mind had the opportunity to catch up. The young Ryoka charged in from the side, blade held out for a hard sideways swing, and Byakuya brought his right arm up just in time, a million blades following his command, forming a barrier. The blade crashed into the wall of pink, and although its swing was strong, the pink razor blades acted like a cushion rather than a shield, each one slowing the strike down little by little. The swing took not a second to execute, and not a second to stop entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Byakuya made a swift forward movement with his left arm, and a tide of pink surged forward. The Ryoka reacted in time, and although the petals came close, he moved out of their strike, just barely. But this was not all. From above, where Byakuya had positioned thousands of blades in reserve, a second wave came down. There was a panicked expression on the Ryoka's face as they came down, and Byakuya felt with satisfaction how many of the petals cut into his coat, reaching for his skin, his insides. But at the last second, the half-breed went into an undignified roll, thrown to the ground but managing to get to his feet within a second, the brunt of Byakuya's blades evaded. Frustratedly, Byakuya pointed his arm again, feeling his millions and millions of blades almost close in around the bold and foolish Ryoka. With impossible speed, the bastard raced away from the strike, and went into the same speed as before. Byakuya resisted the urge to sigh, as he continued a chase he knew would be futile, the Ryoka forced back to circling him again. Rather than begrudge himself this failure, he decided to analyze his opponent's skill set. He was faster, much faster, it seemed, when he had a wider arc of movement. Up close, without having gained momentum, his movements slowed. Whether that was due to the workings of his Bankai's armory of tricks, or whether it was for experience, Byakuya could not tell. It did not matter either. He was trying the pup's limits, testing him, something that had always been Byakuya's forte in combat. The bastard was quick, but less so in direct combat. Venturing into Byakuya's range to strike put him at risk. He literally had less than a second to strike, or the petals would come down on him. Although Byakuya could not catch him, the boy could not strike back without exposing himself. That was valuable information. Tentatively, Byakuya withdrew his petals. There was no sense in wasting energy fighting him, knowing this. The one who had instigated this was the Ryoka, after all, and he was bound to want to take the initiative. Chasing after him was to play his game. "What's the matter, Kukaki Byakuya?" the Ryoka cried, halting at last. "Afraid?" Byakuya did not dignify so simple a taunt with anything more than a dispassionate glance. Let him cry out. A true warrior knew the value of both defense and offense, and Byakuya had both plentifully. The Ryoka would have to charge, and when he did, well, he had been surprised the last time. Inexperienced as he was, he might well be again. With these thoughts, Byakuya began rearranging Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi, large portions of it moving behind him, rising up, whereas much of it still flittered around in the air in front of him. The Ryoka gave him an irritated glance. He was getting impatient, just as Byakuya could have hoped. Anticipating his movements, Byakuya began shifting the petals to the front of him into attack patterns, long tendrils of razor ready to cut his opponent to ribbon. He could not be allowed to come close too easily, or he might suspect a trap. Just as Byakuya had expected, the Ryoka finally charged, his speed taking him over and under the first two attack tendrils with ease. Splitting the rest up into a mass of pink, aimed at slowing him down, Byakuya directed his Bankai to attack, while at the same time guiding more and more of the petals behind him further up into the air. "Come close. Try to kill me. Don't look up." The Ryoka charged, ably dodging and dashing through the storm of pink, at the cost of only a few scratches. Byakuya was ready, a lump of petals poised by his left arm. As the bastard closed in, Byakuya brought his arm up, catching a vicious vertical strike aimed at his head. Immediately, as the strike was blocked, the Ryoka slipped into his super-powered Shunpo, appearing behind Byakuya. Although the nobleman could not sense him quickly enough, in the split second it took, he had anticipated him to come in from behind. Byakuya spun around, the mass of pink once again forming to block the strike. It was close this time, a stab that raked against his side, only partly diverted by his defenses. At the same time, with his right hand, Byakuya had been organizing more petals to attack, and 40,000 blades surged at the insolent half-breed. With the same tremendous speed, he evaded once more, but Byakuya was ready, his defense impenetrable. Wherever his foe appeared, Byakuya spun round to face him, defending and counter-attacking at the same time. His senses were at their peak, his blood racing and his heart pounding, displaying the natural talent that had made him the first scion of the Kukaki, their brightest star. Pushed to his limits, in battle, Byakuya never broke. He could sense his enemy's movements slowing but a little, and knew it would only be a matter of time. He would either have to retreat to collect himself, or eventually leave himself open to attack. Whether he did it sooner or later, those would be his only options. Choosing retreat, the Ryoka dashed back, relentlessly pursued. Inwardly, Byakuya felt a sense of triumph. This was the moment he had waited for. Above the hapless Ryoka, a massive cloud of pink had gathered, ready to come down on him from every angle, like the sole of a boot coming down on an insect. Too late the bastard saw it, and Byakuya guided his entire Bankai to surround and strike. The boy's speed would not avail him now, not when there was no escape, not when he was completely surrounded, when the world itself was going a dark pink, blotting out the very sun. Byakuya made a fist and brought his hand down, feeling a strong sense of satisfaction as almost all of his Bankai closed in, the thick mass of blades creating an inescapable prison of death. It was no longer a fight. His trap sprung, this was now an execution. Within the second, Byakuya's fists tightened with anger as it happened. Surrounded from every angle, but a second from being enveloped and physically destroyed, the bastard swung his blade with impossible speed. Byakuya could not see it with his eyes too well, but sensed it all the better. It was impossible to block millions and millions of blades, of course, but the boy had simply swung his blade hard and fast, 100 times in a second, in arcs covering himself entirely, to create a massive shock wave. As his petals were blown away, Byakuya felt a mixture of anger and awe. It was brilliant thinking, if it had been thinking at all. Although powerful, his petals were quite light, and a powerful enough shockwave could certainly disrupt them. The Ryoka skipped back to safety, and Byakuya took a deep breath. The half-breed's death had been ensured. A feint had been set up, careful and perfectly executed, and his enemy still had the audacity to survive. Suppressing his anger, Byakuya realized that this strategy wasn't going to work. His defenses were too strong to be pierced, certainly, but his enemy was too powerful to be beaten by this form. Only if the battle went on for hours could he expect the difference in experience to really matter. All while Rukia was being carried further and further from the law. Unjust and illegal. The words struck him the moment his thoughts strayed to Rukia, Renji's accusatory words still ringing through his mind mercilessly. He could hear it still, the impassioned young officer chewing him out like he, Byakuya, were a child lectured by his grandfather. It wouldn't leave. Unjust and illegal. Be quiet, he hissed under his breath. His eyes narrowing, he focused his gaze at his enemy. Drawing on a reservoir of hate, he pushed his thoughts of guilt aside. He had an enemy to destroy, after all. Destroy. Run his blade through that despicable half-breed bastard, feel his life's flame flicker and go out, his heart's blood pouring out on the ground as he rued the day he had dared to challenge Kukaki Byakuya. The fantasy was gratuitous, base, and beneath him, but Byakuya didn't care. Whatever it took to let him go on, to forget about that voice. What's the matter, nobleman? The Ryoka said, taunting him. I thought I was supposed to be dead by now. You are strong, indeed, said Byakuya, and only very few people could have noticed the small tremble in his voice. So be it, then. At his will, the petals rose into the air, two of them raking over his hand, drawing blood. The blood dripped to the ground, and the petals came aglow, their shape transforming before his eyes. Changed from the graceful mass of pink blades, they took the shape of 1,000 swords, extending around himself and the half-breed in a massive dome, the swords slowly rotating around the both of them. What the hell? The Ryoka muttered, staring around, and Byakuya knew its subtlety and grace was lost on the simpleton. Senkei, Byakuya said simply, one blade speeding down, landing smoothly in his hand. Witness a Bankai mastered, Shiba. This is an ability I use only on those I am sworn to utterly destroy. Fear not, they do not all come down at once. The Ryoka's eyes narrowed, and stubbornly, he assumed a stance, making ready. Byakuya welcomed his defiance. Here, at the slaughterscape, he would give this vermin the comeuppance he deserved. Through his anger, through his hate, he felt like it would be cathartic. Wasting not another moment, Byakuya sped forward, a single shunpo closing the distance between himself and his opponent. His blade came down, and the Ryoka, shocked by the speed of it, only barely managed to block. Within a second, Byakuya had struck a dozen times, pressing his enemy to the limit. Soon, the half-breed had come within a hair's breadth of dying dozens of times. Here, Byakuya was in his element. In the art of swordplay, assiduously practiced from his early childhood, tempered and tried on the field of battle and mastered at the price of blood and pain, he was second only to the likes of Yamamoto or Kiraku, and no upstart pup could hope to match him. Purging his mind, focusing entirely on the battle, the blade became like unto a sculptor's tool or an artist's brush. If only he knew. If only the half-breed fool knew what he had done, challenging a master. Ichigo's mind was a thing of fervent focus, desperately working his body to its fullest. He was only barely keeping up with the captain now. As soon as the dome of blades had come down, he had, not gone berserk calling the carefully ordered ballet of murder he was entangled with. Such a thing would be to do it a disservice, but he had, stepped up his game. He was faster, more controlled, and Ichigo felt deeply grateful for the harsh, sometimes cruel lessons of his aunt. There was no question here who was setting the pace, whose skill was greater. It was a miracle that Ichigo's defense hadn't broken yet, that some opening hadn't allowed the arrogant son of a bitch to slide his blade through Ichigo's gut. The two dashed back and forth, distancing and closing at the blink of an eye, and although Ichigo knew this should favor him, somehow it wasn't. Somehow, the captain had matched his speed. No matter how hard Ichigo tried, he couldn't get the drop on him, couldn't flank him, couldn't come in from behind. Each time, the captain was ready, his guard up. In a fight like this, Ichigo knew it wouldn't go his way, not in the long term. His Ryotsu control was worse, for one, and although he was at least as powerful as the captain, a longer struggle would exhaust him. Even now, he could feel his muscles protesting the harsh, fast movements occupying their every second of use. More importantly, in a struggle against a much more experienced sword user, the beginner was bound to lose, sooner or later. Eventually he'd make a mistake, and pay for it. If it wasn't over when that happened, then it would just add to his enemy's advantage. Don't let your enemy control the pace of the battle. If he does, you're bound to lose. Play to your strengths. Mitigate your weaknesses. His sensei's words echoed through his head as he dashed back yet another time, once more a hair's breadth from being gutted like a fish by a rapid thrust from Byakuya's blade. Where once the words had been soothing to remember, now they filled him with frustration. No matter how he tried, he found no chinks in his enemy's armor. No matter how he tried, he could only keep up, not go ahead. No matter how he tried to run, his enemy was always fast enough. He was doing his utmost, or he'd already be dead, and it wasn't enough. Like Sisyphus on his hill, Ichigo pushed and pushed to no avail. Byakuya was just that good. That was no cause to give up. No matter what, he could not back down, could not flee. Not just for pride, for what he believed in, but for the fact that if he did, he would die, and that was that. At least he was giving the jackass a hell of a run for his money. Byakuya feinted low, moving his sword as if to cut Ichigo's ankle, but Ichigo saw through the ruse and brought his blade up just in time to counter a sideways slash, aimed for his kidney. The captain stubbornly pushed, Ichigo taking a step back and pushing back. Their blades were locked, and just momentarily, there was a second to think. "I thought you got faster, you asshole," he hissed, his breath ragged, "but that's not the truth, is it? It's me that got slower." "How perceptive of you," the nobleman said indifferently. "My movements have become more precise, more accurate here in this dome, whereas yours have slowed. Your form is sloppy, careless, and wasteful. It is no wonder, and it is why you will die." "I wouldn't count my chickens yet, jackass," Ichigo said stubbornly, shoving the nobleman back. He recovered flawlessly, immediately launching into another set of rapid attacks. Ichigo could feel the burn of his muscles groaning in protest, and knew that although he could keep going for some time, this pace wasn't something he could keep up indefinitely. Byakuya felt a sense of irritation. Despite his gaining the upper hand, the bastard was so far too fast, too good with a blade to easily dispatch. He had found some openings, but none he'd had time to exploit. The mere fact that a pup like this was able to keep up, here in the Slaughterscape, Byakuya's own killing ground, keep up with him, captain and elite of the Godei, master with a blade, was extraordinary. But, rather than focus on his frustration that an inferior would give him so much trouble, Byakuya thought of another approach. He had expected to overwhelm his enemy by now. The Kur's Ryutsu usage was poor and he wasted too much energy with each swing, but he had enough of it to keep going, and his sword play was decent enough to not be easily pierced. To do the same thing over and over and expect a different outcome was insanity, and Byakuya was not insane. Unjust and illegal. "Shut up," Byakuya muttered under his breath. Putting some distance between himself and his opponent, he loosened his left hand from the hilt of his blade, and quickly began muttering an incantation under his breath. Ichigo was surprised to see Byakuya speed back, but there was no time to think about it. He was tiring, himself, and perhaps his enemy was, too. Perhaps he was looking for a new avenue of attack. Either way, Ichigo was not keen to let him be. Clutching Tensou Zanjutsu firmly in both hands, he charged forward, covering the distance between them in the blink of an eye, bringing his long sword down on the captain with furious might. Byakuya parried, and Ichigo was surprised to see his blade pushing down, overpowering the captain. Senbonzakura was being pushed down, Ichigo's blade cutting through the fabric of the captain's shiakusho, coming dangerously close to cutting into his shoulder. Then he heard the crackle of energy, and realized that Byakuya was holding onto his blade with only one hand. Ichigo looked down, and saw Byakuya's other hand, blue with Kido energy, surging around his fingers. "Heido 11, Tsyuzuri Raiden," Byakuya said. He thrust his hand up, and Ichigo gaped. Surely, he wouldn't fire it point blank. The spell would do almost as much damage to himself as to Ichigo. Then Byakuya put his hand onto the back of his own blade, and the energy pulsated down the length of the sword, carrying over straight into Ichigo's. The discharge of electricity struck him in full force, running through his body in a microsecond. It hurt, it was like every square inch of his body was on fire. It took only a second to pass, but the pain didn't. Quite literally stunned, Ichigo stumbled back, his body jerking and spasming out of control. As Ichigo stumbled, somehow managing to remain on his feet, he saw Byakuya hold his blade down and to the right, calmly making ready for a strike. Within a second, he would hit, and Ichigo could barely even stand. Move. Move, damn it. As if in slow motion, he saw Byakuya strike, a smooth, horizontal cut aimed for Ichigo's neck. He could see it before him, the blade shearing through his vertebrae, severing his head from his shoulders. Move. Still reeling, still out of control, Ichigo managed to put a foot down and push back, thrusting his stunned body back just enough, just in time. He felt the sting as Byakuya's blade raked across his chest, cutting across the very top of his arms, leaving a bleeding mark of red in its wake. Still stumbling, nearly losing his balance, Ichigo felt his body returning to control. Grasping his blade firmly, staggering back another step, he made ready to recover. But Byakuya would offer him no respite. Just as soon as his strike had missed, he raised the palm of his offhand and urgently said, "Hado 1, Shao." Almost point blank, the spell couldn't miss. Ichigo was hit by the spell's full force, the Kido striking him in the chest like the kick of a stallion, and he was lifted off his feet. He wasn't thrown far, landing on his back just a feet back, but he knew that only meant his enemy was all that much closer. As he focused his gaze, he saw what he had expected. Byakuya, sword held in both hands, making ready to strike again. Desperately, Ichigo lashed out with one hand, somehow managing to bat the nobleman's strike aside, earning a sharp gash across his right forearm for his troubles. Without even thinking, knowing that he was at the very edge of death, Ichigo parried as best he could. It was hard, unsustainable even. Not only was he on the ground, unable to move around or dodge, but this close, the length of Tensou Zanjutsu's blade was awkward and hard to handle, whereas Byakuya had all the freedom in the world. However, after Ichigo had parried 4 strikes, it seemed the captain was not yet satisfied. He brought his blade down, locking it against Ichigo's, and for a moment Ichigo feared he would strike him with another Kido. But instead, Byakuya extended his offhand, and another blade from the dome flew toward it, smoothly landing in its master's grip. Ichigo had no time to react as Byakuya thrust forward, his second blade sliding through Ichigo's guard with ease, just beneath his solar plexus. He gasped as the sharp length of steel ran through him more than halfway through, pinning him to the ground like an insect on a needle. Ichigo let out a loud groan, somewhere in between a cry and a gurgle, and spat blood. Byakuya let go of the second blade, took his sword in both hands, and took a step back. He raised his blade, assuming a stance, and Ichigo felt like a death row inmate facing his executioner. "Well fought, bastard," Byakuya said simply, as he raised the sword over his head, the tip reaching its apex. No. No, not like this. He couldn't die like this. Not after all this, not with everything hinging on this, not with all the people depending on him. Among human beings, the will to live is one of the strongest, most powerful instincts, a biological prime directive surpassed only by the will to protect one's own. Brought to the brink of death, as a Shinigami, Ichigo was no different. Lashing out one last time, drawing on power he didn't know he had, he gathered his strength in but a second, the Ryotsu building up in his blade. Lashing out with panicked ferocity, he swung Tensou Zanjutsu, unleashing a Getsuga Tenshou almost point blank. The sheer, raw power behind the strike was tremendous, and it was only Byakuya's sharp reflexes and experience that saved him from being bisected. Jumping back at the last second, the shockwave of the blast tore his scarf and broke the Kensei-kin on his head. The Getsuga soared into the air, breaking through the dome, and as it passed, they both fleetingly noticed it. The crescent moon was black. A bit shocked, Byakuya took a step back, and Ichigo took the opportunity to grab the blade still pinning him to the ground. It hurt to touch, and he cut his fingers doing it, but Ichigo was beyond pain, his only focus being to stay alive, and he grabbed the sword with his offhand. Under the pressure, the blade cracked and dissolved, and a thick mass of blood welled up. Lightheaded and astonished to still be alive, Ichigo forced himself to his feet, breathing heavily. His arms moving slowly, sluggishly, he took hold of his blade, and assumed a stance. Byakuya's eyes narrowed, and he thrust his palm forward. Knowing what was to come, Ichigo raised his blade, and as the cry of Shao came, he struck the spell before it could impact, batting it aside. Byakuya was unperturbed, charging forward once more. Somewhere in Ichigo's mind, it registered that he wasn't going to win. He was hurt, badly, and although the captain had tired, he was not wounded and Ichigo was. The bleak reality was staring him in the face. Well, screw reality. You gave it all you got and then some before you called it quits, and that was that. Weary and weak, he brought his blade up, but he was slow. He managed to parry 1, 2, 3, 4 strikes, but the moment he attempted an attack of his own, the nobleman easily sidestepped, held up his blade, and took one simple step forward while thrusting his blade directly ahead. Like it had pierced water, the full length of his blade ran into Ichigo's chest. His eyes widened, and he gasped. This, it couldn't be. Tenacious, I will grant you that, Byakuya said impassively, and perniciously determined. But this is the end, Shiba half-breed. He pulled his blade out in one swift motion, and the shock of it nearly knocked Ichigo off his feet. He could barely stand. He staggered back, his arms feeling too heavy to lift, and he felt like he would drop his sword any moment now. Byakuya stood ready, assuming a stance. All that was left was the coup de grace. Is that really all you got, Ichigo? What? You're pathetic. You don't deserve this body. Just as he was ready to raise his blade one final time, to be done with this once and for all, something gave Byakuya pause. Something about the beaten, half-dead half-breed, changed. There was a surge of power, quite unlike his normal energy, and he stood upright, where a second ago he had been slumped over, barely standing. The proud nobleman in Byakuya wanted to charge in and end him right away, but the soldier in him cautioned him not to. He had fought enough battles to know that recklessness had been the death of many good men, and could well be the death of him, too. It was the energy. The half-breed had felt every bit like a Shinigami, rough, untrained and inefficient, but a Shinigami nonetheless. But this, his signature was something foul now, something different altogether. Who are you? He demanded. Who knows? The voice was shrill and twisted, sounding like several voices added over each other, echoing across the slaughterscape in a manner that sent chills down Byakuya's spine. Before his eyes, a mass of white began to take shape at the right side of the boy's forehead. Byakuya took a deep breath as it took form, growing larger. It was growing at a slow, lackadaisical pace, but as it covered a quarter of the half-breed's face, there was no mistaking it. One eye glowing yellow, 2 lines of red over chalk-white bone. Byakuya knew no fear. But even so, the sight of it chilled him. A hollow. A hollow, in the form of a Shinigami. Unbidden, a memory from long ago came, of Shinigami turned into something vile and wrong in blasphemous experiments. Heresy. He hissed, taking a step back, holding his sword at the ready. This is a cancer on the world itself. You befoul the very ground you walk on, monster. You Shinigami are all the same, the voice said, and it was clear to Byakuya this was not the bastard Shiba speaking, even without the chilling echo the voice carried with it, he spoke like a whole other person. His sword arm had grown pale white as the mask itself, and the mask was ever growing, now slowly forming a jaw. The eye that wasn't covered by the half-shaped mask was pitch black, and leered at him with twisted glee. You're all too busy admiring the smell of your own shit to see how weak you really are. Monster Byakuya began, but the abomination didn't let him finish. Let me show ya how it's done. It shrieked, and charged forward with blinding speed. Byakuya parried, but the sheer force of it sent him flying, and only his veteran's reflexes saved him from toppling onto his back. Landing on his feet, he found the creature having closed the distance already, striking at him with furious abandon. The creature lacked the half-breed's skill, seeming not to care about whatever openings it left, but it struck with a raw power that left Byakuya reeling with each strike. It was like fighting the Kenpeki except for all his faults, Zaraki Kenpeki was at least a Shinigami. Byakuya could feel the pain in his arms with each blow parried, and knew this could not go on. Such strength could potentially end him in just the one blow. He was Kukaki Byakuya, master swordsman and captain, and to slay the abominable in the name of the Godei was his charge. Dodging under a much too wide swing, he surged forward, thrusting his blade forward with all his strength. There was resistance, heavy resistance, as if the skin itself was armor, but Byakuya grunted and put his back into it, sliding his blade into the monster's midsection almost to the hilt. For good measure, he twisted the blade outward, ripping it free, leaving a gaping wound running through almost half of the creature's torso. Such a monstrous injury would have given all but the most powerful of enemies pause, but the creature barely seemed to register it. Lashing out with one arm, it seized Byakuya's sword arm by the wrist, and let out a short cackle. Byakuya's eyes widened. "Ya call that little love tap a hit, punk," it said gleefully, and to Byakuya's horror, the wound bleeding black began to close up. "I told ya, you Shinigami are weak." It jerked Byakuya's arm to the side, and Byakuya's offhand lost its grip on the weapon, leaving him wide open. In one powerful swing, the creature cut him from shoulder to hip, tearing through fabric, skin, and muscle, cutting down to the very bone. Shocked with pain, Byakuya staggered back, the creature letting go of his arm. Byakuya lost hold of his blade, barely standing up on his feet. The creature cocked its head, the mask still growing, now covering more than half of the half-breed's face, and looked at him with amusement, like a cat staring down a mouse. "Good blade, this," it said, giving Tensei's Zanjutsu a whack through the air, "but even that considered, just the one hit, and you're all but done? All that big talk, and you're nothing but a spoiled brat, aren't you?" Byakuya's eyes narrowed, the insult to his pride lending him some focus. Pointing his finger, he cried, "Bakudo 61, Rakyukoro." Instantly, 6 rods of light closed around the monster. The spell was weak, Byakuya's focus being all but broken, but nevertheless held it in place. "PSSHT, it said, and to Byakuya's horror, moved its arm, albeit slowly, and closed one hand around one of the bars of light. It squeezed, and the bar broke. "Yeah, think that'll hold me." Ignoring the pain as he moved, Byakuya took one step of shunpo back, putting distance between himself and the creature. He extended his hand, willing another blade into his hand, and made ready. The monster had already crushed another bar, its hand reaching for a third. He had only seconds to act. He breathed in heavily. His Shiakusho was becoming slick with blood, and he knew the injury he had taken would, on top of the exhaustion of fighting like he had for so long, soon take its toll. But, a creature like this, whatever it was, he could not allow it to roam freely. Where once his mind had been set on a single-minded determination to punish the insolence of a half-breed, it now changed. This was a monster, and it could not be allowed to exist. Forget the half-breed, forget his own life, this could not stand, no matter the cost. It came to him. There was one thing, just one thing he could do, despite his injuries. First things first. He had to gain time. With only half of the bars to go, the monster would soon charge again. In fact, Byakuya wondered if it wasn't taking longer than it had to out of confidence of its supremacy. Focusing his mind through the pain and confusion, he began muttering an incantation under his breath. This would require focus and perfect timing, or he would have no chance to execute this. The last bar finally snapped, and with a triumphant shriek, the abomination charged. At the last second, incantation finally completed, Byakuya pointed his offhand, and cried, "Bakudo 63, Sajusabaku." From his fingers extended a set of glowing, golden chains, made especially to restrain the powerful, executed to perfection. His heart skipped a beat, as he wondered if it would be too late, if the beast would simply charge through them and cut his heart out. But the chains hit home, wrapping around the chest and legs of the monster, who tripped and fell. "Yeah, think this'll do it," it cried defiantly, sounding more amused than angered. "This just slows me down. You're getting desperate, Shinigami. Shitting your britches yet?" Byakuya took a deep breath. It would take the creature longer to break out of this. Normally, he would have considered simply striking it when it was down, but injured as he was, tired and weakened, he couldn't be sure it would even work, especially given how resilient the thing was. Foul are our foes and long is the night. Dawn looms far off, but hope lingers, he began. The spell was forbidden. It had been developed by the Kido Corps over a century ago, specifically to destroy hollows too powerful to easily contain, but it had been placed under specific restriction never to be used, because its discharge was so powerful that it destroyed energy, rather than purifying it, opposite to the Shinigami mission of redeeming hollows through the purification of a Zanpakuto. It was cumbersome, it was difficult to execute, and few bothered to learn it, finding the natural abilities of their blade more efficient, but here and now, Byakuya could not care less about its status. He was well past choices, well past caring about rules, his mind filled only with the determination to destroy the evil before him. Vast is the sea of darkness, and the world trembles. The serpent swallows the world, the wolf howls, and the last candle flickers in the wind. We the few stand like a bulwark against the impossible, facing our deaths. The shadows close and the end is nigh, but the warrior does not flinch, he raises his blade in defiance. The monster flexed its muscles, and one chain burst. Wobbling a little, it stood up. Its arms and chest was bulging, it was putting every ounce of its unnatural strength into breaking free now. It wouldn't be long before it was too late. But, the incantation had to finish. He had to say every last word, stressed just right, until the spell was complete. He either launched this spell, or died. Byakuya staked his very life on this. Dawn closes, and as the sun rises, darkness must flee. Heroes stand victorious, wounded but unbroken, mourning the loss of their comrades but rejoicing in the victory their sacrifice hath bought. The monster ripped an arm free, the chains creaking and groaning under its strength. Feeling a great sense of urgency, Byakuya forced himself to remain calm, mouthing the words as quickly as he could. The ray of light illuminates the battlefield, bathing the carnage in its splendor. The beast broke free at last, shattering the last chain, and with a gleeful cry, it surged forward, holding Tensou Zanjutsu like a club, ready to strike one last time. Victory left the valorous dead, but life carries on. Heido 89, Tenjuka Suru. Around Byakuya's left arm, a bright light had begun to shine, and it took shape into a luminescent orb before him. For a second, he thought it would be too late, that the hollow had gotten too close, that the spell was imperfect, but then, as the blade came down, the creature slowed. Tendrils of light extended from the orb, which wrapped around the monster like vines, rooting themselves in the ground and paralysing the monster where it stood. Another spell. The creature sneered. You think this will hold me, weakling? It will not, Byakuya said calmly, inwardly breathing a sigh of relief. Heavenly cleanse, release. The spell discharged, and although its energies were harmless to Byakuya, it struck the abomination with the force of a thunderbolt. There was no sound, but the explosion was visible all the same. The dome of the slaughterscape was bathed in radiant light, and the monster screamed, a long, inhuman cry of panic and pain. The light retracted, the vines along with it, and it shrunk down to an orb no larger than Byakuya's eye. It glowed faintly, then exploded, sending a final shower of light across the ground. The skin on the half-breed began to return to its normal color, and the hollow mask began to fade away, blown aside like dust in the wind. It was by no means perfect. Byakuya was surprised he had even remembered the incantation. Wounded, tired, and worn, it had been sloppy and imperfect, but it had done enough. The creature staggered back, writhing and twisting with intense pain. Byakuya felt like falling over, finally passing out and embracing oblivion, but his duty was not yet done. Slowly, he took hold of his blade with both hands. He surged forward. To his shock, the creature blocked his strike. Although still reeling from the shock of the purifying spell, there was something instinctual and raw in it, keeping it alive. Its mask was not gone, still covering almost a quarter of the half-breed's face. Ya thought it would be that easy. It hissed, and pushed back, launching into a set of wild strikes, even more careless than before. Byakuya was hard-pressed to do more than defend, the spell had consumed more than a little of his own energy, and he was on his last legs now. Just maintaining Bankai was straining him to the very edge of his capacity. Ragged, in pain but persistent, the monster kept on going. Ignoring a cut to its shoulder, it slammed into Byakuya's chest, sending the nobleman staggering back. With a vicious cut to follow up, it stabbed into his shoulder, before its offhand struck Byakuya in the face. He took another step back, well aware that his guard was down. One more strike would take his head off. This would be it. Kukaki Byakuya, slain in battle against the enemies of the Godai, may he rest in peace. It wasn't an unattractive thought. But then, as Byakuya looked up, determined to at least face the thing that would slay him, suddenly the creature's left hand surged up. The hand seized the mask, what little remained of it, and tugged. "No!" the creature cried. "No, stop. We're winning, damn it. Don't do this. You're interfering. He's mine." It had spoken again, but the voice belonged to the half-breed. "No. No!" cried the monster. It let out a final shriek as the hand tugged and tugged, inexorably pulling the mask loose. As it came off the bastard's face, it shattered into nothingness. Standing before him, as wobbly on his feet as Byakuya, looking just as exhausted, was the bastard Shiba once again. Byakuya would have tried to wrap his mind around the situation if he hadn't been so weary, but by the energy emanating off of him, it was clear he was Shinigami once more. The entity, whatever it had been, was gone. "Son of a bitch!" the boy muttered, and took his sword by both hands. "You ready to settle this, Kukaki Byakuya?" Byakuya nodded. Around him the Bankai came aglow once more, the thousand blades dissipating, turning into raw energy, and taking shape around him. "I have little left in me," he said neutrally. "The next blow will decide everything." The boy nodded. "Works for me. I'm not doing so well either." Around Byakuya, the last form of his Bankai came to be. From his back, the shape of two majestic, white wings took shape, a white halo standing up from behind his shoulders, framing his head. He held one sword, one final blade, glowing white. "Shukiai, Hakuti Iken," he said. To the Ryoka, it would look rather a lot like a bird, noble and proud. How long had it been since he had last used this? Would he ever have imagined using it against what he had thought to be plebeian rabble? The world was a strange place, stranger than even he could have imagined, and amidst the pain and weariness, Byakuya felt humbled. The half-breed's blade thrummed with power as he charged it with energy, forming an attack of his own. Darker than Byakuya's own, his energy stood ready to clash with Byakuya's. After all this, it would come down to just one strike, to who was stronger. Raising his blade, Byakuya let out a quiet cry, and charged forward. The bastard Shiba was not slow to do the same, and they ran toward each other, blades raised. The world seemed to slow down as they closed. To fight, to strike, to win, nothing else was in either of their minds. The clash could be felt for miles as they struck each other, an explosion of brightness flashing against an aura of darkness, black and white intermingling and struggling against one another. It felt like an eternity to either one of them, but before they knew it, they had passed each other, both standing upright. Then, Byakuya stumbled, sinking to one knee, then down to both. Blood flowed from a fresh wound in his side. Somehow, without him realizing how, he had lost. Behind him, Ichigo stumbled, blood flowing from a fresh cut in his shoulder, but through sheer force of will he remained upright. Slowly, each motion shooting a spike of pain through his body, he turned to face Byakuya, slowly walking toward his beaten opponent. Byakuya had lost his sword. It was on the ground, broken in half. The Bankai was gone, its power lost to his weariness and weakness. He wanted to reach out and take it, to feel the reassuring, comforting sense of its hilt in his hand, but found he could not move his hand, could not move his arm, could not move at all. Simply standing on his knees was all he could manage. As his enemy came into view, he realized that this was how he would die. In battle, not to his own blade to atone for his failures. It was as good a gift as he could have asked for. "You fought well," he said, his voice weak and raspy from the pain and blood loss. "You, too," Ichigo said. He stumbled, just barely keeping himself upright by using his blade like a cane. "I hurt your mother," Byakuya said slowly, "and although I did not do so out of spite, but as a soldier, please accept my apologies." "You are quite a warrior, young Shiba." Thanks," Ichigo muttered, sounding a bit surprised. "I understand your position, Shiba," he said quietly, and your loyalty to Rukia reflects well on your character. Then why are you trying to kill her? Ichigo snapped. Because, we are the Kokaki, Byakuya said, wincing a little at the thought of his sister, the foremost of all. If we do not obey the law, who should? Ichigo shook his head. Do as you must, Byakuya said, and mustering the last of his energy, he raised his head to look Ichigo in the eyes. Ichigo muttered. You mean? I do not fear death, not do I expect mercy. Do then as you see fit, Byakuya insisted. Ichigo said, and took hold of his blade, raising it up a little. Byakuya took a deep breath. This was it, then. This was his doom at last. Ichigo raised his blade a little, and Byakuya looked at him sharply. Let it be, then. He had his regrets, but he was at peace. This was his end. Like hell. Ichigo snapped, and Byakuya blinked out of surprise. Like hell I'll kill somebody on his knees and beaten, Ichigo snarled. Can you imagine how awkward that would be to explain to Rukia? Hey, I saved your life. Also, I killed your brother? No. Hell no. Do you mock me? Byakuya started, but Ichigo grabbed him by the collar of his shirt with his free hand, and pulled him up closer. Like hell you get the easy way out, you idiot, he said angrily. You're going to live and you're going to make this right with Rukia. It's not your time yet, not by my hands, do you hear me? You're going to get well and then you're going to get on your knees, just like now, and you're going to beg her forgiveness. Do you hear me? Byakuya said. However, any response he would have had was cut short. Roaring across the sky was a voice, magically enhanced, booming out to be heard by each and all. Everyone, listen. Urgent message going out, Priority 1. This is Vice Captain Katetsu Isane, acting under the authority and instruction of Captain Anohana Retsu. The following is unbelievable, yet true. Aizen Saushik, Captain of 5th, is alive, and has murdered every member of the Central 46 in secret, and has controlled every directive they have given for at least 2 weeks. He is a traitor and a murderer. Why or to what end is unknown. Let it be known that we have all been played for fools. Byakuya gaped. Ichigo sighed, and said, well, I guess the cat's finally out of the bag, then. Somewhere, Aizen Saushik smiled. Chapter 53, Desperate Assault. Something inside Rukia wanted to scream with frustration. It was bad enough to fear death for weeks, denying it while wanting nothing more than to live, to have to watch the executioner's blade slowly crawl toward her, then being saved all the while knowing that it was futile. But this was just too much. On her knees, still weak and helpless, she watched Rod Sentry speed away, carrying a lump of cloth roughly her size. By her side stood Captain Aizen Saushik, who was supposed to be dead only without his glasses, and with a very self-satisfied look on his face. Snapping out of her best goldfish impression, Rukia stared up at him and burst out. What? The good vice captain is quite convinced he is still carrying you, said Aizen, and his voice was just like she remembered it, calm, quiet, soothing, but now it had something else to it. Something cold and indifferent. He will be for some time. I could have killed him, of course, but what is the use of a power like mine if you choose the simplest approach every time? I'm sorry, Rukia said, shaking her head in disbelief, but again, what? A rhetorical question, of course. Your confusion is noted, but irrelevant. Suffice it to say that you will not be escaping that hill today, Kokaki Rukia. Rukia felt a sinking feeling, as Aizen took a step closer, putting one hand on her shoulder. Under his breath, he began muttering what she recognized as the first stage of a 2-part teleportation spell, advanced yet flawlessly executed. What the hell is going on? Rukia insisted. You will see soon, Aizen said with a smug smile, as he finished the first incantation. He looked down on her, and there was no doubt in Rukia that although he looked and sounded like the captain of 5th Division, he was another man altogether. I won't lie to you, he said, almost jovially. You've had enough of that already. You will probably die soon. This is not your fault, of course there is nothing all that special about you. It is simply the misfortune of having met Urahara Kisuk. That man. Rukia said, taking a slow, deep breath. Surely you didn't think his kind, oh so convenient treatment of you was charity? He decided to use you, Kukaki Rukia, and it almost worked. Almost. He added the last word with a clear sense of satisfaction. What are you going to do to me? She demanded. If she was to die, she wanted to at least know why. You will see, he said cryptically, and she got the sense that he enjoyed the drama, the tension in the air, the sinking feeling in her stomach. In fact, within the hour, so will all the Godii. Have you gone mad? Rukia said, unsure of what else to say. I've heard that one before. You lack the conviction to deliver that accusation with enough gusto for it to even merit a response, Aizen said dismissively. Now, be a good hostage and keep quiet. He began chanting the second part of the incantation, and Rukia obeyed, keeping quiet. Whatever Aizen Saoshik really was, she sensed it was in her best interest not to antagonize him. Renji had double-timed it toward the Senkaimon Central after his battle with Sasakaibe, despite his injuries. He had considered going back to help the others, but his assigned mission had been to accompany Vice Captain Sentry, and he figured he might as well stick with it. He wouldn't be in the best fighting condition, anyhow. The pain of his injuries had made it hard to walk, let alone run, the burn of the first Vice Captain's lightning having scorched his entire body, but he had thought of Rukia. He had painted a picture, vivid and real in his mind, thought of what she meant to him, why he had so willingly turned traitor, and somehow, the pain hadn't been so bad. The things you could accomplish if you were properly motivated, Renji knew, easily surpassed the limits your mind placed on you. So it was that, sore and hurting, Renji had made it to the Gateway Central in no more than half an hour. To his surprise, he finished ahead of Rod. Nozomi was there to greet him, but her being on time was the least of his concerns. What about Rukia? To his relief, Rod landed smoothly, dropping down from a roof, not a minute after Renji had arrived. Hit some patrols. Took the safe route, just to be sure, the surly vice captain said, making his way toward the two of them. What the hell are you two staring for? Vice captain. Nozomi said, she and Renji both gaping. Why are you carrying a rolled-up blanket? What are you talking about? Rod said irritably, gently setting down what, on closer inspection, was a roll of textiles roughly Rukia's size. This is no time for joking, Kyujo. She ain't joking. Renji exclaimed, collecting himself. You're lugging around a bunch of cloth, ya idiot. The hell are you talking about? Rod said, looking down at the bundle. I would never lose the objective. He paused, taking a closer look at it, then groaned. I'm seeing Kukaki Rukia, he said, inhaling slowly. My eyes tell me it is. All my senses tell me so. But you're both absolutely sure it is not. Yes. Renji snapped. Fuck me, Rod snapped. Fuck. He grumbled a string of curses under his breath, before inhaling deeply, balling both of his fists. That's Aizen Saoshik, isn't it? Somehow. I got intercepted and hit by that ability of his. I lost her. It's not your fault, Nozomi said quickly. With a Shikai like that. Fault doesn't matter for shit. Rod sneered angrily. It happened on my watch, and... Renji wanted to say something reassuring, but the fact remained, Rukia was taken, and as much as it wasn't Rod's fault, she was lost to them. It was hard not to feel angry. Instead, he said, the objective, Rod. Right, the objective, Rod said irritably, and took another deep breath. Yes, that's for damn sure. She's still not dead I hope, and that means we still got a mission. Renji nodded affirmatively. Exactly. Then, out of nowhere, booming across the Godii, there was the voice of Katetsu Aisane. Urgent message going out, priority 1. Looks like the truth's out, Rod said, sighing. And not a moment before he wanted it to be, I bet, Renji chimed in. Well, at least we can use it to move freely, said Rod. With this kind of confusion going about, we won't be noticed by anyone unless we make real fools of ourselves. Where will you go, though? Nozomi asked. He could be anywhere right now. The hills are best bet, Rod said. Maybe he's arrogant enough to show himself off to everyone, and there aren't going to be more people of rank anywhere else. And if not, at least we could give our fellow operatives a hand. Let's go, then, said Renji. You're pretty fucked up, Rod said. Can you keep going? Till it kills me, Renji said stubbornly. Rod nodded. That's what I like to hear. Let's go. Kyujo, can you prepare a teleportation spell? Sure, but it'll take a minute or two, said Nozomi. Better than legging it, said Rod. Do it. As Nozomi began her work, the two men stared toward the hill. Whatever was coming would end soon, and they only hoped they wouldn't be too late. Captain of 5th is alive, and has murdered every member of the Central 46 in secret, and has controlled every directive they have given for at least 2 weeks. He is a traitor and a murderer. Why or to what end is unknown. Let it be known that we have all been played for fools. The voice rang across the entirety of the Siridi, magically enhanced, and not a soul could possibly have missed it. It boomed across every street, every division, across the noble quarters where it woke up tardy, hung over noble folk. It resonated across every inch of the Godiai's land, startling and confusing most who heard it. I repeat, Aizen Saoshik is alive. Aizen Saoshik is alive, and has conspired against the Godiai. Sweaty, sooty, and his blood pumping, Kyoraku Shunsui paused, lowering his blades. Juoshiro stood only a few yards away, the two of them having been on the receiving end of their sensei's shikai. The old man hadn't come close to letting loose, as evidenced by the fact that the hillside around them was not a blazing inferno burnt down to the very bedrock. Even so, he would not let treason slide, except under the most exceptional of circumstances. Old man, Shunsui said, his voice serious, don't you think we should do this later? The old titan gave him a look, inscrutable and impassive, but Shunsui had learned to read his master over the course of centuries. The old man was shocked, however well he concealed it. The fact that he hadn't yet expressed his outrage for such foul treason was evidence enough. Sensei, we've all been deceived, Juoshiro exclaimed, short of breath, and Shunsui worried he'd have another coughing fit. Yamamoto turned around, and glanced around his shoulder. Sighing with relief, Shunsui deactivated his own shikai, and sheathed his blades, Juoshiro doing the same. A man as experienced as Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryusai would not turn his back on them if he did not trust them. For now, the danger was over, but by the Soul King, what danger lurked around the corner? This is not forgotten, rest assured, Yamamoto said gruffly, every word coming out of his mouth slowly, as if he had just bitten into a lemon, but for now, fall in line. I have a youngster to chastise. To the hill. The hill, sensei. Yukatake said curiously. With Aizen being a traitor, it is clear that it was he who moved up Kukaki Rukia's sentencing, engineering everything about her execution. Whatever he wants will relate to her. So, to the site of execution we go. I expect all available captains will reach the same conclusion. Warm, tired, and wary, the two pupils followed the lead of their sensei toward the top of the hill. As Erza ran along with her comrades, coming closer to the hilltop, she heard the proclamation blaring out with the sound of a ship's horn and grit her teeth. There was no way somebody like Aizen would have been allowed to find out the truth if he didn't want her to know it. No, knowing Aizen, he wanted the attention. He always had a flair for the dramatic, and relished the execution of a skilled plan. Being himself, he was not content being the smartest person in the room everyone else had to know he was. With this being the fruition of his grand plan carried out for centuries, yes, he would no doubt be waiting for them up there. She prayed, even though she didn't really believe there was a god to answer it, that Rod would have made it through with Rukia by now. So, it's really true, Momo said dejectedly. Yes, Erza said bluntly. Being candid was difficult enough in an everyday situation, and now was no time to sugarcoat anything. Yes, it is. But what if he's trying to do the right thing dash? Momo. Erza snapped. He's an evil man, and the sooner you accept it, the better. Momo fell quiet, and Erza hoped that would be the last she heard of that. Aware that he was presenting a less than dignified picture, his jaw having dropped completely, Byakuya shut his mouth. The implications were stunning. Was it possible that Vice Captain Katetsu was spreading misinformation? Absurdly unlikely, her service record was exemplary, particularly for a commoner. But Aizen Saushik. The thought of a dead man being alive was, however, surpassed by the realization which hit Byakuya like a sledgehammer. Rukia's execution, which had been moved up by the Central 46, was unjust and illegal. Unjust and illegal. Shut up, Renji. He snapped. What? Ichigo said, looking confused. I said shut up, half-breed. Byakuya said quickly. That's what I thought you said, said the half-breed, giving him an odd look. You said, the cat is out of the bag, Byakuya said, changing the topic before the boy could ask him anything further. So, you knew about this? All along. Hey, don't put this on me. Ichigo said irritably. What, how would that have sounded to you? One of your trusted captains, who is dead, is actually evil and scheming against you while controlling your government. Byakuya didn't have much of a retort, because the boy was right. That would have gone over well, Ichigo continued. Yeah, you'd have been all like, I will not listen to such blasphemous slander against our glorious, family-murdering institution, now prepare to die, Ryoka scum. He was putting on a voice, haughty and exaggerated, and if Byakuya had more energy left, he would have stared at the bastard in quiet contempt. As it was, he mustered a, shut up, half-breed. Yeah, Ichigo said dismissively. Look, now that it's out there, will you do your part? Rukia could still use our help. Byakuya was almost flattered that the boy thought he could move, let alone fight, but his injuries were severe. At best, he could stand upright, and that was being optimistic. Before he could respond, however, they were once again interrupted. Before their eyes, some 10 yards away, a teleportation spell discharged, and the form of Aizen Saushik became manifest. Behind him were the captains Ichimaru and Tuan, and by his feet, still in her prisoner's gown, weak and helpless on her knees, was Rukia. Something in Byakuya's heart twisted when he saw her. So, we bout to get it done, or what? Said Ichimaru, lazily stretching himself. The left side of his jaw had a fresh bruise, red and ugly, and there were fresh bandages applied across the upper part of his chest, a tear in his clothes telling of a recent battle. Tuan was even worse for the wear, his chest covered in wrappings. Both of them seemed fit to fight, though, and it occurred to both Byakuya and Ichigo that they were alone on this hilltop. Patience, Jin, Aizen said calmly, and his voice had the triumphant tone of a man who had everything he wanted. After all, what would the point be of coming here if only a pathetic, broken system slave and one of Urahara Kisuk's witless pawns were to witness our ascension? Seems like a waste to me, Ichimaru said, and shrugged. Just get what ya want and get out, and we got what we need. Killin' em all can come later. Show respect, Ichimaru. Tuan snapped, with zealous indignation. Lord Aizen has guided us well this far, and it is not your place to question his plans. Know your place. Calm, Kaname, calm, Aizen said with a chuckle. Jin is as pragmatic as ever. Of course, we will not kill them today, not unless they try very hard to get themselves killed. Today, they witness the beginning of the end. Bile rose in Byakuya's throat, choler rising in his chest. Ichimaru Jin, Tuan Kaname, and Aizen Saushik alive, beyond belief had not only conspired to kill his sister, but were all of them traitors to the Godei, anathema to everything he stood for. Be silent, you dogs, he managed, glaring angrily, knowing full well that a glare was the best he could manage at the moment. To think you would dare betray us. Want me to kill him? Ichimaru said casually, as if he'd just suggested taking a quiet walk in the woods. Stay your hand, Aizen said, smiling amusedly. The bark of a toothless dog is nothing to be concerned about. Watch, Kukaki Byakuya, the wretched institution you stand for will fall, but not before your sister dies before your very eyes. Byakuya balled his fists, furious. To think that all this time, the Shiba spawn had been right. To think he had wasted his energy fighting him, when he should have been fighting alongside him. To think that he had been so wrong about Rukia, it was too much to bear. Before he could have a meltdown, however, another teleportation spell manifested, revealing the forms of Rod Sentry and Abarai Renji. Byakuya shot his vice-captain a pained look. It was a torment unlike any he had ever felt, a blow to his pride he had never experienced before, knowing he was surrounded by commoners, all of them right where he was wrong. "Well, fuck me, that's a welcoming committee," Rod said, inching toward Ichigo carefully, never taking his eyes off Aizen. "Please, Vice-Captain Sentry," said Aizen jovially, "add to the audience. I had hoped for a few more captains, but give it time, I suppose." "Kurosake, are you in fighting shape?" Rod said, sidling up to Ichigo's side, Renji in tow. "A bit," Ichigo said, grimacing. "Can't do this for a long time, though." "Our objective is over there," Rod said, nodding at Rukia, "and I feel like I should be the one saying this is an insane idea, but the mission is still a go, and it's not the first time I faced certain death." "Just say the word," Renji said, nodding firmly, "anything you need us to do." "I'll keep it simple," Rod said. "Kurosake, go in first. Abarai, cover him. Make him work up a sweat. Kukaki, are you in fighting shape?" He might not be," Ichigo said, sounding a little guilty. "There was, a thing." Rod gave him a look, then shrugged. "We're on our own, then. Kids, been nice knowing you. Do not be hasty, commoners." Byakuya's voice was a hiss, like a man on his last breath. He was still on his knees, bloodied, weak and badly injured. "Captain, look at you," said Renji, who made a face. "Your opinion was not requested, Vice-Captain," Byakuya said, somehow managing to muster a cold, dismissive tone, even through the pain and blood loss. Something welled up in his chest, an anger overwhelming and all-consuming. This scoundrel before him, Aizen Soushik, had betrayed them all, played them for fools, turned his back on all that the Godai stood for. That scum had his hands on Rukia. On his sister. Drawing on power he hadn't known he had, he took hold of his sword, putting its point down into the ground like a cane. It was a disrespectful use of a weapon, but Byakuya couldn't care less. "Stay down, you crazy bastard!" Ichigo exclaimed. "Your opinion was not requested, either, half-breed," Byakuya said irritably. Trembling, his knees shaking, his head light, he got up to his feet. Somehow, he stood up, holding his blade in both hands, at the ready. "With the anarchist before me, spreading his seditious blasphemies, facing evil, facing the man who would kill my sister, should I not stand? Should I not fight? Is that not what my honor demands of me?" "Brother," Rukia said quietly, putting a hand over her mouth in shock, tears forming in her eyes. "Captain," Renji said breathlessly, as concerned as he was impressed. "I take it you're good to fight, then," Rod said dryly. "For as long as is needed," Byakuya insisted. It was clear that the nobleman was not in good fighting shape, yet through sheer willpower, Kukaki Byakuya stood tall, albeit looking more dead than alive. "Take point, then," Rod said, nodding. He didn't expect the captain could do much, but it couldn't hurt. "Can aim, Jin, stand back," Aizen said amusedly, and took a step forward. "I'll cover you from the rear," Renji said, wordlessly activating his Shikai. Ichigo nodded. Byakuya said nothing, already having taken his first step forward. Somehow not only walking, but running, the nobleman charged forward. It was a bit wobbly, and slow, but it was a charge. Byakuya came at Aizen, sword raised. Aizen drew his own blade, caught Byakuya's sword with ease, and pinned it to the ground. With his free hand, he pointed 2 fingers at Byakuya's chest. "I'll borrow a page out of your book, if you don't mind," he said. Hado 4, Byakurai. The lightning cut through Byakuya's chest with ease, but despite this, Byakuya did not falter. Letting out a snarl, sounding more animal than human, he brought up his sword for another strike. With ease, Aizen moved out of the way, before cutting horizontally across the nobleman's chest. This time, Byakuya had had enough, and collapsed on the ground, mercifully unconscious. From Renji's Zabamera the spiked whip lashed out just as Ichigo came charging in, his Bankai running on fumes. Without even looking, Aizen batted the whip aside, and as Ichigo came in with an overhead swing, Aizen smiled and held up one finger. Ichigo gaped as his blade was stopped by the tip of a finger, not even drawing blood. "Come now," said Aizen, "even at your best, you would be an ant under my sandal, hybrid." Effortlessly, he batted aside Ichigo's blade with his own, and then cut the boy from shoulder to hip. Ichigo cried out and sunk to his knees, the grip on his sword slackening. Renji let out a cry as his whip came back in, but Aizen batted it aside. Not even bothering to close the distance, he pointed his hand at the vice-captain. "Shao," he said, not even bothering to declare the full name of the Kido. As if hit by a speeding car, Renji was knocked over, sent flying. "Sakasui," Aizen said, and just like that, a stream of blue fire surged from his hand, catching Renji fully. Renji screamed, rolling around on the ground, before the fire went out. Renji twitched, smoke coming from his uniform, then lay still. He then turned around to find Rod, kneeling by Rukia. "Yes," he said, "I thought you'd be there." Rod reacted immediately, launching himself in the air with a roundhouse kick, flinging a set of throwing knives at the same time. The attack, honed to perfection by assiduous training, was as nothing. With ease, Aizen bent back, avoiding the kick aimed for his head, batting aside the knives with one strike of his blade. As Rod landed on his feet, he was cut across the chest with surgical precision. Letting out a quiet gargle, he collapsed, a pool of blood beginning to form where he had fallen. "Bass, tard." Ichigo groaned. He was down on his knees, remaining upright only by leaning on his sword, which was planted into the ground. "Ah, yes, young Mr. Kurosaki," Aizen said, turning to face him. "I have to admit, your progress was the second most interesting thing to watch these last few days. A 15-year-old, possessing such tremendous power, are you a creature of Urahara Kisuke's making, perhaps? Even your heritage could not account for something like a Bankai at this age. No, there is something more to you, it really is a shame I don't have the time to study you." "Lord Aizen," Tuan said loudly. "I can sense it, too, can aim," Aizen said calmly. "I'd sense him 100 miles away, I think. Young Kurosaki, if you'll excuse me a moment." Ichigo glared at him, but when he saw what the bastard had reacted to, his heart skipped a beat. Coming up the hill was Zaraki Kenpei, bloodied but fit, looking just as terrifying as the last time Ichigo had seen him. If anyone could put a dent into Aizen, it had to be him, right? "Well, ain't that some shit," Kenpei said, sporting that same shark-like grin as he came within earshot. He didn't appear to be in any hurry, his sword rested over his shoulder. "They tell me Aizen's not only alive, but a rotten traitor, too." "Zaraki," Aizen said, still smiling amusedly. "Not that I give a fuck about treason or whatever," said Zaraki, pointing his blade at Aizen, "but I never liked you in the first place, Boy Scout. Bane a traitor and all, it means Yuri fair game." His grin widened. "By all means," said Aizen. A chill went down Ichigo's spine. Faced with Zaraki, that terrifying demon, the bastard seemed completely confident. Aizen walked to meet him, and with an exuberant cry, Kenpei charged forward, blade raised up. Like a landslide, he came down on Aizen, barreling down on him with the complete lack of subtlety that was his calling card. Aizen stood his ground, catching his strike with ease. Even so, he was pushed back, his feet sliding back a few inches. He even seemed to strain a little against the sheer, raw power of the demon. "As I expected," Aizen said calmly, "in terms of raw strength and power, you exceed even me." "Quivering yet, weakling," said Kenpei cheerily. "It is just a shame that you have no idea how to use it. Unfortunately for you, I am superior in every other respect. Less yappin', more fightin'." Kenpei hollered, raising his blade for another strike. In one quick move, Aizen dodged under the demon's blade, took a step forward, putting himself inside his opponent's guard, then grabbed his blade with both hands. In one smooth movement, Aizen cut Kenpei from shoulder to hip, his blade cutting deep. Kenpei staggered back, shocked by the impact of the strike. "It is pitifully easy to read you, Zaraki," said Aizen, "so much so, in fact, that it is almost not enjoyable to put you in your place." "Yeah, think, that'll be it." Kenpei growled, recovering. Yeah, think I'll just go down in one hit like that? Think again, dipshit. Yes, you always were tenacious, Aizen said dismissively, as if waving off a servant. He pointed his hand at Kenpei. Heido 90, Kuro Hitsuji. As Aizen spoke the word, a black rectangular cuboid took shape around Kenpei, rapidly forming one side at a time. Within seconds, a black coffin had formed, encasing the demon of Zaraki completely. There was no explosion, not even a loud noise, just a quiet rustle as, in the span of a second, dozens of spikes extended in neat rows from every side of the box. Immediately afterwards, the spell dissipated. For a second, Kenpei looked the same, then, there was a shower of blood, spraying out in every direction from cuts appearing everywhere on his body. The fuck? Kenpei grunted. He stood upright for a second, then collapsed headfirst into the ground, quite unconscious. Ichigo took in a sharp breath. Just like that, without even using those special powers Erza had talked about, he had beaten Zaraki Kenpei without so much as taking a scratch. That, Aizen said, taking in a long, slow breath, before breathing out with relief, that was cathartic. We got captains coming, sir, Jin said. Aizen looked at him with a hint of irritation. Yes, I sense them, too, he said. The old man himself, his idiot pupils, Anoha Naretsu, will have a bit of an audience, at least. He walked back to Rukia. I suppose I don't need an audience to finish this. He produced an item of sorts from his pocket. Ichigo couldn't quite make out what it was. Whatever it was, it spread out to cover his left hand, giving it a dark green, rock-like appearance. He grabbed Rukia by the collar, and pulled her to her feet. Take your hands off her. Ichigo snarled, fighting to find the energy to stand up. Do not blame me, young Mr. Kurosake, Aizen said with a smile. Blame Urahara Kisuke. He lifted Rukia into the air with his right hand, and with one smooth movement rammed his left hand into her chest. Ichigo cried out with rage, but to his surprise, there was no blood, no cry of pain from Rukia. Her chest heaved and shimmered like water, and after fidgeting a little, Aizen pulled his hand out, now holding a small object, no larger than a walnut, sleek and black. The dark green retracted from his hand, and Aizen stood there, staring at the object with fascination. Rukia stared at him with horror. If only you knew, Kukaki Rukia, he said with a triumphant smile, just what you've carried inside you all this time. What? Rukia said, gaping. I told you, Urahara Kisuke. You didn't think offering that Jigai when you were weak and alone was out of charity, did you? But, my clan is rich. Rukia said, gaping like a fish. What you see here, Aizen said, holding up the object, is the culmination of Urahara Kisuke's genius. That man's intellect is surpassed only by his cowardice. He creates this Hujiaku, this godlike object of power, and what does he do with it? He tries to destroy it. Aizen shook his head, looking gleeful. It was hidden in that Jigai, meant to fuse with your soul energy and eventually dissolve. It would have left you powerless for life, and this thing well outside my grasp. An intelligent solution, if only I hadn't anticipated it. Ichigo and Rukia both stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They had been used, all this time. It shouldn't have been surprising, yet it was. Well, you've served your purpose, little Kukaki, Aizen said, letting go of Rukia, who sunk to her knees once more. He raised his sword, and her eyes widened. No! Ichigo cried, as the blade came down. Anger welled up, hate, how dared he? Then, suddenly Aizen's blade bit into flesh, but not Rukia's. Somehow, by some incredible turn of fate, Byakuya stood in her place, rushed up from where he had fallen on the ground. He stood up, almost kneeling, a defiant look of rage on his face as he stared into Aizen's eyes. The sword had cut through his left arm, which lay severed on the ground. The blade's edge had dug into the side of his chest, and if he had been on the verge of death before, he was moments away from slipping into the abyss now. Commendable spirit, I must say, Aizen said, sounding amused. It is only a shame that such devotion could not be harnessed meaningfully. He pulled the blade free, and Byakuya collapsed, finally finished. Rukia stared, wide-eyed, tears streaming down her face. You'll join him in a moment, Aizen said, flicking the blood off his blade, before raising his sword again. There was a cry of rage, and Aizen stayed his hand. Sailing through the air was Erza, swords out, having leaped toward Aizen with tremendous speed. Close behind her was Lysina, blade still sheathed. Quite casually, Aizen read her movements, braced for impact, and parried her first strike. Finally! He cried exuberantly. I was starting to wonder what took you so long. Get Rukia! Erza snapped, and Lysina obliged, picking up the girl and dashing away in a matter of seconds. You can have her, Aizen said, letting out a chuckle. I already have what I need. The execution was more of a courtesy, really. He still held onto the Hujyaku in his left hand, his right moving his Zanpakuto around in smooth, well-practiced moves to block Erza's flurry of blows. So, how have you been? He said, as he easily moved out of a strike aimed at his head, before parrying another, then another. It's been so long since our last little encounter. What did you do to that Shiba child? Erza kept her mouth shut, focusing herself on the fight. Calling it a fight, though, was something of an overstatement. Aizen was untouchable, his form flawless, and he read her movements easily. She was sure he had already passed up several openings. No? Nothing. Aizen said with a sigh. You're being an awful bore, Erza. You are lucky I am in a good mood already. Scoffing, Erza jumped back, putting space between herself and Aizen. She looked around. Ichigo was hurt, but alive. The same went for Renji, Rod, and just barely for Byakuya, too. A bit further behind her were the kids, who had been instructed in no uncertain terms to wait further back and not meddle under any circumstances, along with Momo and Rangiku. Right now, she could only rely on Lysina. This was a worst-case scenario, a nightmare come true. Their objective had succeeded in the most absurd way possible, technically, but for what? He had finally revealed himself, and he seemed to have beaten Kenpei, as well. By all objective accounts, this was hopeless. But hopelessness was nothing, that was Erza's philosophy. No matter the odds, you always tried. You know, he doesn't seem aggressive, Lysina said, her hand cautiously held at the hilt of her sword. Maybe we could try and talk to him. Not on your life, Erza said sharply, her tone leaving no room for disagreement. He is a snake, and you're better off dead than reasoning with him. All right, then, Lysina said, a little taken aback by the brusqueness of Erza's words. She sighed, and pulled out her blade. Bankai, now, Erza instructed. She held out her blade, and let her energy surge. Tetsuken Yasuyama. There was a glow, a gust of wind, and she was clad in resplendent silver-gray armor, full plate mail covering her from tip to toe. Bankai! Lysina proclaimed. Arashiraijin Kaminari Hebai. Lightning surged up to the sky, and around Lysina, the body of her enormous serpent of a Bankai formed, menacing and powerful. Really, you two, Aizen said calmly, there is no need for this. Erza, surely you can see the outcome. On me, Erza said to Lysina, and charged forward, dual swords in hand. Aizen sighed. Well, since you insist. Erza charged, but Aizen wasn't there. Suddenly he was behind her, meeting Lysina's charge headlong, smoothly having moved under the coils of her serpentine Bankai. She had not a moment to react before Aizen cut her with one hand, a smooth diagonal slash from shoulder to hip. It was a clean, powerful strike, and Lysina had no chance to dodge. With a nauseated gargle, she sunk to her knees, and collapsed. That makes it just the two of us, old friend, Aizen said, turning to face Erza. I hope you don't mind, but a third wheel is such a bother on our reunion. Erza shot him a hateful glare, turned fully to face him again, and charged forward. Part of her, and a large one at that, wanted to cry out Lysina's name, but she was overcome with anger. That, and any lack of focus right now could easily see her dead. Furiously, she bore down on Aizen, her twin blades working in deadly tandem. Aizen parried her strikes almost lazily, not yielding an inch of ground, moving quickly enough to catch either blade before any of her strikes could come close to breaching his defenses. All right, if you insist, I'll accept your challenge, he said resignedly. With one swift move, he stepped out of the range of a horizontal double swing aimed for his chest, and in the blink of an eye brought down his sword vertically, cutting through her armor like it was made of paper. The chest plate split, and Erza felt the hot, sharp pain of a cut down her chest. "The challenge being defeating you without killing you, of course," Eisen said, smiling slightly. Hissing, Erza let the form of her black purgatory armor encase her weapons changing too, switching to the sword and shield of justice. "Quaint," Eisen said, a chuckle under his voice. Erza remembered what Lysina had said. He wasn't aggressive. He clearly didn't want to kill her. Her side had Rukia. The smart thing would be to stop, to get him talking until there were reinforcements. But, she remembered the feeling of being imprisoned, convicted, and forced into exile. She remembered the pain of losing all her friends, again, and how it had nearly destroyed her. She remembered everyone he had hurt. She remembered, from less than a minute ago, the callous look on his face when he had cut down Lysina. She remembered it all, and a wall of red was rising across her field of vision, washing the world with crimson. Decades worth of repressed anger, pain, and hate welled up, and his calm smugness, him acting like he had done nothing wrong, only made it all the worse. Choler, pure rage, was filling her up, breaking down the barrier of reason like a tsunami smashing into an all-too-weak barrier. Letting out an incoherent scream of wrath, she charged forward again, everything but her swordcraft forgotten. "Well, you certainly stayed active, I'll give you that," Eisen said, parrying her every strike with ease. "I always knew you had the capacity to earn Bankai. Watching you defeat Zaraki Kenpeka was almost as enjoyable as striking him down with Kido." Erza didn't reply, lashing out with the ferocity of a berserker. "And to think that you came this far, subverting the very Godai against all odds. You really are something else, Scarlet," he said, avoiding a shield bash aimed to throw him back. "Shut up." Erza snarled, lashing out with a thrust. Eisen sidestepped her attack, nimbly spun round on one foot, and struck her side. Erza reeled, and felt her armor breaking again. With two quick cuts, Eisen's Zanpakuta sliced through her armor, the plates clanging against the ground as they fell off. Again she felt the sting of shallow cuts where he had severed through the armor, and again, she remained mostly unharmed. "The problem with armor," Eisen said calmly, still speaking as if this were a conversation about the weather, "is that while powerful, it always has a weak spot, a structural flaw. If one can identify it, breaking it takes little effort." Erza's eyes narrowed, and still refusing to reply, her armor changed again, the black plate replaced by the shimmering scale mail of Heaven's Wheel. Wings manifesting at her back, she took flight, render held tightly in her hands. "As you wish, then," Eisen said with a light sigh. He raised his hand, and said, "Bakudo 74, Juryo Kuido." Immediately, there was an immense pressure on Erza, and as much as she flapped her wings, she fell to the ground. Her chest had tightened, she couldn't even breathe, and it was as if a giant had stepped on her, like a mountain had been placed on her shoulders. She slammed into the ground, and although the pressure relented the moment she crashed, she could do little more than breathe. Her head was spinning, she felt dizzy, and somehow she had managed to stand up, even though she didn't remember how. "That," said Eisen, his blade coming down in two smooth arcs, severing Heaven's Wheel with ease, "is a very nifty spell to know. I'd rather not make the effort to chase after you right now. I hope you understand." Erza staggered back, another 2 red lines added to the cuts on her body, and she breathed in heavily. She grasped Render in one hand, nearly having lost hold of it, and summoned her Ryotsu once more. "Please don't," said Eisen, his voice in between irritated and amused. "Surely you can see its dash." "Shut up." Erza snapped, and around her the giant armor formed. Before she had even gotten her guard up, Eisen had cut through its shoulder guards, dismantling it with surgical precision. "Erza, dear Erza, this is getting tiresome," said Eisen, standing relaxed before her, not even bothering with a stance. "This is futile. Surely you can see that by now. I knew how this would go the moment I walked up here." Erza snarled, stubbornly taking hold of Render, preparing to strike at any moment. "I knew you were stronger than I am. I knew that our only chance was to take Rukia before you did. I knew I could never hope to defeat you. Even without that insane power of yours, you are stronger than I am, more skilled, more well-rounded, more intelligent. I knew all those things, you son of a bitch. Then why try? Aizen said, furrowing his brows. That's illogical. You always try, Erza said, looking him in the eyes. She had never felt hatred like this, anger so complete. Right now she was sure she would kill him if she could, grind his face down to paste, slaughter him no matter how much he begged. You always try even if it's one chance in a million. Maybe you'd let your guard down. Maybe you would make some mistake. In a fight with you I'd lose 999 times out of 1,000. But, that 1,000th means there's hope, and hope is the last thing that leaves us. If the world is going dark, if the odds are against you, you always try because there is always hope. She spat out the words, like they were bitter pieces of sulfur, rotten meat with a nauseating stench. They were inspiring, but the way she said them was not. Aizen looked at her curiously. You really would never back down, would you? Not on my life. Neither would I, he said approvingly. Once again, you remind me of why I recruited you in the first place. Erza looked at him with disgust. That's never coming back, you arrogant bastard. You can kill me and be done with it, but I'm not going to play your games. Aizen sighed. You always were the naive idealist, of course. Change costs. It costs lives, it costs blood, tears, and hard work, and it costs you your own decency, too. Not playing your game, Erza growled. Aizen grumbled, and let out an irritated breath. Very well, be that way. Honestly. Suddenly he was gone, out of her vision. Erza would have spun around, looking for where he had gone, but there was no time. The very next moment, the length of a blade erupted from her midsection, running through her gut. The shock of it made her drop her Zanpakuto, and she gagged, letting out little grunts, short, panicked breaths. In disbelief, she raised her hands to touch the blade, stained red with her blood. But before she could touch it and how slowly her limbs moved now, it retracted. Erza sunk to her knees, barely remaining upright by resting the palms of her hands on the dirt of the hill's floor. I hope you appreciate the skill and precision required, said Aizen, stepping out from behind her, now facing her just a yard away, to sever a soul chain with perfect accuracy without doing any further harm. And in the middle of combat, too. You. Erza gasped. She felt it now. All the power she normally took for granted, as much a part of her as the blood in her veins, was rushing out. It was like falling off a cliff. It was like losing the ability to breathe. It was like falling into an endless pit with no bottom for your body to be crushed against. She let out short, desperate breaths, realizing she was being crushed just by the riot Aizen let out normally. Ah. My apologies, Aizen said, lowering his pressure just enough. After all, you will be feeling quite weak now. Erza gasped, drawing in long, deep breaths like she had just taken a long dive. Somewhere in her panicked, horrified state of mind she realized what it was. Aizen had severed the link that bound her soul to her Shinigami powers. No metaphor could accurately describe how it felt. The loss of an arm, or a leg, or all her limbs at once couldn't come close to the feeling of weakness, impotence, and futility. It was like losing her everything, all at once. Blood gushed out from her new wounds, but she barely noticed it. She started to tremble. She wanted to just lie down, fall over unconscious, let it all go away. I apologize, but it was necessary, Aizen said smoothly. After all, you've grown quite strong, and I'd rather not have to kill you. Erza stared up at his face, not even able to muster the energy for a spiteful retort, feeling helpless and weak. Aizen smiled, and bent over a little, gently cupping her chin with his index finger, raising her head, and pressed his lips against her forehead. He stood up straight again, and smoothly wiped his blade clean with a tissue, before sheathing it. You will see, he said, and there was something frighteningly earnest in his voice. In a few months I will have won the last battle I need to win, and then I will start building my new world. You will see the fruit of my labors, and when that is done, you will tell me that I was right and you were wrong. Then, when that happens, I will permit you to have a place in it. We will build a better world together eventually. Not as equals, of course, but we'll build it nonetheless. A single tear found its way down Erza's cheek as she stared up at Aizen, feeling like an ant before a god, a mouse before a titan. She was helpless, utterly helpless. She hadn't felt this weak in all her life. Not since that one time, not since she had seen her friends die, had she ever felt this powerless. No matter what, no matter the odds, she had always been able to fight. Now, he had taken that from her. You. She said, and with a last defiant gesture, she raised her hand to touch the hem of his uniform. I think you had best keep calm. Don't worry, I won't let you die, said Aizen, and pointed a finger at her. Bakudo 4, Hainawa. The golden rope formed, instantly wrapping itself around her chest, and Erza finally collapsed. The spell was like an iron cage around her. Normally it would have slowed her down at most, but now, weak as she was, she might as well have tried to lift a mountain or drink an ocean. Bakudo 79, Kuyushiberry. In a vertical circle around Aizen, 8 black spheres, pulsating with energy, took shape, a 9th sphere manifesting on his chest. Erza recognized the spell, powerful and difficult to execute. Worse, she recognized the caster's voice. It was Momo. No. She cried, her voice little more than a whisper, doing nothing more than pushing around the dust on the ground where she lay. No, Momo. No, you can't. If Momo heard, she gave no sign. Erza could just barely see her, boldly stepping up to where Erza had stood, facing down Aizen with her sword in hand. Captain Aizen, she said firmly. Ah, Momo. Decent Bakudo, if a bit rough around the edges. It's rather quaint, actually, he said, seeming completely unaffected. Now, I will ask you not to address me by that title, Aizen said, sounding amused still. My days as a lapdog are over, thank you very much. Captain Aizen, Momo began, her posture tense but still not making ready to fight. There is a lot here I don't understand. But, after all this time, you deserve a chance to explain. There has to be a reason, right? You didn't kill Erza, so, what is it you want? Aizen laughed. Poor, gullible Momo, he said, still laboring under the misconception that she ever knew Aizen Saushik. Captain. Momo insisted. Erza was breathing even more raggedly, nearly having a panic attack. Writhing on the ground, struggling against her chains, she tried to raise her voice. Momo, you can't. Run away. Run away, right now. Her voice was weak and hollow, and she struggled to make herself heard. I told you not to call me that, said Aizen. You deserve to explain yourself, said Momo again. You had to have a reason. Right? If there is something wrong with the Godii, then we could try and understand. Captain, please. You're really quite slow to catch on, aren't you? Said Aizen. Momo, run. Erza cried, finally getting a bit of strength to her voice. Momo, get away from him. I told you not to call me that, he said, and sighed. Captain Momo said a final time. Then suddenly he stood in front of her, the Kido binding nothing but an illusion. In one smooth move, as if sliding his blade into water, Aizen thrust his Zanpakuto forward, burying the blade in her chest to the hilt. Momo's eyes went wide with horror as she looked down, seeing a blot of crimson spread out from her chest. As easily as he had slid the blade in, Aizen pulled it out. He took a step back, flicking the blood from his sword. Momo staggered, a look of horror on her face. Captain. Don't worry, little one, Aizen said. Soon, the pain will be over. I just wanted to understand. Momo stammered. Blood flowed freely from her chest, like a river of red, the liquid of life draining from her with speed. She reached out with one hand, looking at her former captain with a mixture of shock, horror, disappointment, and worst of all, confusion. She couldn't understand it. She couldn't fathom what was happening, or why. It was just Aizen. After all they had been through, all that he had done for them, all his leadership, this wasn't right. It couldn't be true. Unceremoniously, Momo slumped over in an undignified pile, paralyzed and mercifully unconscious. Blood kept flowing, pooling around her. The hilltop's slight slope let a line of fresh red slowly drip past Erza. Erza's eyes widened with horror, piled on top of what she already felt. This couldn't be real. This couldn't be happening. Momo couldn't be dead. Desperately she inched toward her friend, crawling across the ground like some sort of grotesque, bloodied caterpillar. She came level with Momo, and stared at Momo's face, blank, eyes wide open and empty. "Don't go!" she hissed desperately, her voice a raspy shadow of itself. "Momo, don't go. Talk to me, Momo. Momo, talk to me. Don't die." "I know it seems a little cruel," Aizen said callously, "but really, I think you ought to recognize mercy when you look at it, Erza. Do you really think a pitiful, narrow-minded little creature like her could ever have understood? She was weak, and killing her was the kindest thing I could do to her. Now, she won't have to try to wrap her mind around the change I'll bring. Mercy. 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 Mercy." He dared call it mercy. Something inside Erza fundamentally broke, shattering like a glass vase against a hard marble floor. She let out a loud cry, like a wounded animal, like something about to die, screaming her agony to the uncaring heavens. Without knowing what she was doing, she edged herself up to a sitting position, and then she stood up, her knees wobbling. She kept crying out, and as she screamed, the cry increasingly became one of rage. Invading her mind like some black, all-consuming beast, her hatred amplified. Rage became the very fiber of her being, her entire existence. "I wouldn't move around if I were you," said Aizen, but Erza didn't hear him. Mercy. How dared he? Lysina stirred, pain running through her body. Dazed and confused, she propped herself up, barely noticing the pain of her injury. She had been cut badly, and her bankai had dissolved when she fell unconscious, but all things considered, this was probably only the third worst injury she had ever taken. In a pinch she could move, although she'd really rather not. But she hadn't come awake just to muse on her injuries. Something had made her stir, pulled her from the quiet dark. It was remarkable, a sensation she hadn't felt for well over a century, not since she had been alive. Erza rose to her knees. When and how she had done so, she wasn't conscious of, nor did she care. She grit her teeth, flexed her muscles, and with one effortless movement, she shattered the spell that had bound her. She was radiating with power, raw and strong, and it was like being alive for the first time in a century. On her arm, the tattoo that marked her past as a member of Fairy Tail came aglow, once little more than a curiosity, a memento, now alive with force. She looked down to the ground, where her sword had fallen. Her heart welled up with hate, with anger, with a single purpose in mind. Slowly, she moved her hand. "Absolutely fascinating," said Aizen, taking a few steps closer to her, scrutinizing her closely. "What are you, Erza Scarlet?" Erza didn't reply. Her arm fumbled, trembling, her fingers struggling to find a grip around the hilt of her blade. "This isn't Ryotsu at all," Aizen said, furrowing his brows, sounding like a scientist examining a specimen. "No, it's something else altogether. I shall have to make a note of studying you later. Like a viper lashing out, Erza suddenly gripped her blade, and with a jerking, erratic movement dashed forward, suddenly on her feet. Aizen drew his blade just in time, his reflexes perfect despite not having expected her charge. He parried the strike, but Erza locked her blade with his, pushing it down. Suddenly she shoved him back, and in one wild, ferocious move she stabbed her Zanpakuto forward, its point biting into his shoulder, drawing blood. A good few inches pierced his flesh, and Aizen gasped with surprise. Erza stared him in the eyes with a murderous, demonic glare. She was covered in blood and dirt, looking like some hellish visage, and for a second, Aizen thought her pupils looked different, thin slits surrounded by green. Then he recovered, snapping out of the short stupor. "Shao!" He burst out, the spell forcefully throwing Erza back, pulling the sword out of his shoulder. Lysina blinked. The energy. It couldn't be, it was Erza, all right, only not Erza at all. It was as if the sun had started glowing red, or if the moon had turned bright orange. The energy was Erza's, yet it wasn't her Ryotsu signature at all. In fact, it wasn't Ryotsu at all. Magic, she whispered breathlessly, finally remembering what it felt like, from so long ago, from Earthland, from Fiore. It was magical power. An enormous pool of magical power, raw and powerful, pulsated across the entire hilltop. But how? Shinigami had never had magical energy. She hadn't felt its like since she had died and passed on. They had magic, sure, in the form of Kido, but that was a science, a scholarly application of Ryutsu control. This was magical power, pure and raw, and it was coming from Erza. Listener stood up, defying the pain. What on earth was going on? Erza closed the distance as soon as Aizen had created it, her sword coming down on him furiously. Taken aback, Aizen only just parried as she began her assault. She was screaming her lungs out, furious, lost entirely to reason, driven by grief, by hate, by wrath, her sword spinning like a maelstrom of death. There was no thought in this process, no logic, only decade after decade's worth of assiduous, hard training and the muscle memory it brought. Aizen stumbled, seeming completely surprised. Before he knew it, her blade had found its mark again, raking across his chest. He parried, a dozen times within a second, but her arms simply moved too quickly. Another 2 gashes joined the first 2 before a minute had passed. Aizen grunted, pushed back step by step, as Erza relentlessly moved forward, forcing him further and further toward the edge of the hill. Pushed toward the very limit, Aizen could only defend himself, his arms working more quickly than the eye could follow just to match Erza's pace. She was a fury. She was wrath incarnate, a nemesis, a vision of retribution as if raised by hell itself to reap vengeance on the wicked. Her arms, her entire body moved like they never had before. Her body screamed in agony, as she was pushed well past her limits, but she didn't even notice. All she knew right now, insofar that she knew anything at all, was that Aizen had to die. Nothing else mattered. Nothing else could matter. With a mighty howl of righteous fury, she raised her blade, batting his sword aside one final time, before severing his sword arm. His blade fell to the ground with a dull thud, his arm still holding onto it, and Aizen screamed, knowing fear for the first time. Erza wasted no time, and surged forward. She was going to take his heart, here and now. From afar, Orium, Chad, Uryu, and Tatsuki watched, having dared to move closer despite Rangiku's protests. They were in awe. Erza looked like some ancient, terrible god of war, a sight that had to be seen to be believed. She was pushing Aizen, the betrayer, the powerful monster they had been taught to fear back, the man forced to dodge and evade just to stay alive. How is this possible? Rangiku said, blinking. I mean, he's supposed to be invincible. It's because she's Erza, Orium said, beaming with pride, and there's nobody like her. She can do anything. Screaming even more loudly than before, her voice a roar to have left the largest of hollows jealous, she charged one final time, blade raised level with her eyes, held to stab. Aizen tried to deflect, tried to move back, but to no avail. She ran her blade through his chest, down to the hilt, and stared into his eyes as she did it. The shock in his eyes, the horror, the fear of death, seeing it all play before her felt good. Then, he smiled. He wasn't supposed to smile. What? Suddenly, she saw Listener before her, impaled on Erza's blade, nearly lifted off her feet. It took several seconds for Erza to register what had happened, and her fury washed off her like she had been hit by a barrel of ice-cold water. Erza. Listener stuttered, blood trailing from the corner of her mouth, a look of shock as pure as Erza's own on her face. Trembling, she stumbled, immediately letting go of her blade, not knowing what else to do. Listener collapsed to her knees, then fell over on her side. Erza stumbled back several steps, clasping her hands over her mouth, her mind going blank. No, 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 no. No, she couldn't have, no, she was attacking Aizen. She had. Unable to process what she had done, she sunk to her knees, feeling weak and powerless. The mystical force that had uplifted her before wasn't gone, but it might as well have been. Suddenly Aizen came into view. A bit of blood trailed down his uniform from a cut in his shoulder, but he was otherwise unharmed. He looked at Erza with a smile on his face. I think you forgot a thing or two in your haste, dear, he said, holding his blade up. Surely you didn't expect Kyoka Suijutsu to stop working. Erza stared at him, horrified. She had been so enraged, so driven beyond reason, that she had forgotten just who her opponent was, what he could do. And now Lisana had been made to pay for it. Even so, I must commend you. I underestimated you. Of course, that strange power of yours is very much an unforeseen factor. I would love to study it, but, well, I have company coming. Why you? Erza hissed out, her voice too empty to even carry out properly. I won't make the same mistake again, said Aizen. Swiftly he raised up his blade, and cut her across the chest. The strike was strong, true, and powerful, and Erza welcomed the pain of it. It was a relief compared to what she had just gone through. Wordlessly, she collapsed headfirst on the ground, barely alive. Aizen watched her collapse. Despite himself, despite the ache of the cut to his shoulder, blood trailing down his chest, and how long had it been since anybody had spilled his blood, he felt a small relief, knowing she wasn't dead. Despite her helplessly stubborn nature, she was remarkable. He had more important things to do, though. The first arrival was coming, after all, and he had to welcome her. Sworn to destroy her and all she stood for, after all, was no excuse for rudeness. Through the air, the form of Anohana Retsu's Minajiki sailed gracefully, landing smoothly. The captain of 4th jumped off, followed by her vice-captain, and the creature was sealed, again taking the form of her sword. Aizen smirked. It seems you are not only first to discover me, but first to find me, too, he said, giving her an appreciative nod. Aizen Saoshik, she said curtly, her voice chilled but well controlled. She was feared, Aizen knew that well, and unlike most, he knew why. She would one day make an interesting foe. It seems fitting. Perhaps if this society had not been led by dull-witted men, my actions would not have been necessary. It was mockery, a crude goad, but Aizen was in too good of a mood not to indulge. Without even acknowledging him, she walked away to tend to the injured, the fallen vice-captains of 2nd and 6th divisions happening to be the closest. Aizen furrowed his brows. Out of all things, being ignored seemed the most offensive. I would not take my eyes off of me, Captain, he said calmly, his voice still humming with satisfaction. After all, I might be tempted to finish what I started. I have not been merciful out of the kindness of my heart. Anohana stood up, already having kneeled by Abarai Renji, and nodded to her vice-captain. Isane, she said, and the girl, looking rather like a lost hen, snapped to it, applying first aid medical keto. Anohana faced Aizen, staring him in the eye. What is your intention? She said directly, and Aizen knew she would not play games. Would that all his enemies were of this caliber, then again, that wouldn't be nearly as fun. Let's just wait, shall we? After all, we have more guests coming. They both sensed it, Yamamoto and his pupils were close by, and would be with them within the minute. I would have expected you to try to finish me before that, said Anohana. I do not need to, said Aizen. It was arrogant, he knew, made all the better by the fact that it was true. Her eyes narrowed. You are an amateur, then. Overconfidence does a pretender no favors. I have seen your like come and go, Aizen Saoshik, and they were all the same, powerful, talented, and very, very sure they couldn't lose. Their pride was their undoing every time. She spoke with the quiet confidence of a veteran, and Aizen did not for a moment dismiss it as prideful bravado. She had seen enough and learned enough to believe the truth of her words. But even that considered, she had no idea what was coming. The difference is that I will succeed where they failed. I have heard that said before, too. Their little spar might have continued, and Aizen almost thought it was a shame that the imposing frame of Yamamoto had finally arrived to interrupt their conversation. The old man was flanked by Kyoraku Shunsui and Yukatake Juashiro, both looking a little worse for wear, and Aizen couldn't suppress another smirk. It would have been sweeter retribution still if the old man had killed them before realizing the error of his ways, but that was far from necessary. Captain Commander, Aizen said jovially, turning to face the decrepit old tyrant, I do hope you are in good health. Aizen Saoshik, the old man said grimly, and Aizen could practically feel the restrained wrath in his voice, you stand accused of high treason, sedition, mass murder, and conspiracy. Do you deny these charges? Deny them. Aizen said, and forced himself not to chuckle. Old man, I revel in them. Then it is as we were told. You know only death is sufficient punishment. This time, Aizen did chuckle. Old man, if I wanted your captains to die already, I would have killed them. If I wanted to quietly usurp your entire government, I could have done so, easily. What does it tell you that I stand here before you? Beware, Captain Commander, Anohana said sharply. His Zanpakuto's Shikai manifests as potent illusory abilities. He will not be easily subdued. Your art at understatement is nothing short of exceptional, Doctor, said Aizen amusedly. Then what is the cause of all this? Yamamoto said, nodding toward the hilltop, where the fallen littered the ground, their blood soaking the earth. What madness compelled you to turn against us and still face us? I thought you'd never ask, Aizen said, drawing in a deep breath, as if savoring a particularly juicy piece of candy. You were awfully tardy, I'm afraid. It's a shame the audience isn't bigger, but it seems, fitting, at least, that the founding members of this trash heap hear my proclamation. Say your piece, heretic. Yamamoto snarled, his veneer of outward calm breaking down just a little. And so I shall, Aizen said smoothly. His hand on the hilt of his blade, he stared them down, an indescribable feeling coming over him. Decade after decade of patient planning all came down to this, came down to finally standing tall, finally being honest with this revolting institution he had been forced to serve for so long. It was, both wondrous and somewhat underwhelming at the same time. Still, it wouldn't do to keep his audience waiting. I know not what anarchy your order replaced 1,000 years ago, Captain Commander, he began, and it may well be that the change you brought created a better world than the one you were born into. But the order you created, whether flawed from its creation or corrupted over time, is a despicable monstrosity burdened by bureaucracy, privilege, corruption, inequality, power by the few over the many. You have created a society that favors the wealthy, the powerful, the strong, that at best considers the weak chaff to be ignored and left to rot by the roadside, and at worst actively oppresses them. You have created a society that tolerates no dissent, that quashes any attempt of rivalry, that refuses to accept any challenge to its status quo. You have created a society of tyranny, where nobility has whatever it wants whenever it wants, at the expense of the poor. You have created a society that assassinates those who are powerful and independent, that overlooks corruption, that employs murderous thugs and looks the other way when monsters torture and terrorize in the name of science. That, Yamamoto Shijiku ni Genryusai, is crime enough in itself, but the truest crime of all is that you have all you need to create a fair and just afterlife, yet you will not. He paused to breathe. The words had flowed out of his mouth seamlessly. These were words he had rehearsed countless times for over a century, arguments and points he had thought of over and over, driven him to where he was now. You will not, Genryusai, not because you are a petty, cruel, or evil man, but because you lack the vision. I understand, you see. I understand that evil does not exist by design, but through the callousness and indifference of men who lead and tolerate its existence. The irony of your existence, Yamamoto Shijiku ni Genryusai, is that you revolutionized your own society at one time, only to create one based on tradition, on authority, on narrow-minded adherence to your own status quo. 1,000 years ago, you rose up, a hero to unite a world in chaos and bring peace. 1,000 years from now, I shall be remembered exactly in the same way. Quite a speech, Kuriko said, and gave a small whistle. Aizen shot him an irritated glance, and made a mental note to personally execute him when the time came. Is that all this is, then? Anohana said. All of this for some tired speech about revolution? All this bloodshed because the world doesn't suit you? I will not be lectured, said Aizen sharply, by those who see fit to support a regime that murdered so many across its lifetime that I could spend every waking hour for 10 years doing nothing but slaughter, and still not match its bloody tally of victims. This society of yours is broken, corrupt, and I will end it. Enough, Yamamoto said dismissively. You are a traitor, and will be sentenced accordingly. Seize him. I wouldn't, said Aizen calmly, and Yukitake and Kuriko both seemed hesitant to act. But if you feel certain, then by all means, make your move. Hey, old man, Kuriko said, furrowing his brows, something isn't right. He's got to have something up his sleeve. I said, seize him, Yamamoto repeated, his tone leaving no room for disagreement. Hesitantly, Kyoraku and Yukatake moved forward. But just as they took the first step, it happened. Above them, some 200 yards up into the air, the fabric of reality tore apart. Two hands, gigantic in size and chalk white, pointed and indubitably hollow in origin, ripped through the blue of the sky and tore open a wide slit of darkness. A head, ugly and enormous, soon followed, looking down upon them like some grim reminder of death. The rift, at least 40 yards wide, was held open by its arms splayed out, its hands gripping one edge each. From out of the darkness spilled dozens of smaller hollows, each one a Minos Grande, swaying and writhing as if longing to burst out and wreak havoc on the Godii, just barely hanging onto the rift's edge. Down from the gate, which looked like nothing so much as a way into hell itself, 3 beams of light seared down, encasing Aizen, Tuan and Ichimaru. Negation, Anohana said. It has been ages since I've seen it. Have you sunk that low, Aizen? Yukatake burst out. Allying with hollows. Aizen smiled, as he was slowly lifted off his feet. He was safe now, beyond the reach of any petty commander. You and your entire establishment are all blinded with self-righteousness, he said. From the beginning, nobody has ever stood at the top. Not you, not I, not the very gods themselves. But soon, that unobtainable vacancy shall be filled. I will stand atop the heavens. And then he would be like unto a god. Yamamoto said nothing, inscrutably watching Aizen as he ascended. From afar, Rangiku stared at Jin. The ex-captain stared back, and something wistful passed his face. Then he turned his gaze away, and looked toward Aizen. His path was set. I'll be damned. Kyoraku muttered as Aizen ascended, finally being swallowed up by the void rift. The writhing mass of hollows followed, and finally the tear closed when the giant's hands released it. Old man. This is our defeat, Yamamoto said grudgingly. Whatever will come next will go down in history, no matter the outcome. Chapter 54, Facing Judgment. She flitted her eyelids, the light stinging and blinding her. Erza blinked rapidly, and as she began to wake, she felt the pain. The ache of injury after injury, familiar but never welcome, acceptable but detestable. She felt odd. She had lost her powers? But she still felt strong. Then, through the haze, that middle ground of consciousness where awareness was just out of her grasp, it suddenly came flooding back. Aizen. Listen. Momo. Momo. Momo, he had hurt Momo. And listen, dear God, she had hurt Listen. She sat up abruptly, the light still stinging her eyes a little, only for her head to run into something. Although she didn't hit herself very hard, the pain and exhaustion was enough for Erza to fall down on her back again. She blinked, the world finally becoming clear again. Lay still, please. The voice was familiar, and relief washed over Erza as she saw Orium, quite unhurt, working her magic, an orange barrier surrounding Erza. The worst of her injuries were closing up already, and she was, if not well, then at least considerably better off than before. But physical wellness meant nothing to Erza. In her mind, she saw it. She saw Momo, her empty, lifeless eyes, her face trapped in perpetual shock and horror. Erza balled her fist, and with one decisive slam, she broke the orange barrier surrounding her and sat up. Orium let out a loud squeak and fell over on her back, surprised and a little hurt. Erza paid her no mind. A great dread rising in her chest, she stood up and looked around, orienting herself. She stood where she had fallen, which meant Momo and Listen weren't far. For some reason, Momo occupied her mind more than anyone. Listen was a warrior, she could handle herself, but Momo, she had been used and betrayed. Erza could see her small frame lying on the ground, Anohana Retsu bent down on one knee over her. Momo looked tiny, fragile, so weak and helpless, and Erza took a step forward. There was a screech of protest through her body, and pain shot out from a number of places. She had evidently not finished healing. She didn't care. One step at a time, paying the pain no mind, she stepped forward. The horror continued to grow in her chest as she came closer. She can't be dead, she can't be dead, she can't be dead, she can't be dead, please, she can't be dead. She lay on the ground, perfectly still, and Erza tried to collect herself. She finally stood in front of her friend's still body, not knowing what to do, not knowing what to say. She stared down at Momo, not daring to look at her face. She gave Anohana a look, and words were superfluous. The captain of 4th gave her a tired look, sighed, and shook her head. With one gentle motion, she closed Momo's eyes, and put a piece of white cloth over her face. "No," Erza breathed. "No, no, no, no. I am sorry," Anohana said simply, and stood up. There were so many injured, and so little time. "No. No." Erza snarled. "No, damn you. You're the doctor. You're the best there is. Why the hell didn't you save her?" "She was gone when I found her," Anohana said, and though her face was serene, there was no doubting the regret in her voice. "After I saved Captain Kukaki from bleeding out. She was already lost to us." I'm sorry," Isane whimpered, having walked up from the side. I should have done something, I should have tried dash. "Because of you, Lysina Strauss is still alive," Anohana said firmly. "You did what you could. What anyone should." "No." Erza snarled defiantly. "No, it isn't over. She can't be gone." Anohana shook her head. "My condolences." Erza felt tears welling up. "No, no, no. Not again. Not after all of this." A desperate hope came into her mind. Her mind renewed with purpose, she turned her head and shouted, roared. "Orium! Get over here, now!" The girl obliged, looking nervous, even scared. Erza looked fearsome, still bloodied, and entirely beside herself. "Heal her," Erza demanded as Orium came to her side, pointing directly at Momo's dead body. "Fix her. Now." I don't know," Orium stuttered, quite shocked. It was one thing to see Erza beaten down, but somebody already dead? Killed? That was a lot to ask. I've never done anything like that before." "You can and you will," Erza said, iron in her voice. "Now get down there and use your talents. Fix her." "But I wasn't making a suggestion." Erza snapped. "Do it." Giving Erza an anxious look, Orium got down on her knees. "Sutton Kishun," she murmured, holding her hands out. Presently, the orange sphere enveloped Momo, covering her from head to toe. "I don't know what you think you'll be able to achieve," Anohana said quietly, "but she is beyond any healing technique. The dead cannot be brought back to life." Ignoring her, Erza said, "Is it working?" "I'm trying," Orium said defensively, taking a deep breath. "Please, let me focus." Erza nodded. "Fair enough." For a while, nothing seemed to happen. Momo's bruises and injuries began to close up, sure enough, but she remained still, remained motionless. "I told you," Anohana said, her brows furrowed with interest, observing the process carefully, "she can't be helped. I understand your pain, but you can't keep doing this. It isn't healthy dash." "You shut up." Erza snarled, and grabbed the captain by the hem of her coat, pulling her close, staring into her eyes furiously. Such a brazen act of aggression is something nobody in their right mind would even have dreamed of doing to Anohana Retsu, most feared of all, but Erza was not in her right mind. She was beyond reason, her state of mind in shambles. "Just you watch," she said, her voice trembling. "Orium is going to make her better. She will." "Erza," Anohana said softly, putting a hand on Erza's shoulder, "I'm so sorry dash." "Hey!" Orium cried, and Erza's head snapped toward her daughter immediately. There was a twitch in Momo's foot, a small but noticeable movement. Erza's heart leaped with joy. "Corpses are known to do that," Anohana said, to spasm a little. "Don't let yourself get carried away by false hope." But then Momo's arm trembled as well, the fingers on her left arm twitching a little, before slowly making a fist. Orium's face was a mask of dedicated concentration, small beads of sweat trailing down her forehead. "Keep at it," Erza said, a strong sense of urgency in her voice, desperate like a starved animal. Momo's hand rose into the air, slowly but surely, and reached for the cloth on her face. With a sudden motion, she jerked it off, and slowly propped herself up on one elbow, blinking. "Erza," she said, looking at her friend. "What happened? Are you okay?" Erza wanted to scream, to shout with joy, to jump and cry, but she restrained herself. An indescribable sense of relief passed through her, and a lump in her chest the size of the Grand Canyon began to dissolve. "Just stay still," Erza mumbled. "You were hurt. But don't worry, we're fixing you." "Oh. Okay," Momo said, remaining still. She looked at her fingers. "That's weird. I don't hurt at all. But I was cut down, by Captain Aizen." "Hinamori," Anohana said sharply, "how are you feeling?" I'm fine," Momo muttered, sounding a bit lightheaded. "A bit weak, but fine." Orium let out a groan through gritted teeth, and finally the orange barrier cracked, dispelling. She tumbled back, clearly exhausted, and Erza just barely caught her. That, she said, taking a deep breath. "That was something else. But I think it worked." "Thank you, Orium," Erza said, looking down on her daughter, beaming with pride. "Thank you so much." "I think I need to lie down now," Orium said. She took a deep breath. There was a lot to do with her. Like, more than I ever did before. "That's fine," Erza said, nodding eagerly. "You rest as much as you need." With the barrier broken, Anohana urgently kneeled by Momo again. "I told you, I'm fine," Momo insisted. Anohana ignored her, giving her a thorough check. With a look of disbelief, she placed 2 fingers on Momo's neck. "A healthy pulse," she mumbled. "Body temperature's going back to normal. Injuries, there aren't even scar tissues left. Even the hole in the uniform is sealed." She shot Orium a look. "You've got some useful skills, young lady." "I'm fine," Momo said again. "I just need to rest a bit. Then I can help." "You are going right to the 4th Division, Anohana said strictly, "and that goes for you too, Scarlet. As soon as we can arrange it. No arguments." Too tired and too relieved to argue, Erza simply nodded. Right now, she didn't have the energy to think about tomorrow. Momo was alive. So were her friends. So was Rukia, too. As insane as it was to think, their mission had succeeded. What would come next was uncertain, but compared to how things had looked not an hour ago, it was a world of difference. Just this once, Erza whispered to herself, just this once, everybody lives. In Yukate's personal chambers, not even his office, but his personal room, the 4 of them gathered, the eldest of Godiai's leadership. They had convened in this manner many times, when matters needed urgent discussion without being hindered by ignorance or bureaucracy, but it had been decades since they last needed to. Not since the Quincy Wars had there been such urgency. The Godiai had enjoyed peace for so long, peace that they now knew to have been a lie. Anohana Retsu was the last to join them, having been the most urgently busy of them all, overseeing the recovery of the officers fallen in battle. Normally, Yamamoto might have insisted she leave that to her vice-captain, but under the circumstances, they could not afford to lose any more loyal captains no matter what. "Report," Yamamoto said gruffly. It was apparent to both Shunsui and Yukatake next to him that although he was rarely in a good mood to begin with, he was not to be trifled with at this time. "How many dead?" "None, thankfully," Anohana said quietly. "By whatever stroke of luck, Aizen does not seem to have cared to properly assassinate any of our remaining captains. Zaraki Kenpeke, Hitsugaya Taoshiro, and Komamura Seijin are wounded but stable. Kukaki Byakuya, he was a challenge, but he will live. We also have in our custody Shihoin Yoriyuki, badly injured but in stable condition." "It seems unbelievable," Yukatake said breathlessly. "Thank goodness, of course, but I would never have expected a man like Aizen Saoshik to let so many of us live, not when he had such power over us. He must be very confident in his victory." "Or very arrogant," Shunsui said, sitting leaned forward in a wicker chair. Aizen Saoshik, the traitor. The reality of it was still sinking in. He had been a model leader, a captain above reproach, a competent and beloved leader as well as a respected warrior. He had been considered to be the best of them, and only Yucatec had enjoyed more popularity with the troops. In many ways, he had been a symbol of what a Shinigami should be, and here they were. Aizen Saoshik had shown his true colors, and he had been like nothing any of them had expected. The traitors, Yamamoto said, ignoring his pupils. Secured in the division. Everyone that could be charged with treason has had their energy dampened. At any rate, almost all of them are too injured to go anywhere, Anohana explained. The list of traitors is alarmingly long, actually. Erza Scarlet, Yamamoto said gruffly. To think she inspired such loyalty where I could not. Recognizing his sensei's self-deprecating tone, Shunsui cut in quickly. Pardon her, old man. You have not been pardoned yourself, and you dare ask this of me? Yamamoto said irritably. You were not drawn by loyalty, nor deceived by Aizen Saoshik. You too turned against me on your own volition. Do not think I have forgotten your insolence and insubordination. Shunsui knew the old man was shocked and angry, as well as he concealed it, but he pushed his luck still. Think about it, old man, he said urgently. Right now, the news is spreading across all of the Godai. We've been had. The best of us has been revealed to be a snake, and all of us have been used, deceived, manipulated. We've gained an enemy unlike any we have seen in centuries, and lost 3 captains in the process. We've been used, made fools of, and who knows what plans Aizen has for us in the future. Your propensity for the obvious is astonishing, Shunsui, Yamamoto snapped, so I will be charitable enough to assume you have a point. I do, sensei, Shunsui said quickly, taking care to call the old man by the more respectful teacher's epithet. This is obviously going to have a massively negative impact on morale. We are still Shinigami. We still have jobs to do, the balance between worlds to keep, and our troops will not fare well if they are uncertain, shaken by doubt and fear. And pardoning the traitor Scarlet will help. Yamamoto rumbled. Actually, think about it, sensei, Yucatec mumbled, catching on to Shunsui's idea. Exiled all this time, always holding on to what she knew to be true, coming back to fight the evil lurking inside the heart of the Godai, it's a compelling story. Exactly, Shunsui said, nodding with a grin. When things look grim, give people a hero to believe in. Just what do you suggest? Yamamoto said, and although it sounded impassive, Shunsui knew he had the old man's attention. Pardon her and bump her up to captain. 5th, actually, just to show where we stand. Where they had a traitor, they will now have a hero. Pardon everyone else, across the board. Promote anyone else that's fit for the position. I hear young Aburai has a Bankai now, for example. Fill the gaps left. Show the brave men and women in our service that we may be bruised, but we are not beaten. Show them that the Godai endures, that it's bigger than any one of us. Show them that the loss of 3 captains can be replaced. Shunsui spoke quickly, hoping very much that his old teacher would agree. You ask me to forgive treason, Yamamoto said slowly, not once, but over and over. You ask me to answer rebellion not with a purge, but with open arms and rewards. With all due respect, sensei, said Yucatec, you are running out of options. You just lost 3 captains. What you face now is a threat greater than any you've ever seen since the Foundation period. 3 captains, one with tremendous power, allied to Hueco Mundo itself. Can you imagine how fearsome an enemy the Hollows would be under an ambitious leader capable of uniting them for a single purpose? It would be our Armageddon, our Ragnarok. It could be the end of days for the Godai, and I do not say that lightly. Yes, sensei, you could purge your ranks of all traitors, but that would mean facing the coming conflict without Zaraki Kenpeke, without half of our vice-captains. It would mean facing Aizen Saoshik, without us. Are you willing to do that, sensei? I would like to add, said Anohana, that I would be a little cross if you decided to undo all the hard work I just put into saving all of these people. Like I said, the list is long. Right now, do you want to preside over a dozen executions? There was an earnest look to Yucatec's face, and although Shunsui knew Yucatec's model behavior had always appealed to the old man, he felt a sinking feeling. The old man was nothing if not principled, and exactly the kind of person to put honor over reason. The law was the law, as far as he was concerned. He took a deep breath. I will make no decision yet. Your transgressions are neither forgotten nor forgiven, but for now, we will focus on what to do next. Shunsui nodded. Good. Let's do that, then. Consider this, Sensei, the Central 46 are all dead. In their absence, you have full authority, and only the Soul King himself could override any order you give. When Division 0 begins their vetting process, and who knows when that will be, it'll take years and years to refill every position. So use it. Make any decision you need to without hesitation, without the need for bureaucracy or discussion. Begin recruiting more soldiers. Begin fortifying the Siriti. Probe the 12th for any research that could be useful to us. You've got all the power in the world now, sir, so use it. For a moment, Yamamoto fell quiet, and it occurred to Shunsui that the fact might not yet have occurred to him. It was a terrible burden, he knew, one he would never ask for. This much power, this much responsibility. I will take your suggestions under consideration, he said, nodding sagely. For now, go run each of your divisions. We need the impression of stability. In that respect, I am in agreement. And the traitors, Sensei? Shunsui insisted. There will be a tribunal, Yamamoto said after a short pause. When they are recovered, I will decide each of their fates, along with yours. Until that time, I expect model behavior from the both of you. Is that clear? Yes, sir, Yokotake and Shunsui said as one. The danger seemed to have passed for now, although it was far from over. Erza was vaguely aware of the world around her, although she couldn't be sure when and how she had gotten where she was. She was in a hospital bed, under a white sheet pulled up to her chest. She wasn't quite awake, but not unconscious either. In this semi-dream state, she reasoned that she had to be at the 4th Division. Focusing her mind, she began to force herself awake. It had to be some sort of drug, some sort of painkiller. As far advanced as medical keto was, conventional medicine was by no means ruled out of the equation. Anohana preferred to let the body heal on its own, Erza knew. She blinked, and the world, which had been a vague, strange place with no focus, began to take shape around her. She could see her bed, and beyond it as well now. A small plastic tube was connected to her wrist, feeding a solution into her vein at regular intervals. She felt the ache in her body, where she had been cut before. It came back to her. Aizen Saushik. Momo. Listena. The others. Yes, she remembered now. She had gone with Anohana, and then things became a bit blurry. She shifted her position a little, trying to prop herself up some, and felt the hurt. It was distant and dulled, but still there. She groaned, and sighed. I would lie still if I were you. The quiet voice was Aisane's. The vice-captain had sat by the door, watching over them all, and had gently walked up to Erza when she saw Erza was lucid again. The others, Erza murmured, there. Everyone is going to be fine, Aisane reassured her. Nobody died, and we're very lucky in that regard. But, you have a long way to go, relatively speaking. You were badly hurt, and you lost a lot of blood. To hell with it, then. She had earned a rest. Weakly, she nodded. She looked around the room. In the bed next to her lay Listena, her eyes closed, breathing evenly. Momo lay still further down, looking more bored than anything else. Then there was Masake, Ichigo, Rod, Renji, all of them wounded and quiet. All alive. It was a wondrous thing. Ah, you're awake, woman. Opposite of her, covered in bandages but seeming unaffected, was Zaraki Kenpeki. As he spoke he sat up in the bed, grinning. Damned pansy Kido, am I right? He said, and shrugged. A little blood seeped through his bandages, but he didn't seem to care. No wonder you was on the run with a bastard like that against you. Captain Zaraki, lie down. Aisane insisted, hurrying over to the formidable captain, fussing over his bandages. Piss off, Kenpeki said dismissively. This ain't nearly the worst I had. I could get out of this bed right now, if you fussin' pipsqueaks weren't so damned sensitive. Zaraki Kenpeki, you will lie down this instant, or I will go fetch Captain Anohana. Aisane said firmly, and although the man was injured, Erza still had to admire her spirit. In the hospital, her domain, Isane had the spine she needed. Yeah, whatever, Kenpeke muttered. Refusing to bow down immediately, he stayed upright for a few seconds, before slowly sinking back to his sickbed, leaving Isane to hastily mend the wounds that had opened up. Still, woman, ya owe me one, Kenpeke said, sounding cheery despite being so rebuked, and I do mean a proper fight. Right. She had promised that. We'll see, Erza said evasively. With my luck, I'll probably end up locked in the maggot's nest for good. I'll break ya out, Kenpeke said dismissively. I'll nurse ya back to full health if I have to. A fight like that. Erza wasn't sure if it was just a trick of the light, or just the way his blanket arranged itself, but she thought she could see a bulge around his groin. You back off her, said Ichigo, from a few beds further down, sitting up. Although he wasn't as badly injured as the two of them, Isane immediately walked toward his bed, irritably chastising him. You think you can just demand fights from people? I'll take you too, dipshit, Kenpeke said merrily. Bring out your worst. Bring out that monster ya got inside, make it interesting. You shut up. Ichigo started. Mr. Kurosake, Isane began indignantly, you will lie down this instant. I'm fine, Ichigo protested. You listen to the doctor's orders, young man. Masaki insisted from her bed, and Ichigo shrunk down, muttering something indistinct. Yeah, listen to your mom, milksop, Kenpeke snorted. Hey. Ichigo started. You're in way worse shape than me, and don't think I won't kick your ass. Bring it. Settle down, please. The voice was gentle, smooth, and although it wasn't loud it cut through the room like a shout. It was the kind of voice that was used to being obeyed, and God help you if you didn't. It was Anohana Retsu. Immediately, the two fell quiet, both grumbling a little. With practiced ease, Anohana went up to Kenpeke and began changing his bandages. Captain, I'm sorry, Isane mumbled. They're just so. You've done well, Isane, Anohana said mildly. For now, go take a break. I've got this under control. Why yes, Captain, Isane said, and after shooting her patience an uncertain glance she obeyed, exiting the room. You really are quite a handful, Zaraki, said Anohana, mildly chiding him as she did her work. And a half, Kenpeke said proudly. Hell, what do you expect, getting me cooped up in this boring-ass room? Be nice, Anohana said, avoiding an argument. After finishing his bandages she did a round across the room, checking up on each of her patients, making adjustments, and taking measures wherever she saw fit, making simple small talk along the way. Last in line was Erza, and it felt a little bizarre. It was familiar, almost nostalgic. She had been here before. Not literally, in this room, although it could very well be, but it was common enough back in the day for her to wind up here at 4th, and she had been treated by the gentle, feared doctor many times before. And here she was, 20 years later. So, she said tamely, is everything okay? You are a curious case, Anohana said, reviewing her chart. Tell me, can you access your Ryotsu at all? Said Erza. She had completely forgotten Aizen had cut her soul link, severing her powers, but still there she was. She reached inside herself, feeling a familiar, almost forgotten presence. Magic. What the hell? She said, mystified. I'll take that as a no, said Anohana, scribbling down a note. I can't feel Tetsu no Tama, Erza said, feeling her heart sink as she realized it. He's gone. It was like missing an arm. The Zanpakuto, the spirit she had come to know so well for so long. I can't be sure just what happened, said Anohana, but it seems your Ryotsu output has been reduced to a minimum. What's strange is that some other, unknown force is sustaining you instead. It's from my, home. Back when I was alive, Erza muttered, still feeling shocked. Anohana nodded. Well, whatever it is, it's rapidly degenerating. I estimate 2 days at most before it runs out. At that point, you will be as weak as before. Erza breathed in sharply. The memory of the weakness she had felt, the despair, She wanted very badly not to have to go back to that. If I were you, I would hope that daughter of yours could help. Otherwise, I am not sure what to do.
Yes, Orium.
Erza muttered. There was that, after all. She could only hope the girl was capable. What limits there were to Orium's abilities, she had never really known. Which brings me to my second query. Your daughter. What she did on that hill. It's something else, Erza said, not wanting to say more than she had to. What she did went well beyond simple healing, said Anohana, and there was something sharp and focused in her voice. It was rather more like some sort of space-time reversal. Whatever ability she has, it breaks the known laws of physics. Erza said, hoping the topic would be done with soon. That considered, I would like to borrow her help. With your consent, of course. I would like to test her ability. Test? Erza said suspiciously. I am not Kuratsuki, Anohana said reassuringly, but there is something I would very much like to try. You have my word that the 12th Division will know nothing of my results. Well, it's not like I could stop you. Erza muttered. If and only if you and she both consent, Anohana said firmly. Despite her mistrust and doubts, Erza found herself believing in the captain. As feared as the woman was, she had never known Anohana Retsu to lie, deceive, or sacrifice ethics for science. Well, maybe. That's good enough, said Anohana with a nod. I'll leave you to think on this. Erza nodded back. Weary and weak, she sank back into her bed. What was going to become of her now? She woke up to familiar surroundings, albeit not very. There was no mistaking the clean, pristine white of the 4th Division's hospitals, but Yoriyuki had not often been injured bad enough to merit hospital service, and fewer times still had she been treated outside the Shihoan manner. She blinked, as the world faded into view and her consciousness into being. She was alive. Aizen Saushik had run her through, severing her aorta with expert precision. It was a mortal wound that had robbed her of all strength, and by all rights should have had her bleed out within no more than half an hour. There was no way she would have survived that on her own. Yet there she was, alive and thinking, feeling only a small aching pain around her midsection, the unfamiliar sensation of anesthetics having dulled her senses. She didn't like it. She had always been alert, and having her senses weakened was uncomfortable, but she suspected it would be a good deal more uncomfortable without it. She raised her head and looked around, her vision a little blurry. There was the pristine white of the wall, and a doorway, a roof, and a blur of white and black in the corner. Her eyes widened as her vision stabilized, finally becoming clear. So iPhone. She said quietly. Her former protege, the angry, her captain of 2nd, sat expressionless in a chair, staring intently at her former mentor. Yoriyuki got a sense that she had stared like so for some time. Yoriyuki stared back, and for a minute, the two simply looked at each other, neither seeming to know what to do or say next. The first to regain her composure, in the end, was So iPhone, who nearly leaped to her feet with cat-like agility. She moved just like Yoriyuki once had herself, she reflected, confident, aware and efficient. Slowly, the little captain made her way to the bedside, her eyes never leaving Yoriyuki. Feeling a little awkward, Yoriyuki finally said, "So." This did nothing to alleviate any of the awkwardness, as her protege said nothing, still staring down at her without an expression to be seen. But, there was more there, Yoriyuki was sure of it. After all this time, she still felt like she knew something about So iPhone. The small tremble of a finger, the slightest flicker of her eyes, turning away her gaze for not a second, a breath slightly out of rhythm. "You could have let me die," Yoriyuki said, deciding to be blunt. "Who says I saved you?" So iPhone shot back, her voice level, neutral, well controlled. "Logical inference, my dear Watson," Yoriyuki said cheekily. After all, who else would be patrolling the most strategically weak areas of Sukyaku Hill except for the commander of the stealth force? Or was I spirited away by some kindly yokai? So iPhone didn't answer, and her face hardened. "You could have let me die," Yoriyuki said, dropping the facetiousness of her tone, "and nobody would have blamed you for it. It would have been easy. You wouldn't even have had to do anything. Inaction would have killed me." As cold as So iPhone's face was, the slightest flinch revealed Yoryuki's suspicion to be true. After all, despite her hate, she had saved her old mentor, delivered her from the jaws of death. I decided we weren't finished, so iPhone said stubbornly at last. I'm not so cold. I am not a murderer. Two lies at once, Yoryuki said, only half joking. Cold murder is part of the job description. But I won't tease you. You saved my life. Thank you. Her words were heartfelt, sincere, and she only hoped they seemed as genuine as she felt. So iPhone looked away, and Yoryuki thought she saw her face redden for just a second. It was, it was. So iPhone paused for a moment, and took a deep breath. Quickly she said, the secret is out, anyhow. Yoryuki blinked. What? Aizen. So iPhone blurted out, in between furious and flustered. Aizen Saoshik, the treasonous scum, has revealed himself as the vile, seditious snake that he is. He has ascended to Hueco Mundo, where he plots to overthrow the rightful rule of the Captain Commander. Oh, was all Yoryuki managed. She had never been entirely sure of Aizen's intentions, and announcing one's intentions to the world was the least logical route she could think of. The proclamation happened less than a day ago, so iPhone continued, and the news has spread throughout the Godai. Yoryuki nodded slowly. Aizen, there was no way he had done this to benefit herself and Kisuk, despite it being a welcome circumstance. He had to have done so for a reason, one she didn't even have the energy to ponder at the moment. It was him, wasn't it? So iPhone said eagerly. Back then. When I ran away, Yoryuki murmured, feeling guilt swell up in her chest. It was he who made that happen, wasn't it? So iPhone said, and there was an edge to her voice that told Yoryuki that she really wanted it to be true. Slowly, she nodded. I knew it. So iPhone said furiously. I knew there had to be something behind that. He threatened you, didn't he? He forced you both into exile. Didn't he? Weak and desensitized from the drugs in her system, Yoryuki simply nodded. So iPhone had had enough grief, and for now Yoryuki could give her at least this much. She wouldn't rob her of that happiness, not yet. I'll go tell the doctor in charge you're awake, so iPhone said, nodding eagerly, and although her lips hadn't curved, she was as close to smiling as Yoryuki had ever seen her. Yoryuki nodded, and the little captain hurried out of her room. It was settled, for the time being. They had all been treated for the injuries they had taken, mostly in their clash with Hitsugaya Toshiro, and although the teenaged Ryoko were grateful, none of them felt at ease. Tatsuki paced back and forth, whenever the attending nurse wouldn't see and give her a sharp reminder that she should be in bed. Uriah stared at the ceiling, deep in thought. Chad was as stoic as always, sitting still in his bed. Orium, for her part, was fraught with worry, atypically nervous. Erza had been badly hurt, and Orium had seen a side of her mother that she never had before. She knew this Aizen Saoshik was somebody Erza seemed to both hate and fear, but she had never really realized just what that meant. Maybe she couldn't, not until she saw it herself. It had been shocking, even a little hurtful, when Erza had broken Orium's barrier. The desperate demand in her voice when she had ordered Orium, because it certainly had not been a request of any kind, and the bloodied, dirty face of hers, twisted with grief and anger. All the same, Orium was first of all worried for her foster mother. What had she had to go through all those years ago? What would happen to her now? Would she be all right? Erza's past had always been something she held close to her chest. It had never been like some dark, forbidden secret, but she had never spoken of it, and Orium had always had a sense she preferred it that way. She had never tried to pry. Erza was Erza, and that had always been enough. Then there was the fact that although they were treated cordially enough, it was fairly obvious they were not here as guests. Even Orium had not missed that. Armed guards flanked the doors, and although they were not chained to their beds, that captain lady with the braids on Ohana, Orium recalled, had visited them several times and made it clear enough that they should not leave their room, and as sure as Erza's cry at the hill had been an order, the captain's quiet instruction had been one, too. They were prisoners, after all, albeit under more pleasant circumstances. She mentioned as much to Tatsuki, Orium's voice quiet and subdued. "Hey," said Tatsuki reassuringly, pausing her paces to move over to Orium's bed, "don't worry, okay? I honestly can't think of a better time to worry, actually," Orium said dejectedly. "What if they decide to keep us here forever? We broke their laws, a lot." "Look, I don't know entirely what's going on," Tatsuki said, and sat down beside Orium, putting her arm on her friend's shoulder, "but it sounds to me like that Aizen guy just outed himself in a big way. If he's their enemy now, that means we've got that in common. They'll want to know what we know. They'll probably need allies. They're not going to lock us up and throw away the key, yeah. I guess." Orium muttered. "Besides, Erza would never let that happen. They've got her, too." Tatsuki snorted. "So? She was the one who got screwed over by Aizen. She'll know more than anyone else. She's going to be a gold mine of information. If she wants to negotiate, she can ask for anything she wants. Maybe." "Actually," Uriah cut in quietly, "I agree with Arisawa. I have no faith in the Shinigami's sense of humanity, but they've never been outright impractical. There is hope, after all." Orium nodded. "I'm worried for her, though. She went through a lot." "Good thing she has you, then," said Tatsuki encouragingly, "and us, too." She looked around the room and smiled. "Look at us. We're all alive, and so is Erza, and so is Yuriuki, and Rukia too. We made it. We made it, and nobody died. We should be celebrating. I would remind you that you only just now ceased pacing, which you've done uninterrupted for hours now," Uriah said dryly. "Shut up, nerd," Tatsuki said, her tone not unfriendly. "Orium, chin up. The worst is behind us." "You're right," Orium said, her spirits rising a little. "Thanks." "No worries," Tatsuki said, patting Orium's arm affectionately. "What are friends for?" Orium took a deep breath. Everything was going to be okay, and if that meant making it okay, then so be it. Life was funny. Kukaki Rukia had gotten used to the idea of dying, had told herself she was ready to embrace it, only to realize she wasn't, and just when rescue had come, and hope had returned, she had had it taken from her by Aizen Saushik. Now, against all expectation, she was alive. She was unsure about her current legal status, her case was bound to be more than a little overshadowed at the moment, but for the time being she was walking free, once again getting used to the feeling of her Shiakusho. The black uniform was reassuring, in a time when everything was uncertain. She was still reeling from the shock of the last few weeks. Her powers were returning, too. With her restraints taken away, her Ryutsu had naturally started to recover. It had been slow at first, but now at the third day after Aizen's public treachery, she felt her energy swell more and more. She couldn't yet sense her Zanpakuta's spirit, but soon enough, she would be back to who she had been before that fateful night when she had first met Kurosaki Ichigo. All that was impactful enough, but even that was pushed out of her mind as she made her way through the Kukaki mansion toward her brother's room. At his insistence, he had been moved there despite not being fully recovered. He had to have healed well for Captain Unohana to have approved it, but she was told he was still weak. He had summoned her, asked for her specifically, and Rukia could not refuse the head of the clan. She could not refuse her own brother. She did not know how to feel. She knew Ichigo had some very strong feelings about brothers, but he came from another culture, with a whole other set of values. In the Godei's noble culture, all belonged to their clan, and as far as Rukia was concerned, her brother had done little wrong. Her sentence had not been fair, that much she had begun to accept Aizen's doing, she was told, but he had acted as the clan leader should. He had preserved the honor of the Kukaki clan, even when a member of his family had been implicated. She, for her part, had disgraced the family name. Would he berate her? Would he shame her? Would he exile her? No, probably not that far. Aizen's treason, after all, had engineered that disgrace, and among the few silver linings to the current state of affairs was the fact that he was the perfect face-saver for a clan as prestigious as theirs. Even so, she approached his chambers with trepidation. What would he have to say to her? She took a deep breath, swallowed, and quietly opened the door. Her brother lay still, eyes closed, on a luxurious bed, the covers silken and purple. Trying her hardest not to make a sound, she kneeled before his bed, waiting for him to address her. He was asleep, it seemed, and she had no right to wake him, even before considering his wounds. He had taken a near-fatal injury for her, even when he was all but dead already. He had lost an arm in the process, although it seemed it had been reattached. This, she didn't understand. Why would he care that much? She sat in silence for a few minutes, before her revered elder brother stirred, opening his eyes. "How long have you sat there?" he asked. "Not long, elder brother," Rukia said promptly. "I was summoned, and so I came." "So you did," Byakuya said, and nodded slowly. He looked tired, and Rukia realized he still had to be recuperating from blood loss. She sat quietly, waiting for him to speak. "Do you know why you were called?" he said at last, after a long pause. "I do not, elder brother." "No, of course you do not. You couldn't possibly." Rukia gave him a puzzled look, but kept quiet. Her brother stirred, trying to prop himself up on his elbows. He trembled with the effort, straining himself until he shook, but despite that, he fell onto his back with a loud grunt. "Brother," Rukia said, unable to contain her concern. "Stand," he said, letting out a long sigh, taking several deep breaths, rugged and uneven. Fearing for his health, she obeyed. "Brother, should I call the house doctor?" she said anxiously. "You are not well. You will not," he said, a sharp edge to his voice, its stoic disposition undercut by the deep, ragged breaths he was forced to take. "I have words to speak, and I will not be tended to until they have been said. I have held them back long enough." "Yes, brother," Rukia said dejectedly, feeling nervous. But, what could she do? Directly defying the head of the household was out of the question. "Go to my desk," he instructed her. "In a panel on the wall above it, I have a small storage space for safekeeping. Open it." "Yes, brother," she said, and hurried to obey his order. She found the panel with a little bit of effort. It had obviously been protected by an advanced Keto spell. Her brother muttered something, a password of some sort, and the panel snapped open. Reverently, Rukia slowly slid it open. Inside were small stacks of paper, letters, and documents, important correspondence, no doubt, and documents of significant value, like deeds to land ownership and old treatises. Further inside the small compartment was a small photo of some kind, lined in a simple black frame. This had to be a very personal space, one she had never seen or known of from before. "Take out the photograph," her brother said. Like it was a delicate butterfly, Rukia reached in and lifted it out with both hands. "I do not permit even my most trusted servants to touch it, even to clean it," Byakuya added. "Until now, nobody but myself has touched it." A sense of dread filled Rukia as she lifted the picture out into the light. What sort of treasure was this, that her brother held in such high regard? "Come," he said, and Rukia hurried to his side, feeling a knot in her stomach. What was this in her hands that he loved so? "Look at it." Rukia, trembling a little, held the picture up into the light, and took in a sharp breath. It's me. Look closer." Rukia looked again. The picture was a simple black and white photograph, faded with age, looking so much like Rukia herself. But as she looked closer, more carefully, she realized it was not her. The nose was a little longer, the face a little less sharply defined, her expression much softer than Rukia's own. In a dozen different ways, she was slightly different, yet at the same time so similar. "Who is she?" she said breathlessly. "Her name was Hisuna," Byakuya said simply. Perhaps it was his weakness, but she thought she heard a quiver in his voice as he said her name. "Hisuna." Byakuya took a deep breath. "A long time ago, when I was an impetuous young man, I met a woman who was brave and bold, yet delicate and elegant. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. I fell in love, and despite my parents' wishes, I married her. My father and grandfather both chastised me, rebuked me, called it a youth's folly. Irresponsible. Reckless. Disrespectful. It was all of those things, but I loved her too much to care." Rukia took a deep breath, she had forgotten to breathe. This was her brother's past, something he had never spoken to her about before. Her name was Hisana, and she was a commoner, as noble as mud by the roadside, but I didn't care. She loved me, and I loved her. I have never known happiness such as that which I did in the years we had together. But, she had a great regret. Life in the Rukanga can be harsh, and in her youth, she had been forced to leave behind her infant sister to survive. I know not what hell she had to have gone through to be forced that far, and I never asked. She was a kind and noble soul, and it was nothing she would ever have done lightly. A sister. Rukia said, feeling emotion well up in her chest. Rukia, her brother said, and nodded, a sister named Rukia. What happened to her? Rukia insisted. It was rude to interrupt him, but she was past proper courtesy. She would often go searching the Rukanga to find her lost sister, Byakuya explained, something woeful in his voice, over and over, but to no avail. Eventually, she caught sick. Her constitution was not particularly powerful, and despite having the best of doctors, there was nothing that could be done. He took a deep breath, as if to stabilize his voice, but even so, when he spoke there was a tremble in his words. She died not long after. She begged my forgiveness for her carelessness, but I could not care less. I was beside myself with grief. As I sat by her, watching her draw her last breaths, she asked one last favor of me, that I would continue her search, and take in her sister if I found her. I swore then, on my honor as a Kukaki, that I would do so, that I would protect her sister Rukia to my dying day. This was the last request she ever made of me. She stopped breathing, and her eyes went dull. Byakuya stopped himself, and although no emotion could be discerned from his face itself, the way he breathed, the way he had balled his fists. Rukia felt tears welling up, just at the edge of her eyes. All this time, he had carried this. My parents died not long after, he continued after a short pause, and I never reconciled with them. They died, and because of my defiance, they left this place without being at peace with me. Upon their graves, I swore an oath that I would never again be reckless or selfish, that I would be an exemplar of the Godii, of nobility itself, that I would break no law, that I would never exploit a rule to my benefit, that I would hold to this creed without fail, whether it was convenient for me or not. These two things, my beloved Hisana's grave and the grave of my parents, they shaped a young man into being the leader you see now. Brother. Rukia said, her voice a whisper. For all the good it did me, he said bitterly, because in the end, I broke my oath. I had sworn to protect you, and I could not. I was prepared to see you die, pig-headedly committed to my beliefs. When that order came, I knew I could not fulfill one oath without breaking the other. Regardless of my choice, regardless of the outcome, my honor, all that I am, would have been stained. You saved my life, brother, Rukia said, a tear finally trailing down her cheek. And it took a most thorough beating before I saw reason. You will never speak of this to anyone, but, that insolent Ryoka scum was right. I should never have accepted that sentence in the first place. Had I died, it would have been penance for my error. Don't say that. Rukia burst out. You dying, for me? What good would that do? You are our head. You're my revered elder brother. Yet I would gladly have paid that price, he said calmly. I swore 2 oaths. I did my very best to live my life right. Yet, in the end it was Providence that saved us both, not my actions. We were deceived, Rukia insisted, and that is not your fault. I should have known better, he said stubbornly, and for that, I beg your forgiveness. There's nothing to forgive, Rukia said equally stubbornly, in disbelief that her elder brother, the right and honorable Lord Kukaki, would deign to apologize to her. So be it, then, he said, and nodded slowly, looking a little relieved. I may not excuse myself for these actions, but at least you do. It is more than I deserve. No, it's not, Rukia said firmly. Her heart was thumping, emotion racing through her. Anger, empathy, determination, that anxiety she had entered with had been blown away, replaced by a cocktail of sensations that no words could adequately describe. She had never believed her brother had cared. She had never believed she was much more than a burden. She had never believed she was wanted. But now, the opposite seemed true. Byakuya grunted. Mayhap you had best call the physician after all, he said. He shifted uncomfortably. I am in some distress. Catching a hint, or perhaps it was no hint at all, Rukia nodded, and hurried out the door, her confused heart even more helplessly lost than it had been when she had entered. It took them only 2 days more to fully recover. Erza had put off the recovery of her powers, despite them rapidly draining. As far as Orium knew, she had healed fully. Whatever may come, it could wait until after her fate had been decided. What use would a Zanpakuto be if she rotted away in the maggot's nest? Along with Lisana, Renji, Rod, Rangiku, and Momo, she had been shackled on the 3rd morning in preparation of the tribunal. Within hours, their fates would be decided forever. I'm surprised you didn't resist, Rod muttered, irritably fidgeting with an old cigarette butt. He was nervous, she could tell, although he hid it well. No, said Erza. I wouldn't even if I could. It's time I faced my past. Wasn't that Aizen? Said Renji. That, too, said Erza, but I was an officer once. Now that the truth is out. She sighed and shook her head. This is home. Or, it was, for a long time. I won't run from it. Come on, let's face that old bastard. Whatever may come, we'll be in it together. You make the prospect of execution or life in prison sound downright inspiring, said Rod dryly. Still, nothing for it, I guess. Together, the traitors were marched to the meeting hall of the captains, ready as they could be to face their doom. It was a pitiful gathering, all things considered. The hall was as splendid as ever, but a thick gloom hung over them all, even Kyoraku Shunsui looked serious. 3 captains were missing, and 3 more stood among the accused. Even Kenpeki had been shackled, and although Yamamoto's pupils had escaped that indignity, they too stood alongside the traitors, awaiting judgment. With Kukaki Byakuya still in recovery, and Kuratsukima Yuri typically absent, this left precious few captains standing at the commander's side. He sat on a throne-like chair, flanked by Soifone, Anohana Retsu, Komamura Seijin, and Hitsugaya Toshiro, each accompanied by their vice-captains except Hitsugaya, of course. Hisagi and Kira were both present as well, browbeaten and sullen, hurt by the betrayal of their captains. They all stood upright, to attention, staring down their former comrades with stern faces. This tribunal is called to order, Yamamoto began solemnly, under the authority of the Central 46, in whose absence I must judge you all as the final arbiter of Godii law. Today we settle the fate of those who broke faith with the organization which I have led for 1,000 years. Today, each of your reasons shall be heard, and judgment meted. Know that your fates lie fully in my hand, that your living or dying is by my will, manifest as the will of the Soul King himself. Treat this court with respect, speak clearly, and display no mischief, lest your chance to be heard be stripped from you. Is this understood? There was a quiet chorus of yes murmured from the accused, and Erza looked to the old man with trepidation. This was it. Very well, then. As Captain Commander of the Godii 13 and sole representative of the Soul King's order, I declare this tribunal to be in session. May you fear and respect its judgment and authority. Chapter 55, Justice Served. Orium wasn't sure just where they were going, or why, but she followed the braided captain all the same. That morning, the captain had picked up Orium from the hospital room she stayed in and cryptically asked her to come along, stating she needed her help. Although skeptical, and more than a little suspicious of the Shinigami in general, Orium had remembered that Erza only had good things to say about Anohana Retsu, and had complied. They had briskly marched out of the division and into the Siraidii, and Orium had very quickly lost track of where she had come from or where they were going. Only when they approached a big, formal-looking building did she get a sense of where they were going. Huffing, she took a running step to keep pace with the captain. "Are you in a hurry, Miss Captain, sir?" she said quizzically, figuring it was best to be polite. "Not as such, no, although a bit of promptness is appropriate," Anohana said gently. "I am to preside over the tribunal in 2 hours' time, and the captain commander would be cross with me if I were late." "Oh," said Orium. The thought of her mother, her friends, standing trial, she had never thought of what would happen once they got Rukia, but it made sense that the Shinigami army people wouldn't like the idea of somebody breaking out their prisoners. Just what would happen, well, she could only hope. "Don't worry," Anohana said, as if reading her mind. "If there was ever a time the Captain Commander would show mercy, it is now. He's not normally a very kind man, but right now, he might not have a choice." "Why did you want me to come with you, anyway?" said Orium, keen to think about something else. "You'll see in a second," said Anohana, as the two of them walked up the stairs of the very official-looking building. It was imposing, looking ancient and dignified, undercut somewhat by the colorful plastic bands put over its entrance, presumably to mark it as off-limits. A crime scene. Without a thought, Anohana ripped the plastic markings aside and stepped in, Orium following close behind. The inside was no less splendid than the outside, but there was something in the air, a rank smell writhing its way into her nostrils. She made a face. "You'll need these," said Anohana, and handed her two little things that looked like earplugs. "Is it going to be loud?" Orium said. "For your nose," Anohana explained. "Just trust me on this. You'll want this, too." She produced a simple face mask made of a simple fabric, handing it to Orium, before strapping one over her own mouth. Still puzzled, Orium complied, plugging her nose and putting the mask on. "This way," said Anohana, and Orium followed her as they walked further into the building. There was something thick in the air, and Orium suspected she should be grateful for the protective gear. They turned a corner, walked through a decorated hall, and then there they were, moving through an impressive set of golden doors. Despite the protections, Orium gagged, and nearly sunk to her knees as they came inside, Anohana supporting her. On the floor, and on the observers' benches above, corpses were scattered, in an advanced state of decay. Brown, dry splatters of what had to be blood seemed to be everywhere. "I am sorry to spring this on you," said Anohana, "but I feared you would say no if I told you what I would ask of you." "It's okay, really," Orium lied, croaking out the words. Her knees were still wobbly, and she was still leaned on Anohana's arm. "You don't have to be here if you absolutely do not want to," said the doctor, "but if you feel able, I would like for you to try something. I even held off the medical teams who would normally collect the bodies." Pale, Orium nodded. She was grateful now, the stench of the dead was likely to fill the chamber. "I've dedicated my life to easing pain and mending injuries," said Anohana, and gently took a few steps forward, pulling Orium along with her, "but the greatest thing I, or any physician, could dream of would be to be obsolete to live in a world where nobody got hurt, where nobody needed us. As a doctor, I can only mend what is already broken. But, what you can do, what I saw you do on that hill, that treads ever so slightly on that dream. It is an incredible, godlike power. I would like for you to try to use it." What do you mean?" Orium said, taking a deep breath. She tried very hard not to look up, not to look further than the floor right ahead of her, but death was everywhere around her. These men and women were murdered over 2 weeks ago. I want you to use that power of yours. Heal them. Are you serious? Orium said, paling. I'm not some kind of god who can bring back the dead. You brought young Hinamori back from the dead not long ago, said Anohana, but if you're too uncomfortable. And no, I'll try, Orium said weakly, taking another deep breath and mustering her resolve. Erza wouldn't back down. Very good, said Anohana, and nodded. Try that man, then. She pointed at a corpse splayed out 2 feet from them, an old man lying on his back with his hands clutching a gut wound, eyes open and his mouth twisted in a still, never-ending look of pain. Taking another deep breath, Orium kneeled by the corpse. Suten Kishun, she said, forcing her voice to be stable. The orange shimmer manifested as her little fairies did their work, encompassing the dead man's form. The process always drained a little out of her, she didn't know just how her powers worked, but it didn't come for free. It made sense, she supposed. Here, although sickened by the macabre sight around her, it was calmer than it had been up on the hill, and she took her time shaping the dome properly, before letting her energy into it. For a moment, nothing happened, then, the gray, decaying skin of the old man began to freshen, gain a little more color. His injury closed up, along with the cut in his robes, and his face gained a peaceful look. His eyes, which had been glassy and rotting, regained their luster. Within a minute, he looked like he was just sleeping. But, he lay still. I think that's all I can do, Orium said uncertainly. Very well, Anohana said, and nodded. Let it go, then. Orium let the aura subside, sealing her powers once more. Anohana kneeled by the corpse, next to Orium, and placed her fingers on its neck to take its pulse. After a few seconds she leaned down, placing her ear over its chest, then its mouth, and Orium recognized it as a basic life sign check. Still quite dead. I did my best, Orium said. I tried dash. You did very well. You've been brave, Inu, said Anohana reassuringly. It was a long shot, but I had to know if it worked or not. Well, why didn't it? It did. Orium frowned. No, it didn't. He's still dead. Your powers worked, Anohana explained, in the way they do work. They restored his form. But as I suspected, although your power can shape matter, it cannot create spiritual energy out of thin air. Hinamori Momo was very recently deceased, and I suspect you could have achieved the same result even after a day or two, because Ryotsu takes a while to disperse, but this man's energy has long since been absorbed by the Soul Society itself. Your powers are incredible, but they have their limits. Make use of that knowledge. Orium nodded, forgetting momentarily about the rancid carnage around her. Her powers, they were something else. Knowing this made her feel like she knew herself better. I do apologize, Anohana continued. It is a terrible sight for a young girl to have to see. I'm fine, Orium said, trying to sound chipper. Quite the trooper, just like your mother, Anohana said. Let's go outside, shall we? Yes, let's, Orium said. When all was said and done, she couldn't say she was keen to stay in this place any longer than she had to. It was a hard thing, standing before the judgmental gaze of Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryusai, knowing her fate hung in the balance, but although she trembled inside, although her gut was churning and adrenaline ran through her system, Erza felt a sense of relief. It would finally be done with. She would finally be heard and judged fairly well, as fair as the Godai could be, at least. Her involuntary exile had always been a regret, a wound time had never truly healed, not just because of the loss of her friends but because it had felt wrong to be forced to leave on such terms. No matter what would come, she would at least have closure. Ladies and gentlemen of the accused, said Anohana, taking a step forward, this tribunal is now in session. All accused of treason are present today, excepting Shihoin Yoriyuki, who is not yet well enough to attend. As neither I nor the Captain Commander have legal training, or the time to spare for a full procedure, today's judgment will be somewhat informal. She looked out over them all, a solemn, serious look on her face. She wasn't very tall, Erza thought, but somehow she seemed to tower over them all. Her hands were clasped, and she looked more intimidating than even the old commander himself, without even having to try. As the matter of your guilt is not in question, and as not one of you has bothered denying the charges of treason, sedition, unlawful rebellion, and whatever else we call disloyalty, we will not bother with gathering evidence. Instead, you will each be called forward to speak, make your case if you so please. The commander will hear your words, and I will ask you questions if I deem it necessary. Captain Commander Yamamoto will call each of your names, and you will step forward and speak. All who are not called will hold their tongue, or lose their chance to speak. Is this understood? There was a chorus of affirmatives, murmurs of yes, or even nods, and only Erza raised her voice to say, yes loudly and clearly. Anohana nodded, and turned to Yamamoto. The Captain Commander, who was seated in his throne-like chair, had his hands clasped around his cane. He looked very, very old, aged and worn, Erza thought. Had he always looked that way? Yukatake Juashiro and Kyoraku Shunsui, step forth, the old man commanded, his voice ringing out with authority. His two prodigies promptly stepped forward, both looking solemn and serious. Captain Anohana, proceed. Anohana nodded, giving the old man a nod. Yukatake Juashiro and Kyoraku Shunsui, she began, as your crimes are equal, you will both be heard together. Kurika looked like he might utter some smart remark, but simply nodded. Yukatake looked her in the eyes. Unlike the others, said Anohana, you did not rebel out of loyalty to an old comrade, nor did you do so out of obligation to the prisoner in question. On your own volition, you turned against the Godai to the point of treason. Do you admit to this? We do, Yukatake said firmly, holding his head high, and Erza could not help but admire him, and we did so knowing full well what the consequences would be. What did you expect would come of this? Said Anohana. Did you expect Kukaki Rukia would be saved? Not condemned? Why did you rebel? Let me, Jushiro, said Kurika mildly, and raised his head. By all means, said Yukatake. Old man, said Kuriku, I told you already why, and that hasn't changed. What the Central 46 did, what Aizen did was wrong and illegal. I joke around, I act like a lazy bum, but at the end of the day, what you built here in the Godai, it matters. You obeyed because that's what the Captain Commander does when the 46 call, but it was wrong all the same. Your hand was forced, and you'd have been a murderer if it happened. That's all it was. I couldn't stand by and let it happen. I'm loyal to you, Sensei, to my grave, and that means being loyal to the man you always were. You've done grim things in your time, but you've never been a murderer or a butcher. Now was not a good time to start. He took a deep breath, and sighed. That was it, really, he murmured. Damn it, I'd kill for a drink right now. Yukatake Juashiro, have you anything to add? Said Anohana. Not a word, senpai, said Yukatake, and shook his head. Kuriku put it better than me, anyhow. If we have to be judged for this, so be it. Anohana nodded. Yukatake Juashiro and Kuriku Shunsui have been heard, and will step back. Abarai Renji, step forth. The two stepped back, and Renji stepped forward, trying to seem defiant. Abarai Renji, what say you to the charge of treason? Guilty, he said stubbornly. Guilty as sin, that's for sure. He paused, and Erza could practically hear the gears turning in his head. He had never been the greatest public speaker. I don't got a lot to say, he said at last, only that I shoulda tried to save Rukia from the start. It took my old sensei to snap me out of it, and she was right all along. Rukia didn't deserve it, and we was all fools for not seeing it. If I get the axe for it, it'll be worth it. She's safe. You have nothing further? Nope, said Renji, gritting his teeth. Then step back, Anohana instructed him. Rodrigo Sentry, step forth. Rod stepped forward, looking expressionless. Whatever state of mind he was in, he masked it well, seeming to tackle the situation the way he'd tackle a mission, dispassionately and with tranquility of mind. Rodrigo Sentry, how do you answer the charge of treason? You are not only an officer of the Godai 13, but second in command to intelligence, making your betrayal even more dire. What say you? Rod breathed in, then with a steady voice said, I planned behind all your backs for years. Nobody noticed a thing, 'cause I'm good at my job. So iPhone shot him a glare, and Erza a look. He didn't have to say that. Was bound to come up, anyway, he said with a shrug, without even looking at Erza. Yeah, I've been on her side ever since she got kicked out. It was me who helped her run, even. I think I outrank most of you here in terms of turning coats. You willingly admit to this treason? Said Anohana. Didn't stutter, did I? He said stubbornly. Yes I do, 'cause you were all wrong. But even if you had been right, I'd still have done it. I'm still alive today because of her. I was once so deep in despair I nearly took my own life, and she stopped me. Made me turn it around. That matters more than anything. If I'd died doing this, I'd have considered it adequate payment. It's not that I'm disloyal, it's just that I'm loyal to somebody else first. Are you finished? Said Anohana, her eyes narrowing. Mostly, he said with a shrug, except I think you lot ought to think about it. Aizen pulled the wool over your eyes for so long, and when the order came to execute somebody over nothing, we didn't even flinch. I'm no ideologue, but it seems to me that when we live in a society that can do that, something ain't right. The one you chased as a traitor was the one that was right, and you was the one that was wrong, and it took a goddamned show-off prima donna asshole blasting his treason loud as a megaphone for you to notice. He shrugged again. Hang me if you need to. I got nothing else. Without waiting to be dismissed, he turned around and fell in line. Listen, Strauss, Anohana said without flinching, step forward. Promptly, Lysina obeyed. What say you to the charge of treason? You assaulted Captain Kuratsuke, and aided a known traitor, going against the Godei. Lysina defiantly stared into Anohana's eyes. I'm unique, she began, taking a deep breath, because I'm the only one accused who knows the traitor in question from life. We both came from another world, another place. How it came to be, I do not know. But I do know this. When I died, I was but a child. I remembered the values that my guild, my family taught me about friendship, about sacrifice, about loyalty, about a belief in doing right no matter what, about believing in the best of worlds while preparing for the worst. It was an optimistic world view. The Soul Society hardened me. The Rokonga was no picnic, and becoming a Shinigami exposed me to all kinds of brutality. I've seen many fellow soldiers die in the line of duty. I've seen many souls die because we were too late, or too careless, or too callous. I became a Terminator, and I hunted hollows day and night. Life in those squads, it made me hard. I forgot the old Lysina Strauss of fairy tale. I forgot where I came from. But Erza did not. Erza retained the same spirit, despite the intense hardships she had to go through. I always admired that in her. Erza reminded me of a time when life was simpler. Of values I would love to believe in, but often found myself doubting. It was because of this I didn't hesitate. When she came back, I knew I had to help her, no matter the cost. I stayed loyal to my own principles just like the captains of 8th and 13th. I've no regrets. As for Kuratsuke, he's a monster and you all know it. My only regret is that he lived. For a moment a tiny smile passed Anohana's face as Lysina said her last remark, but her face almost immediately became blank again. Have you been heard? I have, Lysina said emphatically. Then, step aside. Lysina obeyed, falling in line with the others. Zaraki Kenpeke, step forth. The huge, muscular frame of Kenpeke made its way forward, the man looking amused more than anything else. Y'all know these shitty cuffs don't do shit, right? He said with a grin. Them chains might hold down the pissants around me, but all I need to do is flex my muscles. Zaraki Kenpeke, what say you to the charge of treason? Anohana said, ignoring his provocation. Well, shit, I ain't got no grand speech like that girl, he said, and shrugged. I was just being me. Didn't seem to bother you all none before. For a good fight there's nothing I won't do. If you think that's treason, you didn't pay attention when you hired me. Anohana gave him a look, and Erza could swear she rolled her eyes. Have you been heard? Yeah, sure. Also, fuck that Aizen bastard. He's a no-good Keto-Yuzen brat, said Kenpeke, still grinning widely. Demonstratively flexing his arms against his cuffs, he stepped back in line. Hinamori Momo, said Anohana, step forth. Bravely, looking perky and strangely upbeat for such a grim setting, Momo stepped forward. What say you to the charge of treason? Extremely guilty, said Momo. I take it you have more to say than that. Said Anohana mildly. I do, Momo said and nodded. It's like Rod said before. She was right, all along. I know everyone thought I was crazy, believing in her all this time, but look how things turned out, eh? I always knew she wasn't a traitor. I always knew she would come back. And I was right. I have no regrets at all. Erza's heart soared a little, although she couldn't help but wonder if it was healthy to be that dismissive of a court that could well end her life. Have you been heard? Said Anohana. I have been heard, Momo said with a happy nod. Then you are dismissed, said Anohana, and Momo obediently fell back in line. Matsumoto Rangiku, step forth. Rangiku stepped up, looking nervous. She out of all people had been the least morally invested, and probably the least zealous. What say you to the charge of treason? Well, Rangiku said, and licked her lips, I don't think there's any point in saying not guilty, right? How do you plead? Anohana repeated. Fine, guilty, Rangiku muttered, running a hand through her hair. God, what a mess. You turned against the Godai 13 and your own captain. For what reason? I don't know, Rangiku said, stuttering a bit. It seemed like a good idea at the time. She knew about Ichigo's past, Erza had gathered. Finding out about her captain's fate had been her reason. Yet she wouldn't say it, wouldn't give him up. Rangiku might not have been much like Erza herself, but Erza still had to respect her. You have nothing else to say. Like I said, seemed like a good idea. Seemed right. I don't have any grand speeches. I'm sorry. Looking deflated, the busty vice captain shrugged. If you have nothing else to add. Rangiku did not, and on her own volition, she stepped back. Erza Scarlet, step forth, said Anohana, and Erza nearly skipped forward, having waited for this moment. Eagerly she strode forth, standing face to face with the doctor. Erza Scarlet, some 20 years ago you were convicted of treason, escaped custody, and since then lived in exile. Not a week ago you led an invasion of the Siriti, badly injuring several officers and committing multiple acts of terrorism. What say you? Guilty, Erza said without hesitating. Then speak your piece, said Anohana, nodding back. Erza took a deep breath. It was a mad thing to do, telling the truth, but she had to. I first met Aizen when I was an academy student. He was a Kido teacher. I am sure that was when he first got his eyes on me. As I rose to the ranks of officer, we became close. Some of you may believe Aizen framed me, and he did, but there is much more to it than that. This was it. She might well condemn herself here entirely, and everyone who followed with her. I was his willing accomplice. There were some gasps running through the hall, and even the captain commander raised an eyebrow. Like Lysina said, I believed in a better world than this. He exploited that. I became frustrated with the Soul Society as it was. I saw no potential for change. I saw no way of making the world a better place. He played on those frustrations, and not knowing who he was, trusting him, I fell for it completely. He promised a better tomorrow, at the expense of overthrowing the Godai as it was, and I agreed. I became his subordinate, alongside Ichimaru and Tuan. We schemed and planned well, he did the scheming, really for the day when he would reveal himself. The day that you all just saw. There was something deeply liberating about saying all of this. She was putting a bit of a slant on it, she knew, she hadn't nearly said just how much she despised the Godai's status quo, or its cruelty and callousness, but she was already taking a big enough risk as it was. But even modified, telling the truth was uplifting. She had carried these secrets close to her chest for so long, for so many decades, and letting them out was like draining a boil. I saw a bleak and careless soul society, filled with ailing people getting no help. I was promised more. But with time, I started to see what kind of man Aizen was. I started to doubt him, too. When I confronted him, when I told him I wanted no part of his vision, he had me framed. I was to be locked up, kept in wait for when his vision had been realized. I escaped, I made a new life, but I always intended to come back. I always knew business had not been settled yet. I knew what he was, and I still came back, because you had a viper in your midst. In the end, I made no difference. No, that's not true. We did save Rukia's life, and that is difference enough. But Aizen could not be stopped, because his power was too great. So, hear me well, Captain Commander, you are in for the war of your life. He has amassed hollows of great powers, and he intends to transform them for his own gain. He would see your Godai burned down to the ground and remade in his image. He will stop at nothing to achieve what he has set out to do, and he is cunning, is powerful, and knows his enemies inside out, whereas we barely know his side at all. You have knowledge of his plans. Of his resources. It was Yamamoto who had spoken up, for the first time since the tribunal had begun. I do, Erza said, and nodded, but I'm not asking to trade them for my life. I'm a traitor all the same, even if I was framed. But ask yourself this, Commander, why did so many of your kind turn so easily against you because I asked? Why did my voice weigh more heavily than duty or tradition? Yamamoto did not answer, so she continued. It is because they knew they were asked to do wrong, Captain Commander. In my life, in my afterlife, I have always chosen right over law whenever I can. That's the fairy tale way, the way my guild taught me. They did the same. Your courts did something deeply wrong, and it wasn't questioned. We rebelled, but we did so with our consciences intact. At what point does a traitor become a rebel, a freedom fighter? How cruel must a government be before somebody puts their foot down and says, no? You know the answer already, Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryusai, because I have shown you. Yamamoto said nothing, staring down on her inscrutably. That was, quite a testimony, said Anohana, her brows furrowed. Was there anything else you would like to add? Erza shook her head. A lot, but we'd be here all day. It's as good as it will get. I'm ready to be judged. Without waiting for dismissal, she fell back in line with her fellow traders. Anohana nodded slowly. We have heard the words of each traitor accused. As there is nothing else left, we shall proceed to judgment. Wait, so iPhone said, stepping forward. There is one left. This is most irregular, Captain, said Yamamoto, and now is no time for follies. There are no follies, Captain Commander, so iPhone said, her voice loud and firm. I wish to stand among the accused. Bite your tongue, girl, Yamamoto said irritably. This is no time for dash. I had knowledge of the traitor's whereabouts for at least 4 days, and failed to report it, so iPhone said adamantly, which under Godi law is a first-class criminal offense. Explain, Yamamoto demanded. I tracked down the traitor Shiho and Yoriyuki to a cave in the outskirts of the Siridi, said so iPhone, and although I found both her and the Ryoka there, I let myself be convinced not to give up her position. On the promise, the unreliable promise of a traitor, that she would give herself up, I let them be. That is treason enough, Commander. You admit this willingly? I do, so iPhone said firmly. Then stand with the accused and be heard. So iPhone nodded, and stood before Anohana. Unlike those behind me, she began, I will make no excuses for my behavior. If I had caught one of my subordinates doing that, I would have sent them to the maggot's nest for the rest of their lives. I allowed a personal matter to cloud my judgment, despite the course of action being crystal clear. There is no excuse. I despise the traitors behind me. Excuses is all I have heard from each and every one of them. Fine words of loyalty and righteousness, each one explaining away disloyalty. Duty is not a fancy or a whim. It is not some polite suggestion. Duty is the iron wall upon which our organization is built. We are not allowed to choose which parts of our orders we do or do not want to follow. Whether the Godi 13 was wrong or not was inconsequential. It is the duty of each and every one of us to obey an order whether we agree with it or not. No, I despise the people behind me, and I despise myself for succumbing to it. Zealously spoken, Captain, Anohana said, but I hope it leads somewhere. It does, Captain Anohana, said so iPhone, nodding. Yes, with that said, I will take this time not to plead for myself or make excuses, but to advise the Captain Commander as his head of intelligence. You would advise me, as a self-confessed traitor? Said Yamamoto. I have not yet been fired from my position, sir, said so iPhone defiantly. Proceed, then, the old man said. So iPhone nodded. It is well known to anyone who leads that just as a set of principles and rules are essential to running an organization, so is the need for practicality. Here in the Godi, we absolutely hold to the notion that obedience to our creed is essential and uncompromising, that we are justified and right, that those who break our rules must be punished. Yet at the same time, we also make exceptions. In the stealth force, we hold that murderers and traitors must die, and thieves be imprisoned. Yet, if a thief will give us the right information, he can buy his way out of justice. This seems contradictory to the notion of justice, without which we would just be well-dressed thugs. Is justice something you can barter with? Obviously, yes. When I spare a thief to catch a murderer, I weigh the importance of the crime of murder against theft, and decide which one matters more. Knowing this, criminals are more inclined to cooperate with us in our investigations. It is clear that we have principles that at least on paper are unyielding but in reality are anything but. Such is the way the stealth force, and all the Godii, has always operated. I absolutely believe in the Godii 13, Captain Commander, and in the values for which it stands, but at the same time I compromise. We all compromise when it comes down to it, because absolute adherence to principle is not viable in reality. This is never clearer than in intelligence work, where right and wrong is often muddled. Get to the point, Captain So iPhone, said Yamamoto. Yes, sir. It is as the filthy traitor behind me said, you face the war of a lifetime. As your head of intelligence, I recommend that you pardon all traitors present. Compromise, allow them redemption, or you face a bleak future. You ask to be pardoned, standing where you are as a traitor. Yamamoto said curiously. I ask no mercy for myself, So iPhone said heatedly, and had we the time, I would recommend that I was prosecuted to the full extent of the law, punished in accordance with my crime. I am not here with self-interest at heart. If I were, why would I even confess to this crime, when I was not even accused? Yamamoto stared her down. Continue, he said, after a long pause. My advice is that they all be pardoned, myself included, because they are strong, competent, powerful officers, experienced and with skill sets that will make each and every one of them a valuable military asset, and you will need each one to assure victory. That is my full opinion as a military advisor. Be advised, sir, that this decision will reflect on you as a leader. Either the Godii's laws are uncompromising, eternal, and inviolable, and each traitor should be punished to the full extent of the law, or exceptions can be made. As I already pointed out, we do make exceptions, and when viewed absolutely, if you can make any kind of exception even once, then you can make an exception for anything at any time, if only the circumstances are right. Better circumstances to make exceptions have never arisen, to the best of my knowledge. So iPhone fell quiet. She had spoken loudly, even passionately, and Erza could hear her breathe. Do you have anything left to add? Said Anohana at last. Only that if the Captain Commander rules we be executed, every last one of us should be executed without exception. Either the laws are absolute, or they are not. The Captain Commander gave So iPhone a long look. Stand with the accused, head of intelligence. I have made my decision. It is time you all face judgment. So iPhone nodded and complied. All of them stood in a line before the Captain Commander, and Erza felt a lump in her stomach. Soon it would be over, finally done with, and although she hoped to come out on top, right then she wanted most of all to have it done. The wait was in many ways the worst part of all. No doubt most of the others felt the same. Yamamoto stood up, leaned on his cane, and looked over the group of accused traitors. The law is a fine thing, he began, his voice rumbling across the room like a bear's growl. Justice is a fine thing. It is the foundation that the Godii is built upon. For 1,000 years, these two things have been my guiding principles. My charge, given by the Soul King himself, was to run the Godii 13 until my dying day. To regulate the flow of souls, to secure the balance of worlds, to thus keep the realms safe. I have done my best to live up to this command. If there was emotion in his voice, Erza could not spot it, but she was sure this was something she had never heard before, not in all her time serving the Godii. Whatever he might feel, the old man now spoke more of the Godii and its history than she had ever known him to say. Law and justice are fine things, and under normal circumstances, I would not hesitate in enforcing them all. But before there was a common law, before there was a Central 46, before there was a Godii 13, there was I, Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryusai, warlord, leader, general. You young fools know nothing of that time. Some of you, although I doubt many, may have read an account in a history book, but in this room only one person will properly remember what the world was like 1,000 years ago. He nodded toward Anohana. Of course, who else? Only I understand. Only I saw the futility of a world where law was not, where all we had were loose alliances between noble houses, each one equally cruel, vicious, fickle, and self-centered. I changed that world. I brought order. I kept to that order, because I and I alone know that the alternative was wanton cruelty, murder, and petty political struggles. I took all military might from nobility, and took it for myself. The result was 1,000 years of what was mostly peace, mostly stability, mostly order. Yet I remember all the same that for law and justice to exist, we must first have stability and order. A bandit will not stop to consider right or wrong before he robs. There must be a lawman to punish him, and a court to sentence him, and a prison to put him in until he has paid his penance. Before these things exist, to speak of law and justice is folly. Might and wisdom are the pillars upon which righteousness rests. It falls to me, therefore, to secure those pillars so that law and justice may continue to exist, that all we worked for does not fall into anarchy and chaos. He paused, and Erza breathed in. She had never understood why the corruption of the Godii had come to be, why it was tolerated. She didn't condone it, but there was some perspective now, entering her mind. There was some nuance. Yucatake. Kyoraku. Step forward. On command, his two pupils stepped forth. You rose up against injustice. To do so was treasonous, yet your motives were virtuous. Given the illegal nature of that which you rebelled against, I see no reason to punish you. You are fully pardoned in the eyes of the Godii. There seemed to be a small breath of relief from the two, and they stepped aside, where Anohana unlocked their restraints. Zaraki Kenpeke. Sure, whatever, Kenpeke said, looking bored as he stepped forward. You are and always have been a brute, a stain on the good name of the Godii. Thank you, Kenpeke said with a grin. Nevertheless you were accepted as a fearsome champion, a warrior without parallel, and one we can ill afford to lose. As you said, this behavior is by no means unprecedented. You are pardoned. Good, Kenpeke said. He shrugged and flexed the muscles on his arms. The shackles burst, falling to the floor with a clang. Now, can I go? Ignoring him, Yamamoto said, So iPhone. Yes, sir. So iPhone said, stepping forward, her eyes fixed on the floor. She kneeled, putting one knee to the floor. Although the offense you admitted to was treasonous, it was by far less severe than those of the others accused. Furthermore, I found your counsel sound. In my mind, you are a better commander than your predecessor, and your skills will be sorely needed in the time to come. Captain Commander. Said So iPhone, taken aback. You are pardoned, Yamamoto said dismissively. Taking a hint, So iPhone stepped aside. Now that my treacherous captains are dealt with, said Yamamoto, in the interest of expedience, I will address all of you at once, save for Scarlet. You all betrayed the oaths of loyalty you swore. You are hereby given a chance to redeem yourselves. Know that although I pardon each one of you, your disloyalty has not been forgotten. Take this opportunity to, before the watchful eyes of the Soul King, show what you are truly made of. Not unlikely, many of us will die in the war to come. If you find redemption in death, I will consider your sins forgiven. If not, then know that I have a long memory. You are all pardoned. There was a murmur of relief among the remaining pardoned, joy from Momo, a heavy sigh from Renji, and a cheerful smirk from Listener. Most of all Ranjika seemed relieved, and Erza couldn't blame her. Silence. Yamamoto said sharply, and humbled, they all fell quiet. Erza Scarlet. Step forth. Her heart pounding, Erza stepped forward. This was it. Unlike your comrades, you willingly betrayed the Godii 13, not out of bonds of loyalty or friendship, but out of rebellion for what it stands for decades on end. You confess to being an accomplice of our greatest enemy. As lenient as I have been today, you test my mercy to its fullest extent. I have my regrets, old man, said Erza, but I did what I did for a reason. Judge me as you have to. Silence. Yamamoto sneered. This defiance of yours is exactly why you cannot be trusted. This is no discussion, no debate. You are a self-admitted traitor. If not for the fact that your knowledge of Aizen's wrongdoings make you valuable, I would be sorely tempted to execute you. If you have to, said Erza, and her heart skipped a beat. She was outwardly calm, but to die after all this. Yamamoto gave her a long, scrutinizing stare, and to look into his eyes was like looking over the edge of a precipice. I cannot yet decide your fate, Erza Scarlet. For now, you will be detained at 4th Division. A second hearing will be held when the immediate issues have been settled. He turned his eyes to the remaining, recently pardoned officers. What are you all standing here for? You are officers of the Godi I-13. Get to work. Man your posts. Lead your divisions. Guide your men. There will be much to do, and you will all be worked hard. Failure to live up to what is expected of you will be met with execution. I will not be merciful twice. The harsh, ornery tone left no room for disagreement. Scattering like scraps of paper caught in the wind, they all hurried out. Momo paused to shoot Erza a look, before following the others, too. Erza sighed. Well, it was better than being executed right away, at least. Check the description for the links to the author.